Welcome back to Cataclysm, Dark Days Ahead. In this video, we have compiled all of the episodes of Aiden's second season of Journeying Through the Cataclysm in one easy-to-access format. Our bionic and psionic nerd meets new friends, refines his power to a blade's edge, and learns who the true enemy of all life is. There are chapters in the video to each episode, and if you missed out on Season 1, check the link to the Supercut below. If you enjoy the video, don't forget to check out our other Cataclysm content on the channel, and stick around for more in the future. The world as we knew it has ended. And Aiden is just fine. A day before the Cataclysm started, Aiden was gifted with incredible regenerative bionics to cure a terminal disease, only to wake up to the world ending. Ever the optimist, instead of being scared or concerned, our bionic and now psionic nerd saw this as an amazing testing ground for his new powers and abilities. He's always wanted to explore the world, fight zombies, see monsters, and just do all of the things he used to do in video games. Now he has the chance. In the first 2 weeks of the apocalypse, he has been mostly stuck in his apartment, fending off the hordes of neighbors for even the most basic improvements. A workshop, laundry, and power. Just as his home base became secure and established, a new, smaller portal storm hit. Although it passed as quickly as it came, it left Aiden with a new vision, a distant destination across an enormous lake. The words he heard during the first portal storm rang in his head. Seek the Idzodi. And now, with this smaller storm, he knows that his distant locale is somehow linked to that quest. If you missed Season 1, and this short recap isn't enough to satisfy, check out the links in the description below for the playlist or Supercut. Also, I survive entirely on your likes and comments, so keep it coming. I hope you enjoy Season 2 of Aiden's journey. We are becoming. Today, we are on a cusp of a journey. We are going to be trying to take our supplies, which we've gathered up in our rolling trash can, which we should probably name if you have any suggestions. Take them up in the comments, and I'm sure Aiden will find it in his inspiration to name this. It might be a trash can, but it's probably going to be one of the only reasons we can even make this journey. We have to travel several blocks through zombie-infested territory to the northern coast here, where I want to try and secure this cabin or one of the nearby houses, if that is at all possible. No one's mentioned it because I'm not sure if I've showed it on camera, but there is also a Migo encampment really close by. And I consider this both a good and a bad thing. Migos are horrifying alien creatures from another dimension. However, they also kill zombies. They're an enemy of the undead. So there's a chance that as long as we avoid direct confrontation with them, they might have cleared out a little bit of the nearby area. My goal is going to be to take the rolling trash can and go between the buildings as far north as I can until I get to this field. And then because the Mido encampment is so close by, we're going to try and bank west, probably towards this office building, which would be a good fallback point, worst case scenario, and try and get towards this cabin. There is a dinosaur exhibit also really close by, but hopefully we should be able to get to the cabin, assemble our craft, our canoe, and start testing it. And if it works its initial tests, we're going to just immediately take sail. And we're going to be heading far, far to the northwest towards our destination that Aiden has seen in his dreams. With that in mind, I know we're going to be coming back, so I don't want to take a ton of things with me. I consider this a trip, not like we're not moving, right? So we're just going to kind of take what we find necessary with us. I will likely just have to gather food on the way because we honestly don't have any food here. I loaded an extra frame into our cart down here, and I loaded a gallon of clean water into it as well. And we also have the water that is in our plastic canteen here. We are going to go ahead and wield the new pipe spear that we've made and grab the rolling trash can. We're going to start making our way north, and we're going to keep a very careful eye on what it says our surroundings is. Okay, so we have a zombie child right nearby. We'll release the trash can, turn off safe mode, take a few swings at it as it comes in. It's not a great sign, just immediately struggling with our first fight for the day. Move the trash can a little bit more. It does seem like it takes a little bit. Yeah. We're straining ourselves to move the trash can all of a sudden. I wonder if that's because of the pain we're in. We're going to take a moment and make sure that we're not in any more pain. Okay, we're no longer in pain. Also, while I was in the base there, I thought of putting the archive in a gallon-sized zipper bag. I don't know if that's going to work, but we are going to try it. Okay, we do have higher strength now. We are still straining to move it, but it shouldn't be as bad, I'd hope. It's taking some time. It takes about 4 seconds to move. We're still straining. It's probably because it's so heavy. I don't know a way to fix that, though. So we're just going to have to deal with it. Let's check outside real quick. There is a tough zombie and a normal zombie at the corner here. I think we're pretty much good to keep going. There is a chance that we do this at nighttime instead. Okay, nothing sees us yet. Okay, something sees us. Looks like it's the tough zombie. We do want to, whenever we're fighting things, try and pull them away from the cart to make sure that we are not getting the cart damaged. The zombies will try and bash their way through it to get to me. As far as Aiden is concerned, this cart is as valuable, not more valuable, but as valuable as his own life right now. We're going to pull the cart to one side because there's a grappler zombie in here that we're going to have to take care of. Trying to force push him against the wall. And I just realized that we were still concentrating on our reading eyes, which is a problem. And we're gaining pain from moving the cart. Oh, that's not good. That is very much not good. I'll check this restaurant real quick to see if there's any food in here. Vacuum sealed package. Hell yes. That's amazing. Go back here and check the kitchen. There's a reinforced wooden door here. Very nice. We'll go ahead and take everything that counts as food. Again, moving very slowly. Make sure that we don't run into something dreadful. What is this building next to us? It's a house. It has really nice brick walls, though. As we're examining, a fat zombie did manage to climb over the white picket fence to come to us. There's also this guy bashing on this door right here. Yeah, I knew that was going to cause a problem. It's going to be attracting a lot of things. Okay. So we want to pull them away from the cart. So I think we're going to move into this house here. Catch our breath. It's actually kind of perfect, because this house has a window with a wall right across from it. We are going to have to be worrying about that shocker zombie right there. We're not going to hit it with our weapon because he will light us up, and then we'll also take extra damage from our bionics being zapped, as Aiden would just kind of get fried from the inside. Looks like we cleared that very easily. Tried to pry open this window, and unfortunately we broke it, making a good bit of noise there. This trick that Aiden just now found, taking one step away from the window, and let's check the condition of our cart. Still good. Taking one step away from the window and stabbing them with his spear just as they come in is actually a very good trick. It's giving us enough time to deal with them while also being able to push them around and such. Let's check the situation out here. There's still a bunch of zombies out in this area. We've only managed to make it one block. One of the nice things about this is that we just need to get the rolling trash can up there. We don't necessarily have to get it up there in one trip. So worst case scenario, we could do this in Okay. There is a lot of zombies over there. We're going to actually break into a run, get out the window, and I want to attract these down to our kill zone here. The hunter jumped in, but unfortunately that puts him in a disadvantaged situation against Aiden here. Oh, I just realized our disadvantage situation. I did not realize that that is a damaged wooden door. This tough zombie ahead of us is bleeding. I wish we had an ability here. This is going to deal 4 to 13 damage. We did manage to kill that with the knockdown. Did cause a lot of noise, though. I think we're going to very quickly equip our halogen bar and bash down this door so that we don't get trapped in this room. That could have been very bad. Could have been very, very bad. Were you hurting my cart? No, you weren't. It's an acid zombie, so we don't really want... Oh, and that's a screecher. Now that we've seen a screecher, there's a very good chance that we're going to have quite the horde now. As Aiden manages to kill about a half a dozen zombies, we hear the sounds of even more coming in. So we are actually going to back up and use this closing a door strategy to just get our stamina back. Just a few more, I guess. Try and get an angle here. We can take down this fat zombie. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I think we're in the clear for the moment. We're only in moderate pain, so we've only lost 1 point of strength. Man, if we could get more strength. Is there anything on this top zombie? No. But if we could get more strength so that we had more of a wiggle room, this would be really nice. Did they damage my cart? No, they have not damaged my cart. We definitely need to move the cart. It's in a bad position there. They keep wanting to move through it. Kind of pull it out into the park here. There's still a bunch of zombies around. However, none of them see us right now. We're going to take a moment to catch our breath. I'd really like to get rid of the zombie that's in here because he's making a racket. So this is one thing we've learned, is to not leave the cart up against walls, because whenever we leave him up against a wall, the zombies do tend to like to move along walls. Can't believe we've only made it 1 block. Okay. And we have run into our first problem. A diluted devourer. It's large, so it's going to have a ton of extra HP, which means we don't have a choice. We need to back up here. Oh, it's trapped in the doorway. We can take some swings at it. Okay. Tough is coming in. We lost our halogen bar. We're going to push the tough back real quick so we can pick the halogen bar back up. As we push the tough, the diluted devourer just consumed it. Weirdly enough, that might be a good thing for us right now, as we can just take swings at this diluted devourer and then catch our breath. Okay. We took a lot of swings at it. We probably did a couple hundred damage to it, but it hasn't actually taken damage yet beyond its gained HP. So we're going to back the heck up. Zombie dog is a slight problem. Finally took it down. Jeez, that was a hot minute longer than I thought it was going to take. Someone in here bashing on the walls. Really need to stop, please, ma'am. Thank you very much. The good news is we've made it a block already. Nothing's killed us. So realistically speaking, this is just progress. See if we can fish in a barrel to try a little bit more. We are finally taking him down. This might be something we keep in mind for the future, is that a diluted devourer trapped in a window like that is just vulnerable. We have a lot of zombies to our north. A proper horde, probably. But if we move carefully, let's go ahead and open a window here and open a window here. We could take all of these guys out carefully. Move up. Kevlar zombie spots us. That's good. We want to draw a few of them in. Apparently, we gained melee 4 as soon as we swinged at that guy. It kind of surprised me because, like I mentioned during our last episode, right now, the current version that I'm running on, I get a error report every time I get an achievement, so I was very concerned that the game had just crashed. Fortunately, it wasn't a... Okay, let's move around him. Send him back. Come on, need to finish him off quickly. Already caused us distressing pain. There we go. We're down to 7 strength. I think what we do now is we back up to our kill box house and wait in the darkness for a moment. We have a little bit of the pain gone. We're gonna move our cart just a little bit farther. Fat zombie sees us. There's a boomer and a SWAT zombie up there. Okay. Nothing we can't handle. Fat zombie moved in a way that greatly benefits us. I'll be quite happy when we manage to cross the street again. Since we're so close and we have this rolling trash can, there's a part of me that considers whether we should check some of these nearby buildings, but I think that it might be a better idea to just keep moving north. We're gonna have to do it anyway, so we're gonna step out here and attract this boomer, and we're going to draw back some of these zombies that were out in the street here. It looks like they moved through my cart instead of damaging it, which is great news, to be completely frank. Means that there's a good chance that they might not break my carts if just left out like they would a car, for example. Being out in the street is us at our weakest, so I'm going to be very careful to engage these in such a way that we can pull them back every time. We want to check that's... Ooh, first aid box. There's not going to be a lot in here that we care about, but I am going to take the bandages. I was kind of hoping for some pain meds as kind of an emergency thing. We do have to remember that Aiden is very vulnerable to being addicted to medicine and taking the side effects of medicine as well, so we don't want to take too much of that kind of stuff. Okay, here's the problem. There is a dead alley right there. Okay, this alley over here is too wide, and so is that one. And there are ladders to these roofs. Oh, there's also 3 trash cans here. Only 2. Oh, that's not a rolling trash can. Okay, we can't push and pull that one. However, that was a bad idea. As we stepped up to the pawn shop, a moment of greed and curiosity entered Aiden's mind as he wondered what was possibly in this pawn shop. It could be something incredibly useful. It could be like a real weapon. And as soon as we swing it open and see what it's looking like down there, it's actually not that bad. I actually expected much worse. Now, the sounds of them breaking the car, that's gonna probably drag everything nearby in. But the door's open now. Might as well check it out. And it wasn't even worth it. It's completely cleaned out. That's unfortunate. You could probably crack open this safe, but it's probably not worth the time. What's our best direction? This is a park over here, and that's another pawn shop. I think we're going to head towards the pawn shop over top of the park, and I don't have a good reason. There's a feral to our southwest. Keep an eye on it. Doesn't seem to have seen us. We are straining to move this cart, which I do believe is giving us pain. Ooh, okay. Zombie medic. Lots of brainless zombies and a zombie soldier. The zombie soldiers are quite dangerous and no hope. As Aiden sees it, looks at his pitiful pipe spear and just wonders to himself, can this even pierce Kevlar armor? Is that something we can even do? I want to check. Okay, this door's locked. We've already set off an alarm. There's no harm in setting off another alarm, right? That's going to be my logic. Take out a handful of zombies as they come down the hallway here. It's likely going to lead the rest of those to us, right? I have an idea of what we can do here. I see that feral behind us as Aiden rushes into the nearby building. Feral throws a rock at us. We step into the darkness, lure it into a corner, and send it flying. Beautiful. Okay, so what we're going to do, because we're going to have to deal with this horde out here, is we're actually going to... Exactly. Zombie medic had the same idea as me. We're going to let them bust out this window here so that we can fight them in the darkness. This gives us a home field advantage of being able to decide which ones we fight and when and where. As we took out all 4 of those actually quite easily now. We're going to break out one window. We'll leave the rest damaged like that. So that's theoretically... Okay, well, we didn't get lucky that time. But sometimes they will bleed themselves on that window. Okay, we did manage to hurt the zombie, the soldier zombie. I think we can take this guy out. And just as I say that, of course, we have now landed 8 or 9 hits that did no damage. Oh, there we go. As it comes crawling across the table at us, Aiden managed to get a deep critical hit down into it. I think we're going to take a step back here. We're going to throw it against this back wall. And now that it's this far down, there we go. We feel a tingling in our senses as we unleash our powers and blast it against the back wall. These MREs are not sealed, so we're going to just take the food packages out of them. So I'm not carrying around a whole bunch of extra packaging. And we're just gonna eat a little bit because we've used some healing and we've definitely used some of our psionic powers, more than just a little. Need to keep those calories up. Trash can's still in the alley. Oh, mechanical mastery book. We'll go ahead and store that, to be honest. There we go. Kind of actually hoping that we manage to get closer towards night with our psionic ability to use our night eyes ability and basically have dark vision. Being able to move around at night will provide us with a sight lines advantage. We're going to move the heart out. We've cleared most of the cul-de-sac here. Do have a bookstore ahead of us. There's a lot of zombies in this area still. The bookstore looks kind of empty. We might skip it. Bookstores and libraries are definitely not built equal. Bookstores tends to be more of a store than a place for books, really. If that makes any sense at all. I don't see anything seeing us yet. Just take our time. That zombie brute is... Oh, is that to the north of us? That is to the north of us. Okay. This field to the north is a little bit of a problem. We'll go ahead and leave our cart here. We'll break open the bookstore. We're going to do the same thing with this bookstore. We're going to use our night eyes and the inside of the bookstore, which does have an upper level that is very beneficial, as a battlegrounds. And we are going to attract the zombies from this field over here to me. And Aiden is going to just slowly take them out. Ever inching. I mean, we've made it 2 or 3 blocks now. Ever inching just a little bit more progress. Okay, there's the brute. That's the one we need to worry about. About to come in the window. Maybe it can't. Oh, it definitely can. As it did manage to get 1 hit off on Aiden. Not actually doing that much damage. And he just crushes it against the back wall. It is finally nighttime, it looks like. So we'll go ahead and use our night eyes as Aiden opens his senses to the world, imagines himself as an elf for just a moment. Wouldn't being an elf in the apocalypse just be very fascinating? We can probably move our cart a little bit farther, but it also means that with our night eyes, we're only expanding our vision. We're not giving ourselves supernatural night vision. So even with this ability, we can't see too far in the night. I still believe that doing this might be better because they're going to be largely attracted to sound at this point, and I won't be driving them in from such a large distance as we have been until now. Still going to have to clear a lot of hordes in front of us. We managed to juke around that fat zombie there, blanket against the wall. As we stepped up to take out this pupating zombie, it exploded into flesh raptors. Gross. They immediately came up and got a few hits off on us. I think it's dark enough that the flesh raptor flew away, as they are likened to do, and then lost track of us. The other thing is that we are quickly breaking our pipe spear. We do still have our bayonet, but it's going to be a lot less safe to use. We won't have that range advantage anymore. I think we can move just a little bit farther. There's some sort of gardening store here. We're going to check ahead. It's a pretty wide column, but there is a bunch of zombies in it. We are going to kill a lot of zombies this episode. Aiden is just going to do work. See a batwing zombie. It's capable of leaping beyond human lengths. Its skin lengthens the gruesome fleshy membrane. The mutation does not suit it well. It moves clumsily, even compared to other zombies. It leaps a significant distance. We're gonna wait for it to leap. There we go. And shove it against the wall. We'll teach you flight for real. The north, we hear a lot of clanging. Oh, we see why. We're gonna push away that boomer and use this wall as a bit of a firing grounds to just take all these guys out. We're gonna push the boomer away again. Oh, we do not want that grabber to pull us into the boomer. Aiden just takes flight real quick, realizing the strategic moment here. As the grabber grabs us, we are going to push it back into the darkness. It remembers where we are, though, so even though it couldn't see us, we're actually going to step back into the building. Once again, using its window for advantage. Sound of the boomer, we are going to attract a lot of zombies to that explosion. Oh, you know what? This might be a good use for... Hold on, I have an idea. We're going to use the noisemaker ability here and put out a couple loud thumps over here and then run away from them, and maybe we can attract some zombies towards that instead of our location. Not sure if it worked. We do see a new pupating zombie, though. Instead of letting this one explode, we're going to immediately step up and crush it against the back wall, executing it swiftly and efficiently. We're starting to get actually tired at this point, unfortunately. Aiden has killed more zombies today than he did in the entire first week that he's been in the apocalypse. Having a goal in mind and having it be so tantalizingly close just drives him to push himself. Basic pipe here will break soon. We may have to reevaluate our combat ability when it does. It's already likely doing a lot less damage. Sharpened tip, no longer a sharpened tip, but merely a broken excuse for a spear. Made it through another alleyway, another block. We're closer than ever. We're not fast enough to be able to make it across the street without fighting. We're going to scout ahead a little bit here. I don't see anything. Aiden's going to try and cross the street in one go. Again, we're going to take our time. We're still straining to move it, which is not great for us. What is this? This is an office. We're 1.5 blocks away now. Because of the closeness of the Mito Tower, I do think we are going to be forced west. We're going to check real quick. Is there a way out the backside of this office? Can we go through it with our cart? Doesn't look like we can. Maybe? Yes, there is. Okay. I think we can go through these doors with it. It does look like we can go through doors with it. We're going to leave it here for now. Check. Nothing here. We'll at least take it to the corner. Again, we're going to go across the street here to this house because we just don't want to get close to that Mito Tower. Aiden has read Lovecraftian lore. He knows what a Mito is. And the fact that he saw what he had only read about in books before in the distance does not bode well for his survival. One does not tangle with the forces of the Eldritch and their arcane. Not unprepared, at least. Made a little bit more progress. We've made it to a new field. We have the office building ahead, which could be a significant source of zombies. We need to be careful of that. Let's just trying to check our surroundings here. We do see a handful of zombies. Lead them to a new killing wall. One goes down. Let's check. Do we have any nether attunement yet? We do not. We're getting quite lucky with that then. We do see a pupating zombie off to our west there. We haven't spotted a Mito yet. It's good. We're going to check this street as well. Making a little bit of noise as we fight one of these zombies. Let's check just across the street. Looks like we can at least get to this field. Man, moving at night has completely changed this. We have made it so much more progress all of a sudden. Aiden thinks back to all of the loot opportunities we've missed. All of the possible things we could have been exploring. But ever present is that distant idea in his head of a place we could go to learn more about the Cataclysm ourselves. Cataclysm and ourselves, that is. To learn what these powers are that we've acquired. And perhaps more about the traveler who visited us. Sort of graced us with these powers. The powers that are the only thing keeping Aiden alive. Can you imagine what his life would have been these last 3 weeks without these powers? We are so close now. Arriving at this cabin at night is also a boon for us. It is less likely we will have led a bunch of our neighbors, what we're calling them, to our location. I think we're going to go west around this house. We started being a little bit less cautious, and we immediately got punished for it, as there was a dog that came and bit us straight out of the darkness, running out faster than we could let go of the cart. There's a gun store to our west. Move close to that. We see blood. Might be fresh, hard to tell. Add some to the pile. Don't do the same thing as before. You see some casings, but there's some houses across the street. Just check the road very quickly. Looks like we can do it in one. The first light of the journey here is going. Oh, there's a fence there. Going surprisingly well though. Looks like we might be able to go west around this building. Take your time. Be very slow, very deliberate. We do see some fresh, thin sludge trails. So there's a pupating zombie of some regard somewhere nearby. He might have moved on though. Might not be anywhere close to us. One friend here. We're so close now that Aiden is so tempted to just break into a dead sprint and drag the cart the rest of the way. That seems like a bad idea. We're also now realizing that the wheels are working better on the road. It's taking us a lot less time. I think one of the reasons why we were struggling is because Aiden was pulling it through grass, but we're about to come up to the cabin now. Still moving quickly, deliberately and slowly. Okay. Cabin looks like it's in one piece. There's a person here. A warrener. Mr. Lappin. We're going to put away our spear if we can. Ah, I see what's happened. Our Halligan bar ended up in our lifting field. So we're actually going to drop that and then put away our spear and pick up the Halligan bar. Hello. Would you like to speak with me? Pleased to meet you. I am Mr. Lappin. What are you doing here? I raise my rabbits. Oh, a warrener. As in like a warren. As in like a batch of rabbits. I hadn't even known what that was. I raise my rabbits. I seem to have more in common with them every day. Well then. I'm just trying to get by. Getting by will do for now. I guess it has to. You look different? Crisper? Radiation? Something in the water? Maybe it was the bunnies. So it goes. Where did you get that giant... Wait, he has the giant firefly terrarium? A traveler brought this to me in return for some rabbits. Said that he'd gotten it from a scientist out in the swamps, but it took up too much space in his car. Quite unique. Okay. Yeah. A firefly terrarium inside. Interesting. Well, Mr. Lappin lives by the water here, and he does in fact have a lot of rabbits. How close is the water? And is the water safe? I use the word safe very liberally here. I think we're going to... Oh, we should definitely re-equip our spear. But once we do that, I think we're going to bring the parts all the way up to the water here. And we are going to assemble this vehicle. Oh, it's too dark. Well, we're going to wait till daytime to assemble this vehicle. I wonder if he's going to mind us sleeping in here. Well, he left one of his doors open. Aiden's going to do him a little bit of a favor. Kind of confused on how he's managed to make it this long without doing this, but Aiden's going to go ahead and close all of his windows. Then I think we're going to go for a little bit of a nap in one of his beds. And hopefully he doesn't mind. Aiden wakes up bright and early at 6:30 in the morning. We did have dreams that we heard combat outside. Well, that's pretty unfortunate. Seems like some zombies have gotten into Lappin's bunny farm and have killed all of his bunnies, which, to be honest, we're very surprised when that hasn't happened earlier. Well, he does have a few left. There's 2 domestic rabbits left, which means that they're likely to repopulate. I'm sure that man will be fine. He seems like a perfectly happy member of the apocalypse. Let's move out to here. And yeah, it looks like there isn't much nearby. We're going to start constructing our raft. And it appears that we have forgotten a very important detail. We don't have nails. We're going to take some of these wires, though. I wonder if he will not mind us deconstructing some of the furniture around here to get some nails. Even taking down one door gets us quite a few. Yeah, we need a lot of nails. That was a pretty big mistake on our part, not bringing nails with us. But fortunately, we can kind of just tear apart this guy's house. Hopefully he doesn't mind too much. Aiden's going to do him a little bit of a favor. Who needs interior doors anyways, right? We have added all of the frames on, and we can go ahead and start to install the boat holes, which will make the vehicle unfoldable, but we'll start to actually have an actual raft at this point. Starting to come together. Starting to come together. I will have to give credit where credit is due. This Warrener lives in a place that is surprisingly safe. I didn't expect to have so little trouble building our boat. Okay. We have a raft. I need to figure out how to add the oars to this. We just like use the oars? Let's figure this out. It's not something that we can install. Perhaps the oar itself will give us more insight. Pair of oars for a boat. Oh, well, one oar was actually apparently a pair. So we only need one, first of all. It does look like our raft floats. We have successfully moved it onto the water. Let's go ahead and get onto the boat and then equip an oar. We can't do anything interesting with the oar while equipped. Can we drive the boat? It looks like we're going to need a seat, which means we're going to need one more frame. We'll go ahead and leave the oar there. And we'll head into the house here and see if we can build another frame. We should have enough wood planks for it. The only question is whether we have everything else. We do see a couple dinosaurs out in the water, but they don't look like they're being aggressive towards us. So, of course. Why could I ever imagine that we would have enough nails? We could catch one of these zombies. Or not zombies, these dinosaurs. We could kill it and then eat one of them, to be honest. See if we can get some nails out of that. Nope, nuts and bolts. Maybe this table? 6 nails. Is that going to be enough? I don't remember. We do actually see a zombie. First one in a little bit. I don't want to head too far out to kill it. I'd rather it come to us. There we go. Need 4 more nails. Of course we do. Don't want to remove the last of the doors there, so I think what we'll do is we'll deconstruct some more tables. This poor man. Aiden actually feels kind of bad for taking apart this guy's house. First he lost his rabbits, and now he's losing his house. Hopefully we have something to show for it after all of this. As we do add a seat, we'll go ahead and wield our oar. I'm sorry, did we place this seat incorrectly? I think we did. That's really funny. Hopefully it works anyways. Oh, here we go. I finally managed to find it. So with one oar, we can create hand paddles. With a cedar saddle, you can drive from here. There we go. We can go ahead and drop our other oar off. And we finally have access to the vehicle controls. And it moves. We accidentally sort of made it the wrong way, but I don't know that I care. We could take the time to remove things, but it looks like there's about a 50% chance that we damage the wooden boat holes, and it currently floats despite being a very awkward design. With the last frame that we have here, I had an idea. I wonder if we can install a box of any kind. Folding wooden box? Yeah, if we can get 16 more nails, we can put a box on this so that we can carry some stuff with us. That seems like it's worth our time. We need 16 more nails. I'm so sorry, dude. This is, not really what I expected to be doing, but we're in desperate need, and you seem really chill so far, so yeah, this is happening. After that, I think we're also going to take a nap here, maybe? No, we should be fine. We should be fine to continue. Go ahead and install a folding wooden box here, and then we can drop our water in so that we're not carrying it around with us. And technically, we have everything we need to drive now. I'm going to take it for a very short spin and make sure that this actually works before we head out into the water itself. Aiden just created a canoe himself, and knowing the person who made it, he's not super confident in the canoe. So we're going to take a very short spin, just a little bit out into the water, and see how this thing handles. We do want to move out so that we can see our green little icon there. That is where our vehicle is going to be moving towards. As we do move out into the water, and we seem to be moving at a fairly good clip here. Looks like we can move pretty quick, to be honest. And we get back to shore with no issue. Our stamina is still looking good. Actually, what kind of activity was that? Just active. Not too bad, not too bad. With the light weariness, though, I do think it might be a good idea for us to rest beforehand. So we're going to come into one of these darkened rooms, and we'll sit in a little bit of the light, but not kind of be in a direct line of sight of things. and I think we'll kind of just rest for about an hour before actually taking flight. However, with that, we will have to wait for the journey itself to be next time, as our distant destination here is 160 tiles to our northwest. It is going to be a significant journey, and Aiden does know that the majority of this journey is going to be across water, as this lake is our main impeding factor here. Aiden is on the cusp of a great journey across an enormous body of water. Lingering in the distance is our target, a mysterious point of interest we learned about in our dreams. We are this close to learning if Aiden is incredibly wise or absolutely crazy. And danger looms on the horizon, which Aiden is likely going to charge headforth into. We have done a couple things. We went and gathered a bunch of berries and cherries from some of the nearby trees. We have slept through the night and woken up bright and early at 5:45 in the morning. And I also used this deep water over here to test what needs to be in a Ziploc bag. And we added quite a few things into our Ziploc bag. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Basic idea is that I added basically all of my electronics. We have the archive in there, which I said 0 battery because I was reading it all night. We have battery replacements if we need to. We have the cell phone, MP3 player, flashlight, etc., etc. We have a ton of stuff in the Ziploc bag, and I was using the deep water because the deep water warns you whenever you're going to get something wet or destroy it, in order to figure out what needs to be in there. But with that, I think we are just about ready to go. I want to kind of make a beeline to the northwest as early as possible. So we're just gonna see how this goes. There's a chance that this is completely uneventful. It looks like we'll have to unfortunately stay zoomed out, which I'm sorry. I know that it's kind of a little bit harder to see. Everything's very pixelated, but I need to be able to see this little indicator down here to see where I'm going. And it doesn't look like I'm trying to drive into the land here. So we're gonna just kind of row in reverse for a few seconds here. And then you know what? Let's go farther back away. Let's just not worry at all about hitting the coast. And then we will turn. And it looks like we are, let me actually look at my messages here. We are oversteering a lot and turning slower a lot. And I imagine that's probably because we have no skill in vehicles. But we already have 16% skill in vehicles. And I am pushing forward, by the way. Yeah, 7 miles per hour is my max speed. Okay. Well, I'm not too worried about going too fast here. My view distance isn't exactly the best, but I do see that there's some sort of horde of some sort off to the west there. So we probably want to avoid that. We do have safe mode on. So if there's something... Oh, we can also see the zombie hordes on our mini-map. I do kind of want to head more westward. So once we get north of this... Ooh. See, this is something that we need to worry about. It is slower than us, but this is a... Oh man, I'm going to butcher this name in. Acrocanthosaurus zombie. The shambling corpse of a huge bipedal dinosaur predator with tall ridge running down the length of its back covering its heavy muscles. Its teeth are curved and serrated like saw blades. It is slower than our vehicle, and it can't see our current location, so we're going to... It sinks into the deep water. Ooh. I don't like that. I want to go a little bit farther west. I mean, we are basically out here rowing a damn boat. Like, this is... And our activity is active the whole time. We have a Diplodocus zombie. I've played Ark Survival. I know what a Diplodocus is. There we go. We were struggling with steering for a second there. That's actually a big deal. We need to worry about that more than I thought. Okay. I want to... What just happened? There's also a flail fiend up there. Huge, long-necked, four-legged dinosaur corpse, even, with a long, whip-like tail and its tiny head, vacant white eyes, sways and staggers. Its entire body bulges with distended muscles and swollen, festering wounds. I'm kind of curious. Yeah, fatally dangerous. In a fight, it can grab. Yeah, screw that noise. I want to head farther to the west here. And then I guess now that we're between some zombie hordes, we're going to head to the north. I'm curious if we're already at 50% vehicles. Water Scorpion Nymph. What the hell's that? The nymph of a war. Oh, nymph is like, I remember this now from biology class. Nymphs are like the baby form of some creatures. So there is a horde marked on the map up ahead here. So I just want to get north of that horde. And yeah, we're going to have to play at basically max zoom for a little bit here. Just be a little tiny dot on the screen. Because realistically speaking, I have no other choice. And Aiden is kind of looking at this situation and, you know, he's kind of new to the whole sailing thing, but we're trying our best. And this lake is kind of enormous. So we have a lot of room. What are those? Pterodons. Much faster than us. Okay, let's avoid those. This would probably be a lot less dangerous if not for dinosaurs. There's an Allosaurus. Oh, that's a terrifying... Allosauruses are like larger than T-Rexes, I do think, as Aiden kind of sits here and thinks about all of his Allosaurus facts, and the fact that, like, well, yeah, they are the real predators of the ancient periods. I don't know if it's Jurassic or Paleolithic periods, but Allosauruses were absolutely horrifyingly, terrifyingly dangerous. T-Rexes are, realistically speaking, just less scary than them on average, but they don't get as much credit for how scary they were compared to a T-Rex. Just T-Rexes are just... they're more marketable by, like, Disney and Spielberg and all that, and it has randomly gotten darker again. It was really bright for a moment there. Oh, I see why. I just noticed that the weather, it's foggy. I wonder if night eyes will help with that at all. No. We are finally starting to lose some stamina. It was ticking up and down from the top. Okay, so now that we've lost a little bit of stamina, I do want to set at 0 for a moment and see if we can recover stamina by just sitting still. We can. Okay. So we can recover stamina every once in a while by sitting still and recovering that way. I wish I could see farther right now. I do kind of want to head west before we go north. Aiden has kind of spotted some things off in the distance before across this lake, and I'm kind of hoping that we can get our eyes on them. I'm mostly using the mini-map to navigate at this point, checking the map every once in a while, because we're not making a ton of distance, but, like, if you think about it, you know, it took us an entire day to cross this really short distance, and now we've crossed all of this using the water. Perhaps moving around via the water isn't a bad idea after all. Aiden also wonders about making some sort of land vehicle, possibly repairing a car, or who knows, finding a tank or something like that would be really interesting as well, because this amount of movement... What the hell is that? What? I'm sorry, excuse me, what now? We found... Okay. Aiden sees in the fog something deeply, deeply dangerous. Deeply concerning. Really fascinating. Okay, we're gonna bank towards that. Yeah, it's like huge, isn't it? We found a military aircraft carrier. Turning is like the real issue, apparently. We found a Haplocanthosaurus. Okay. Just another long net. Okay. There is a lot of... Yep. Ceratosaurus. Ceratosaurus is another gigantic sauropod. And yeah, that's gonna be in our way. We're gonna slow down and back up a little bit so that we're out of the range of it. How close did we manage to get? Okay, let's maybe go slightly different way here. Looks like there's a horde to our south. I want to check out this aircraft carrier. Can you imagine the kinds of things we might be able to find on a military aircraft carrier? You know, this is going to be potentially insane. I can imagine, as Aiden kind of thinks about what all is involved in a military aircraft carrier, there could be like hundreds, if not thousands, of people aboard it, and they'd all be sitting in military gear. And if you can imagine, even running into a single military feral who is smart enough to use their gun, cognizant enough to use their gun, could be the end of us. So there's 2 pterodons in the distance. They're tracking, but they're pretty far away. They're not attacking us. Okay, we're pretty close now. And the fog just let up, which allows us to see everything around us, but it doesn't seem like anything sees us. There's another Allosaurus and a Seats, which are both sauropods as well and are a problem. They're not as much of a problem as some of these others, though. I think I liked the fog better. Oh, do we have an eye on this now? I keep trying to zoom out, thinking I can zoom out further, and I can't. Okay, we're gonna just try and get an eye on this. Pterodons are behind us. There is... It's just a little bit farther down now. Oh, we are hearing stuff about zombie medics, bloated zombies, zombie mariner. I don't know what a zombie mariner even is. Yep, there's a bloated zombie in the water there. And there's the edge of the aircraft carrier. How do we approach this? Okay, let's go ahead and stop. Back up a tiny bit. We're going to turn this way. We're going to use reverse to turn whenever possible, because if we lose control of the craft, which Aiden is likened to do pretty much consistently at this point, we won't have too much of a problem. There's a zombie mariner still dressed in the ragged remains of deep blue naval fatigues. It's clear that this walking corpse was once a sailor of some description. The U.S. Navy's insignia is embroidered on the shredded sleeve and shoulder of its bloodied jacket. The dead crewman's battered cap is beaten into the remains of its fractured skull, and his inky black eyes are scanning around the area as it drips dark ooze from its limply hanging maw. It's mildly dangerous. What does it look like? Oh, yeah. It is definitely a zombie sailor. I was about to say the other word. Okay. Here's an interesting point, though. Because we're in the water, and on a raft of all things, we're mostly just seeing a metal wall here. So perhaps we go this way. We use the reverse to change direction again. So the idea here... Ooh, that's a lot. Zombie Marines. Oh, zombie military pilot. Oh, that is so dangerous. Oh my gosh. I mean, they're zombies, right? So, like, they don't have... Zombies usually are fully taken over by whatever sort of inky black substance lies within these creatures, and therefore they don't have the intelligence or manual dexterity to operate guns, but they are fully decked out in armor from head to toe. Dressed head to toe in naval combat equipment with the marine insignia embroidered on its gear, this lurching corpse still retains its physical fitness in death. Oh, that's a... Why did you have to tell us that? That's horrible. From underneath its helm, inky black eyes scan the area around it. As once a pilot, as the zombie military pilot, sorry. Once a pilot, it is wearing a flight suit and a sturdy-looking flight helmet. The head twitches and adjusts constantly, following any and every source of movement. So the zombie military pilot is going to be equivalent to like a zombie shrieker, I would have to assume, as it's going to very quickly identify us. This is so dangerous. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's head a little bit farther out. Nothing has spotted us yet. Oh my gosh, the Allosaurus, the Apatosaurus zombie is only a slightly slower. Yeah, they're only slightly slower than me, going 7 miles per hour. Oh, this is so dangerous. If I get caught by a single one of these, I can pretty much guarantee our death. So what I want to do, did one of these just see us? Apatosaurus zombie hits something. Everything's slower than us while we're on our raft. So as long as we don't get close, we should be able to run still. I want to get around these Apatosaurus zombies. They don't see us. They're too far away from us. I think they're chasing like water striders and birds. It's still only 6 a.m. and we're still completely fresh, so we have plenty of time to check this out. So I'm sorry, what? Oh, I really thought that that's funny. So I really thought that I was stuck in place because I was using these cormorants as my point of, like, my stable point, right? My enemy's gate was down. My enemy's gate was cormorant. If you know, you know. And I thought I was stuck in place, but no, it's because they were moving at the same speed as me. So I was just kind of going out into nowhere here. So what we're going to do is we're going to try and go south here. Let's head inwards till we spot something. I want to see if we can find a different entrance or like some sort of entrance to this thing. I really do just think that this is an absolutely terrible idea, but Aiden is just so enthused to find such an interesting piece of old world military tech. Turn on fast scrolling. Ooh, what's that? What's that? Oh, metal railing. Okay. This is the moment of truth. Aiden peers into the distance and sees a loading ramp of some regard that is lowered all the way down into the water. Ah, do we board? Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. The raft doesn't travel very fast backwards, right? But it travels very quickly forwards. So what we're going to do is we're going to get close here. From southeast and above, you hear pow. We hear 12 gunshots. Oh, this is the worst idea Aiden has ever had. And he is a man compelled by bad ideas. We hear so many gunshots. So here's the idea. We're going to turn the craft around, park it here. Okay, stop driving, pull out our pipe spear, reach the aircraft carrier. The singular? Interesting. I've never managed to do this. In the layer above us, we can see... Wait, why do we have vision of all this all of a sudden? That's super weird, right? That's a bug, obviously. That's obviously a bug. Okay, we are hearing some clangs as well. Clangs are not as bad. Okay, so we're going to get a chance to see how bad a zombie narrator is. We take a sweep at it. We do manage to do 16 piercing damage. We're going to shove it back. Lose our concentration. We're going to preserve our stamina as much as possible. Army pants, cigarette packs. It's an 8-point cap, also known as utility cover, utility cap. It's an 8-pointed hat with a baseball-style visor, commonly worn by Marines and sailors. Oh, didn't know. Neat. And a tool belt. We're going to take the army pants, and we're going to offload these army pants into our thing here. Man, I am so nervous. I don't think I've ever been more nervous. We're going to go ahead and... Can we not pry this? Close metal door. Zombie military pilot. Okay, hold on. We're going to pull out the spear. Is he faster than us when we're running? No, much slower. Push him back. Oh, stab him! We did... Oh, no, we didn't do a lot of damage. He just was already weak. Push him back, kill him. Okay, catch our breath. Zombie technician spotted. He's out in the water, though. Military flight suit. Arms, legs, and torso. With very little encumbrance. Interesting. Oh, but it doesn't provide any protection. It's just clothing. That is really nice, though. I think I am... Despite the fact that it doesn't provide any clothing... Where is that Stietz zombie? Excuse me? Oh, it's close enough that we can kind of see it. It's probably... Oh, I didn't think about this. They're probably being drawn by the gunfire. All of the zombies nearby are being drawn by the gunfire. Oh, this is so dangerous. Okay, are they coming towards us? I just want to know about that. The Stietz zombie is coming towards us. I mean, okay, so hear me out. Stupid idea. Technically, if we go inside here, the Stietz can't get to us. Welding goggles. Even if we left right now, this arc welder, heavy duty flashlight. Even if we leave right now, this has already been valuable. We've got a full welding kit. How overloaded are we? Not at all. Okay. We can lockpick these doors. Okay, checking upstairs. A portable soldering iron. I don't actually have one of those. What's a crash axe? Short, lightweight emergency tool with a quarter circular blade, a short pick opposite the blade, an insulated handle used on fireplanes to chop down or pry walls or cabinets to gain access. Oh my gosh, it's 96 moves per attack, 20 cut, 10 bash. That's a freaking amazing weapon. We also have a full fire axe here, which I do like the idea of a fire axe as a melee weapon. The problem is that this base moves per attack is very, very low. Oh, that's 30 damage on, and I mean, that's nearly 60 damage. 2% stamina to swing, 0.8% stamina. See, that's where we're looking right there. So we're going to equip that. Can we pick up the fire axe? I don't know if we need anything. We need these antiseptic in the pouches here. That's going to, okay, we're going to close one of these doors. Doors to the south. We're going to check inside this building. We're going to use the peek feature quite frequently here. There's a feral crewman, still dressed in a grease-spattered uniform. This crewman appears to have once been a naval engineer with tangled hair, oil-stained working attire, and a lug wrench clenched in their fist. You assume that they were either assigned to shipside maintenance or responsible for servicing onboard aircraft. Now, all that's left of the crewman that this person once was a madly twitching psychopathic monster. The doors inside are closed, though, so we could take a step into the doorway here. What's the range on our force shove right now? 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. We can probably reach him. So we could take a step in the door. Ah, he is just out of our range, huh? We're gonna take one more step. Or shove him. We shoved him once. Oh, we almost killed him with that shove. Shove him again. Oh, okay, close the door. Press the corpse. Blood wrench. Oh, every second we spend in here. Military operations map. Every second we spend in here, we are in danger, and our life is just terribly, horribly, ostensibly in danger here. Hey, our satellite map. Military operations map. But the things we could get. Okay, peek. See anything? Continue peeking. The important thing here is, okay, there's one open door there. Is the other door open? The other door is closed. Okay, there's a zombie marine there. We're gonna push him back. Close the door. This won't stop a feral, obviously. Shove the zombie marine again. Okay, catch your breath. Ooh, that was so many clangs. And let's check everything. Bunch of these first aid boxes. Like, this would be amazing for the average survivor, but there's just not as much stuff in here for Aiden literally regenerates. We don't need this stuff. Okay. Ultralight batteries, army helmets, combat boots, knee pads. Are those better than our current knee pads? Because of the damage, they're currently covering 4% of their legs. I mean, they have 0 encumbrance, so there's that, I guess. And I'm going to take the army helmets for the sole purpose of probably destroying it. IEEE set software. Okay. Let's go ahead and we'll store this book. That door is locked. Door's unlocked. Peek out. Okay, we don't see anything, but there is an unlocked door at the opposite side of the room. 2 more arc welders. A hacksaw. Is that better than... I mean, I think it has 2 metal sawing on it. It's probably better than what we have. Metal grinding disc. Or an angle grinder. We're going to take what we have. Check downstairs. Okay. There is a zombie mariner down here. And we're going to put everything that we have so far in our thing here. Our boat. And we'll read these maps and drop. Okay, we dropped a bunch of stuff that couldn't fit in there. Okay, thank God. It said that the arc welder couldn't fit in the folding wood box, but it didn't, despite the fact that it couldn't fit in there, it didn't drop to the ground. I wasn't actually sure how that worked, so I was a little concerned. How full is this wooden box? 28 out of 30. Okay. Is there any other boxes that we could install? If we found a steel frame, we could install with our current abilities a box. We might be able to find a steel frame around here somewhere. This door is open. Keep. That is a zombie marine. Oh. We're gonna push that guy back. How do we want to handle this? Okay. So this other guy that we just pushed is probably over here in the darkness now. But he can see us because we're standing in the lights. We could close the door. They're probably never going to be able to break it open. I think we play it safe. We just closed the door. That mariner just sank into the water. Okay, that's an electronically locked door there. Electronically locked door. We hear a lot of clanging. I think the clanging is just things beating on things. Electronically locked door. Northeast and below we hear smash. Okay. Peek. Keep peeking. Okay, we see a zombie marine. Only one. We can take it out. I forgot that that's a thing that could happen. Oh, shady zombie. Okay, that's not the worst. But there could be night stalkers in here. Okay, we killed the marine. Wait for the shady zombie to catch back up to us. You know what? Screw it. This is how you deal with a shady zombie. Turn on our flashlight. He managed to bite us. Staggered us immediately. Shove it back. Okay, turn our flashlight back off. So we'll probably want to flash our flashlight as we enter rooms then. I accidentally turned on the wrong flashlight. Here we go. I have one of them bound to a key. That's the only reason I say wrong. Okay, let's wait a moment. We're in a minimal amount of pain, so we're fine. We're fine. There's a cash card there. 8-point cap. Who cares? Paper rubber band. Perfect throw. Battery charger. Stereo system. This guy has combat boots. Flame resistant socks. Kind of want the flame resistant socks. I also kind of want the combat boots. 100% coverage of the feet. Yeah, those are very much worth my time. You know what? I can probably get those somewhere else, though. We're going to store the perfect throw, and we're going to close doors behind us. Okay. See a lot of water tanks over here. This room's empty. Turn on the flashlight. Turn off the flashlight. Nothing in here. Okay. Trapper's life. Store that. I'm going to... There's a zombie mariner. God, he's fast. Shove him back as Aiden blasts him into one of the computer consoles. We had slightly the wrong angle, so he went flying into the room. We're going to run. Oh, we see a medic and another marine. We're going to crush this one down. Take a moment to catch. A bestial stalker. What? What? Extremely dangerous. Lumbering on all fours, this mutated beast's dagger-like claws clack against the ground as it predatorily moves. Thick strands of exposed muscle tissue running across its rotting body. The additions of its new bulk has caused the skin along its arms and back to split, and the brute's teeth have extended into spikes of bone. The marine insignias on the remains of the creature's pulverized gear are only testaments to the soldier as its hulking abomination used to be. It is faster than us, significantly. I want to run real quick and then check again. Slower. Okay, so we can outrun it theoretically. Speaking of theoreticals, I want to check. It has hearing and sight. It's large. It doesn't say anything about being able to leap. I think we're gonna close that door. That just seems like the right idea. That's just the right answer, okay? That's just the right answer. Aiden is confident in his abilities, but one thing he isn't is overconfident. We don't think we can handle the majority. I kind of really want to open this door, because if we could get fresh water from in here, we could spend a little while clearing this place. Let's try again. We'll just try one more time. It is spending a lot of our daylight trying to open this door. Yeah, it keeps breaking. That door's closed. That door's locked. This one's locked. Okay. Staircases are so dangerous. As we stepped onto the staircase, a military zombie pilot took a whack at us from below. Okay, staircases are just much too dangerous. I'll turn safe mode on real quick while we're moving quickly. Okay, turn safe mode off. You know what? I'm just gonna leave safe mode on. Okay, there's a bunch of zombies downstairs. Zombie officer. An officer dressed in the shredded blue dress of a uniform of naval officer. This undead corpse has evidently a higher ranking crewman in life, having more than likely not been clad in body armor. The result now staggers before you. Horrific wounds exposed to the air, large portions of flesh and muscle ripped from its glistening skin. Oh. The only problem is that there's like 3 doors open down there. That kind of terrifies me. I'm really shocked that we haven't run into more ferals. Right? What is that? Feral crewman. Oh my gosh, there are so many zombies in that room beyond. Let's wait just one moment. Push this guy backwards. Take down the feral. Silently and deadly. There's another feral crewman in there. We're in very dark light. Are we currently concentrating on night eyes? We are. We're in a little bit of pain. We'll take one step forward. Okay. Peeking. Looks like we have far more problems than we can deal with. We're going back out and close the door. Oh, Aiden is shaking, partially with excitement, partially with fear, as he knows one wrong move in this place would spell his instantaneous demise. East and below, we hear a smash. Something just got broken. Aiden is speechless as he opens a door to one of the main wings, the main areas of this aircraft carrier. He knew there could be hundreds, but they're just beyond this door. A feral marine. 2 feral marines. 3 feral marines. Oh. If we were to step out this door, we would die instantaneously as a hail of gunfire from these marines that are feral, meaning they still have rifles to fire and the knowledge of how to do it, would descend upon us. We're going to close that door, and to be honest, we're going to run. They could open that door at any point. Okay. So anywhere else we can travel that isn't the main area. We might be able to get farther south. We know this room is dangerous, and we've seen now that the door's open, so that room's even more dangerous than I previously thought. Yeah, it looks like we might be able to go a little bit farther south. through this area. Oh, but we have a stopgap right here. This wall right here will stop us. This might be the end of our excursion here. At least for now. We know that, oh my god, it's so big too, and it was so close to shore this entire time. That is truly amazing. Oh, okay. So as much as I hate to do it, as much as I really want to keep exploring this, I think it is just literally the worst possible idea known to man. We are going to get back onto our craft, take control of the raft, and move away from the aircraft carrier. We will return, though. The major thing I want to return with is armor that has a ballistic rating. Right now, our armor, like our ballistic vest, for example, does have a decent ballistic rating of 21. And the plates inside, which only have a 27% chance of coverage, have 50. But if they shoot us anywhere other than the chest, we'll probably lose that body part. You have to remember still that Aiden is flimsy and, a poor healer. So if we were to get shot by an assault rifle, we would hear a blam and then see darkness. We would die so quickly. So incredibly quickly. Oh. We see some Haplo-Smashosaurus. Someone had fun naming that one. We're going to use the slowing down trick again to turn. I do think, though, that this is a good time as any for us to end the episode today. Hayden has found a cache of resources that is as dangerous as it will be lucrative in the middle of the ocean. This is not the distant locale that we were imagining. This is not our destination. We are still far, far from our destination, although we can almost see it now hovering in the distance. Only 100 meters, 100 map tiles north now. Aiden is waterlogged and wide awake after his harrowing trip through a zombified aircraft carrier. Only a short distance away is our long-awaited goal. Hopefully it will be worth the effort, since our narration keeps hyping it up. Or at least we will learn some lore about Cataclysm. Aiden is slowly rowing away from the aircraft carrier that we just previously dangerously and recklessly explored, moving off into the lake. Our next destination is likely going to simply be this distant image that we had in our mind of a place that we can find more information about the Azodi and perhaps more information about ourselves. We will still be looking for other points of interest out here on the water, but I just feel like the chances that we find two things as interesting as that seem very low. We are seeing a lot of dinosaur zombies, though, so we do still need to take our time. We have managed to get vehicles 1 by piloting this. Those guys are a little bit closer than I want them to be. Ideally, I want them to be miles and miles away from me. Despite all of the excitement of this morning, it is still only 7 a.m. There's a water strider currently distracting an Allosaurus. I think we can head north here and sort of skirt between multiple groups of dinosaurs. Yeah. All of these dinosaurs are zombies. I wonder if, because a lot of these are land dinosaurs, I wonder if they drowned. They tried to escape the zombie hordes out in the water, only to drown and become part of the hordes themselves in a strange twist of irony. Aiden sees a few more of those pteranodons, and I don't know if those are hostile. So, to be honest, they're predators, right? There's another named zombie over there. We are really skirting between two groups of zombies here, and that one's sort of moving towards us. So, are all of these slower than us? Whatever this American ammo named zombie is about as fast as us. So we need to watch out. Ooh, fog. That's actually very useful to us. The fog is great. It lowers our vision, but it also lowers their vision of us. We can't see things from as far away, sure, but I think honestly, in the grand scheme of things, the fog is a good thing, because we know Aiden has an idea, like a beacon in his mind of where he is heading. So we know our heading. We don't have to worry about knowing where to exit this lake. More pteranodons. Okay, let's head south. So the major concern here is simply avoiding things. We haven't seen any other points of interest on the lake yet. And crossing this has been... After we left the incredibly high danger of the aircraft carrier, it has been otherwise a fairly peaceful journey, an almost meditative journey, as Aiden's mind ends up racing across thoughts of what we could potentially find on the far shore. We know nothing about the Idzodi. We know that we were told to seek them, and we were given this black crystal. Perhaps it has something to do with psionics. Perhaps it has something to do with the Cataclysm in general. Perhaps they're not even going to be friendly. They may be hostile. They may be the cause of the Cataclysm. All of these things and more Aiden is considering as he canoes across the ocean. Or at least what he feels like is an ocean with how freaking huge this lake is. I think we must be farther out. Okay, where's that Pteranodon? Far to the west, okay. We must be farther out in the water now because we're seeing a few less zombies. And as I say that, we do see a sauropod zombie, which is chasing a bird directly towards us. We're going to move as far north as we can, as quickly as we can there. Whew. Okay, so the fog has some downfall to us after all. We know that this distant location is not the Idzodi. We do not feel like the Idzodi is our final destination, at least not today, but we do know that this distant location is going to be pivotal in Aiden learning more about the Idzodi. Oh, that's a sea zombie. I need to go slower. Slow down, back up, and go north. Someone suggested that we get a electric motor and put it on here to basically make an electric boat. Now that we know that this aircraft carrier is here, I do think making a stronger and more powerful and more long-term boat seems like a great idea. We'll probably leave paddles on the boat in order to be able to move it still. I did also notice that the boat must weigh more because we're only going 5 miles per hour now instead of 6. So the weight matters whenever you're pedaling it, I assume. But with an electric motor, we can probably go 30 or 40 miles per hour, and we can make crosses across this lake much easier. Okay. The fog has disappeared. There's an armored Issy in the distance. And there's still a zombie one as well. So we're going to head directly. Okay, we have some Pteranodons to the west. Still don't see any other points of interest out here. We're just going to avoid all of these as best as we can. And I do apologize for having to be so zoomed out. I normally do not like playing this way for the sake of YouTube, but it's the only way for me to realistically be able to pilot. Because if I were to go into here, it's claustrophobic, and I'm going to pilot myself directly into a terrible threat that will end Aiden's life deep at sea. We're so close now. We can see it in the distance. We can also see a bunch of very scary looking zombies in the distance too. Okay, so we'll keep turning. It does seem like, is that coming towards us? Doesn't matter too much because it is slower than us. It is not coming towards us. Okay, we've lost it off to the northeast. If you're curious how I'm tracking that, this compass down here shows you where things are using their initials. And if it shows up, I believe it's red, then they are hostile to you and they're currently seeing you. I've been using that in order to have kind of a quick way of knowing whether something sees us. Okay. I think we will head north here. Skip past that one. I feel like we've been getting relatively lucky that all of the hordes are far enough away from each other. I'm sorry. What? Zombie freight train. Number 1 and number 2. Massive 4-legged zombie dinosaur corpse with a square head and an even bulkier frame. Its entire body bulges with distended muscles and swollen, festering wounds. What? Fatally dangerous, huge, grab, has head. Okay. You can imagine that the reason why they're called zombie freight trains is Aiden sees one and immediately imagines that it kind of reminds him of a hulking freight train, except made of flesh and scales. And we want nothing to do with that. As we're getting closer, we do see land. More importantly, we see an island. Depending on how large this body of land is, we may... It seems very small. We may stop though, mostly because I'm curious. We'll maybe not stop completely, but we may get close enough in order to kind of examine it. Seeing hulking, terrifying, monstrous dinosaurs is starting to become sensitizing for Aiden, as we have seen so many now that doesn't even bat an eye whenever he sees one of these creatures rising up out of the tides. The zombies tall enough to stand at the bottom of the lake. That's how I imagine that we're seeing them. Their hulking forms making massive shadows in the lake. Their size alone making them large enough that they can simply walk above it. You see, wait, a living Ceratosaurus. Interesting. A living Pteranodon. I don't know if it's going to live for long. Ah, yes. Speaking of, it's dead. There is a massive death over there. Oh, is that the coast? Lakeshore. Oh, okay. I know the island is close by, but our destination, this burning beacon of knowledge in our mind, is even closer. I simply must know. Aiden must know what it is. We are seeing a forest. Lakeshore. We're going to have to find a good place to land. Landing in the forest might actually be a good idea. Well, I say that, but there is an absolutely massive horde of zombies in our way. Hold on. We're going to go farther south first. Apparently, we have traveled 4,800 squares at sea. Nice. We are properly a sailor. It looks like there's some swampland to the south. Aiden knows well enough to avoid swampland. It seems like water of any kind, large bodies of water of any kind, seems to attract zombie dinosaurs. The forest would probably be a very good place to land because we're going to guarantee ourselves to have some coverage. Even if there's like a small horde in the forest, simply moving between the trees would probably give us enough coverage in order to run from anything that might chase us. These named dinosaurs are truly terrifying. We are so close now. The forest is blocking our sight of our destination, though. Okay. So we're going to pull the same trick as last time. What is a mossling? It is not hostile. A dog-sized mass of lichen and plant matter ambling about it on a series of short limbs. It looks around the forest floor for fallen leaves to eat. Just a bit of out-of-game information. I did record this episode and the previous episode at the same time, so if you've given me any tips last episode, I have not been able to apply them yet. It being the holiday season, I had the time. Okay, we're going to come into about here, slow down, stop driving, make sure we remember the vehicle position. I am going to take some of our food with us, because we don't know how long we're going to be out here, and make sure that does look like our thing is full. I think, can I put this in here? Unable to fit. Okay. We have our axe out. In fact, I'm actually going to eat a little bit of food because it's summertime, so we should be able to pick food on our way. And we're going to go ahead and turn on safe mode and start heading through the forest towards our destination. Aiden is wrapped with anticipation. He doesn't know what to expect from this place that he saw during the throes of the portal storm, the dreams that he was given afterwards. He knows not what he is in store for. There's just a hole in the ground. As I've said before, we know that this is going to be able to be a place that grants us information about the Zodi. And we are so close now. It feels like it's been forever since we learned of this location, and we have finally arrived. Ahead, he sees massive concrete walls, a lake flowing out of one side of the building, and stained glass windows. He whispers to himself, "What the hell is this place? This is not a place that feels like it belongs in the Cataclysm, as the name of it seems familiar in his mind, in his dream. We found a forge of wonders. And there's a giant stag beetle to the south. We're going to avoid that. Turn off safe mode for a second. And turn it back on. Ahead, guarding this building, we do see a Forgeborn, the most elaborate, gaudy, and overwrought clockwork creature that you've ever seen. Each one of its face designed in a mask displaying a single emotion. Blades extend from its wrists in combat. But they don't seem hostile. Knowing that this is maybe not a good idea, we are going to go ahead and store our axe. We don't want these to, we don't want these to think we are hostile. We open the front door. It seems like we're welcome. You see a dwarf and Bracken, whatever the hell that is. This place is interesting. Is anyone here that we can talk to? Who are you? Valzane of Siam, Forge Lord. Let's talk. Welcome to the Forge of Wonders. What are you doing here? Well, here and now, I am the law. And the law is that people purchase my goods. They take them out into the world and they die. Or they return to buy more of my goods. Either way, I write poetry about them. Good day. I have some stories for you? Excellent. What new stories have you brought me? Nothing. Let's trade. So we do know... I'm gonna go ahead and say that Valzane probably tells us this, because realistically, the game never tells you this. But Valzane pretty much only... Like, if you look at all of our items here, none of them are really worth... Our tactical backpack's worth something, but I'll tell you why in a second. Nothing's worth anything, right? Which is strange, right? Because if you go and look at an item, okay, that's a bad example. If you don't look at an item, the barter value is $3, but Valzane only wants it for 8 cents. However, there is an exception. There are denarii. Denarii are a changeable currency that always cost 25 to buy from Valzane and the Forge of Wonders, and always cost 25 to sell to Valzane and the Forge of Wonders. Valzane himself is not a good person to sell to, because he doesn't buy anything for anywhere even remotely close to its price. But he does sell wonders, truly wondrous items, magical items that can do things that simply nothing else can. And there are a few things that I would be interested in finding here, specifically a Ring of Strength. A Ring of Strength +3 would be amazing, but even +1 would be a significant boon for Aiden, as he is very weak. However, that costs 1,900, and looking at our 13 denarii, we only have about 325 as it is right now. This would be a good time to potentially learn, for example, the fundamentals of Technomancy. That would give us a few very nice spells, including Knife Shot, which is a spell that I would very much like to play with. And Technomancy is something that very much interests Aiden, as far as all of the magic is concerned. The other one that might be interesting to us would be something like Lightning Bolts. Lightning Bolt as a Storm Shaper spell, or Wind Running, which would give us more stamina. I'm going to have a quick out-of-game note here. Wind Running has a special interaction with psionics, and I do not mean like the two mods have an intended interaction. I mean more of the fact that Wind Running does something for a psion that is very synergistic. It is actually so synergistic that I worry it might make our run very easy for a very long time. I am specifically not going to buy Wind Running right now. However, I'm going to leave it open to my comments section and the people who are watching to know how powerful you would like us to be via magic. We've already played Vellum, a wizard, in a past, and he was very powerful via magic. Wind Running would give me stamina regeneration to an absolutely insane degree for a very short period of time, meaning that we'd be able to repeatedly and consistently use our psionics. It would probably be better, because of our power of our psionics, than almost every single spell in the entire game for us. That's how strong it would be, because on top of everything else, it's also a very cheap spell, costing less than 100 mana at high levels and lasting a very long time, upwards of 5 to 6 minutes, which, if you know anything about Cataclysm, is an entire fight. We'd be able to use our psionics constantly. It's a very powerful spell specifically for psions. So let me know how you guys feel about this in the comments. I do think that we are going to pick up some Technomancy. In fact, this is not the ideal book for Technomancy. I would like to find... There's a larger book to Technomancy that I would potentially like to find. But it doesn't look like they have it right now. I've never seen Book of the Trees before. That's very interesting. That's like a full Druid book. There's a full Technomancy book that's pretty nice. There's the full Stormshaper book. Air Bubble would be a great Storm Shaper spell, because that lets us breathe underwater. And I don't want to lean too hard into magic this time, but I do want some magic items, and I want some augmentation. The alternative is that instead of buying these, we could simply save up for a ring of strength. +1 E would be amazing, and then eventually we save up for a +3. Yeah, let me know what you guys think in the comments below. I am very torn on this particular decision, and as you guys are my audience, and I'm mainly honestly making this playthrough to entertain you guys, your opinion means a lot to me. And I will say that if we do decide to take some magic, specifically take wind running, I will be taking magic either way. I find magic to be very interesting, but we're probably going to be aiming for more support spells, right? If we do take wind running, we will be very strong for quite a while. We will go from the struggle that Aiden has felt so far to being very powerful. We'll still be very flimsy, but our offense will be pretty unmeasurable. Although we will probably run into, instead of running out of stamina, we're going to run into another attunement really fast. Like we're going to burn so many calories, guys. We're going to burn so many calories. And as we get stronger in the bionics, we're going to lose more and more mana. So, you know, we're going to be keeping our spells to basically be fully utility. But Aiden does come up and speak to the next person that seems to be interested in speaking to us, which is Helen Tavril, former pirate and forge lord. What are you doing here? A lifetime of plunder has brought me many a strange item that you can have for unbeatable prices. Well, shiver me timbers then. That seems rude, Aiden. Why would you say that? So, Helen Tarville here is one of the people that actually does offer full price whenever you sell them things. I don't know if I have anything on me right now. We can look at these maps and sell these. That would give us 15. I do like selling things in batches of 25 though, because one of the things that you'll notice is that we can have credit with these people, but if we leave the credit here long enough that they're stock refills, which I think is a week, people can confirm or deny that for me in the comments. But if we leave their credit long enough for their stock to refill, you will also lose the credits with them. And that's at least what I've been told. I've never seen it happen, but I've been told that's how it works. So I am likened to believe that that is how it works. They're going to mostly sell materials. So if you want to get into magical crafting, this is going to be your go-to person. I think I'm just going to end the trade, and we're going to look for the one of the last two people here. Next, we find the librarian. Librarian A. I keep Valzane's books. There are many floors of bookshelves in his pocket dimension. These happen to be the ones I think it's most likely he'll read soon. I can sell some that we have copies of. What are you doing here? I organize the books. I sell extra books. Once, when we still lent books, I would hunt down those with late books to return. Yeah, she's probably terrifying. And we have a bunch of books in here for Holy Blade. That would teach me Mage Blade for cheap, which is something that I've been considering would be Mage Blade. It's a technomancy spell that basically summons a lightsaber, and the idea of a lightsaber very much interests Aiden. And if we find a consistent way to get here, she would be an amazing person to manage to make a lot of money, with the only problem being that she often doesn't have very many denarii. She's 31 right now. That's probably the most I've ever seen her have. And we can sell books to her for a very, very high price. Almost all books. In fact, there's some weird ones that you wouldn't even think of that she likes quite a lot. However, Aiden is drawn to this tent as he realizes that this building was where he was interested in. But this one tent right here, behind the smoky door with what appears to be incense wafting out, we know that this is what we were seeking. And as we open, we see Mary Maken, a diviner. Are you looking for something in particular? Yes, I know who you are. I've seen you in my dreams. Can you help me find something? Perhaps. What do you seek? I mean, I kind of want to ask about a god, but we're going to ask about a man-made structure. Seeking to pick around your civilization's corpse, and we asked for the location of the Edzodi. And we asked about who they are, too. And Mary Maken, a diviner, she is perfectly fine in sharing information with us for a cost. But she'll tell us a little bit at first. Fellow travelers between realities, those ones. At first I thought they would be competition, but they seem to have little interest in the things we at the Forge value. Nowadays we barely interact with them, except in the rare occasions when we find a group of them marooned in between the worlds. Poor things are almost always driven completely insane by the time we can mount a rescue. Nevertheless, it's the law of the sea out there, as far as Valzane is concerned. They seem to have set up shop not too far from here. I'll mark it on your map for 1 denarius. You might want to check the magic item store for an amulet of comprehend languages before you go. Then again, we might be out of that right now. It's a deal. We have a new mission. Visit the Idzodi. Distance to active mission, 123 tiles. It is far, far, far to our south. Ground level entrance to the Idzodi. It has been 2 weeks, 15 days since Aiden has entered the Cataclysm and has begun his survival, and the entire time the words seek the Idzodi have been imprinted in his mind, and finally we can properly and directly seek the Idzodi. But they are so far away that seeking them is going to be a mission. It's going to be a task. Actually, that's a good point. How far away are they from... they're pretty close to home, to be honest. We may have to move closer to the Idzodi. They are people that we are going to be very interested in. I want to ask you about other things, though. I'm sorry, you said that one of the options that we can ask you is about a god? What? Let's talk about Lovecraftian horrors. There are these city-sized creatures called void leviathans that live in the vast nether regions between realities. Sometimes they used to wash up on the earths that have recently had a cataclysm. Cursed all kinds of trouble they did, so Valzane made it so they would spawn underground instead. But I haven't seen any of them in quite a while. Perhaps they retreated deeper into the empty parts of the nether? Sorry, I haven't seen any in this reality yet. I can't help you. About something else then. What? Sorry, what's... The malignance is the cause for much of our woes. It is the force animating the zombies. It is responsible for the portal storms, and it seems to be absolutely bursting with hate. As she mentions portal storms, Aiden has a thought of, oh, I think I met it just recently. It told me to find you. Well, that's not concerning. Valzane theorizes that it used to be a fundamental force of nature, or perhaps a school of magic that somehow grew conscious, or perhaps a consciousness imposed on it. Allegedly, the Migos speak of a time before it existed, or perhaps a time in which it wasn't so dangerous. By now, it is everywhere on Earth. As far as I can tell, it builds no structure and has no bases of operation, so there is no place I can point you towards. About something else then. There are some dangerous locations we can ask about. And, we're super curious. So she didn't tell us about a Balrog mine, and I just want to know where it is. I'm not saying we're gonna go fight a Balrog, but I just want to know where a Balrog is. Now, there's not a lot I can tell you about this one. There's some sort of demonic beast living in this cave, but it only surfaces occasionally, and the heavy metals in the cave walls interfere with my scrying. There might be treasure down there, or there might not be, but there is certain to be danger. I'll mark it on your map for 1 denarius. It's a deal. Let's see where that is. The Balrog. It is pretty far south as well. Oh, Areima, I did not previously know this before, but apparently the Balrog mine is underneath the Idzodi. Well, knowledge is power. At least we know, right? Maybe we tell them. Maybe we tell them whenever we get there. Okay, one last thing I want to talk to you about, because Aiden is a massive freaking nerd, and knowing that there's possible... Sorry, Kraken? I didn't even know that was there. We want to know about swamp dragons as well. You fancy yourself a dragon slayer? Well, not right now. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. It's my understanding that these use a lot of acid, so be prepared for that. And remember that the body parts of dragons are quite valuable, even the blood. So you might want to bring something to keep said blood in, and bleed the corpses before you butcher. I'll mark it on your map for a single denarius. Okay, what are we looking at here? 70 tiles to the west. Okay, that's actually pretty achievable from the base camp location of the Idzodi. One of the last things we want to ask about is a lab. There are several types of labs, and she is able to tell us about several of them. She speaks of deeply buried secret installations where shady government organizations conduct unethical experiments free from moral constraints. Did such places really exist before the Cataclysm, or did humanity's collective mistrust, superstition, and conspiracy theories cause the portal storms to dream these places into existence? I honestly can't tell, but I suppose it doesn't matter now. These places do exist, and are ripe with mysteries, danger, and loot. You'll have to specify which kind you're looking for. Well, we know that Central Labs, Ice Labs, and Nether Labs sound more impressive than just a normal lab, so we're going to ask for a normal lab and pay a denarius for that as well. It sounds like the closest normal lab is 180 dials to the southwest. Okay. That one's pretty far out. I think we're more worried about the Idzodi and the things that they can offer us more so than the lab, but there was a chance that the lab was going to be very, very close, which is why we asked about it. Now, knowing that this is the kind of situation we're in, and we've spent just a handful of denarii on asking for locations of things, but realistically speaking, we have achieved our goal here. Before we leave, I do want to pick up one spellbook from Valzane here. Although, instead of picking up a spellbook, I just realized we have 225. We could pick up an enchanted weapon. Now, there's a good side and a bad side to picking up an enchanted weapon. The enchanted weapons are going to be really strong for us. But if they break, there's no way in 17 hells we'll ever be able to repair one anytime soon. So this one would require... Oh, actually, this one's only steel, so we can repair it with an integrated welder, arc welder, and steel, which we do have that now. A +2 Kukri would have a pretty incredible hit bonus with incredible hot cuts with base moves of 78s. I kind of want the +2 Lucerne Hammer because I don't know if you can do math, but that's 91 damage with a +1 to hit. That will one-shot. This Lucerne Hammer in the inexperienced hands of Aiden will one-shot most basic zombies. That's insane. It's also 1,000, so we can't afford it anyways. But it is very tempting to pick up the Kukri here. The aluminum bat is also very funny because it's 26 bashing damage, but I think between the two, I think I prefer the Kukri because the Kukri will cause bleeding wounds. And then can we also afford one copy of the Fundamentals of Technomancy? We cannot. Okay. Give me a moment to trade with some of the people around here, and I'm going to see if we can figure out that money. Okay, so something just happened. We just used the Air satellite map, and I actually have never encountered this before. It's revealed everything in this satellite grid. I mean, there's a couple of spots that are not revealed, which is very interesting to me. I'm curious if there's something there. But it just revealed literally almost everything around Ire. Oh, I see. So it's not revealing points of interest that we haven't been to. It's just revealing the landscape, which does mean that we now have an idea of how to get to the Idzodi as well. All we have to do is cross from Lao, which is where we live, across all of Ire, which is a massive island city. That's very cool. Across Bar Harbor, across Oshnet, and to this. Alternatively, we boat there. There does seem to be about half a dozen islands out in the water as well, including one island with 2 cabins on it. I've been bouncing around the idea of having an island home, and the idea of an island home with 2 cabins on it might actually be something worthwhile checking out, and the fact that these are also unexplored tiles means that there's stuff there too. So I think after this, the next destination may be to go south. What is that? A freshwater research station. That's also very interesting. Go south and investigate all these water locales, if possible, on the way to the Idzodi. Okay, we bought the fundamentals of Technomancy from Valzane, and we're going to store it, and then he doesn't really seem to mind us doing this. We're going to just immediately sell it back to the librarian, which won't give us all of our denarii back, but it will give us a discount back. And then whenever we get back home, we're going to want to make sure to store this so that we don't lose it. Otherwise, that would actually have been a waste to some degree. Yeah, we bought it for about 90 and we can sell it for about 30. And we'll go ahead and anytime you want to trade with these, you'll want to press the plus button to get some denarii. And we left 9 credits in there, but there's a good chance that we'll probably be back for more. One thing that I have realized that we could do if we wanted to is that Aiden does see that there is a small town just nearby here. We could loot it for books and food and like basic supplies, and then come back and sell those books at the forge here until we get 1 or 2 items that we want before leaving. That might actually just be a very good idea. How much room do we have in our backpack right now? Not a lot, to be honest. You know what? Let's just go ahead and do it, though. We'll equip our Crash Axe, which does do 30 damage, so it's much better than our spear. And we will move into town. We're not going to take the moment to learn any of our spells yet. Magic is not a high priority for Aiden. He finds it funny and interesting to learn magic, but... Ooh, an acidic ant. Small dog-sized mutant brown ant with a swollen abdomen that ends with a small orifice at the tip. It's currently not hostile, but we don't know if it's going to be hostile in general. We do see a tough zombie, though. And more acidic ants. We're going to let the tough zombie come out to us, lure it out into the forest here, because we don't know how many... Ooh. The acidic ants are killing the zombies, though. It's great to see. We went in to attack with the axe, just trying it out, and we immediately got bit for it. It does do a lot of damage, though. I'd like to point out that each swing with the axe is doing 30 to 40 damage. Sorry, 20 to 40 damage against these guys. So it is significantly worth it, I would say. Let's back up to a place where we have some shrubbery to our advantage here. Let him step into it. Take him down. Okay, we need to treat this wound now. Use some antiseptic. Very easily treated. Okay. Ooh, some morphine. We can probably sell that too. What the hell is that? Pseudo-terrain. Strange. Move up to this guy. Take him down. We are going to put our search term back in. Let's head into the building. Again, we're kind of on a loot-only spree here. Do I have a flashlight on or something? Why is this so bright in here? Does this building not have a ceiling? That's super strange. I'm not sure what's causing everything to be so bright. We're fully inside a building or during the day, and it's foggy outside. I'm not sure why it's so bright in here. I don't have a flashlight, or else I'd be emitting light myself. Yeah, that's a little strange. A little strange. We're gonna peek down the stairs here. I don't see anything immediately. We do see this boomer out here. Aiden's going to just very casually yeet it into the wall. Sedative. We do see a decayed zombie up there. Some Kevlar shears. Some welding wire. It's very nice. Kevlar shears gives us some pretty nice... that's a lot of welding wire. Holy crap. There's also a charcoal smoker here. I'd very much like to be able to take that, but it's too heavy. And... okay, this dog is a bigger problem, as Aiden spots it coming in at the last moment. And shoves it back into the window that it came from. We're going to store the Outdoor Survival book, and then if we examine it, we can see the barter value down here, which means that it's worth about 17. That's... considering the fact that we can now actually sell this stuff, that's pretty good. And books are going to sell for the most right now, and then also weapons. Now, mind you, books can be pretty heavy, but weapons can be even heavier. Okay, this building is not as lit up. That was just a strange situation there. I do see a 300 battery. We're going to go ahead and take that. This looks like this used to be a pretty nice house. I will say the acidic ants, as long as they don't attack us, are pretty good for us, because they seem to be taking out quite a few of the nearby undead. And we're already overburdened. Of course we are. And we really need to get rid of a lot of the stuff that we're carrying. We could find a metal frame and add another box to our ship. That would be a pretty significant boon to the amount of stuff that we would be able to carry home with us. Alternatively, if we do end up buying a weapon from the Exodi here... ooh... that's a zombie dinosaur right there. What the hell is that? Oh, there's a mass grave over there. Well, fuck, we just don't want to mess with that. Aiden is going to start running and get away from that zombie dinosaur. Hopefully, we saw a bunch of guards at the Forge of Wonders. Hopefully, if something does end up following us back to the Forge of Wonders, the Forge itself and their guards may be able to assist us. Maybe be able to assist us in fending off whatever comes with us. I think we're going to sell the morphine to the pirate, which is not a sentence I've said before, but doesn't really surprise me too much. I just feel like she's going to have more to do with it. Oh, she actually doesn't care too much about it. It's only a $1.30. Well, let me surprised. Well, we'll just head over to the librarian then. We only ended up getting 1 dinar off of her for all of that, so I do think that it's going to be quite a bit of a struggle to get stuff, but we do see, as we have explored the area a little bit, that there is a limo shelter here. There's a goblin encampment and an anthill. Seeing the goblin encampment, we wonder that since the Forge of Wonders is a more magical, more medieval place, perhaps visiting the goblin encampment might be a better idea. Maybe we can sell the items that they have there for more. But either way, I think that is going to be it for today. Next time, I believe we're going to do a little bit more at the Forge of Wonders here. And then once we have gotten a few of the items we want, and I've seen some responses in the chat about how people feel about magic items and magical spells, we will probably move south towards the Edzodi next. The Forge of Wonders, a home of magic and learning. Kind of like Harry Potter, but cooler. After the overwhelming majority of people have voted on getting Windrunning, we went ahead and picked it up. We put it into our archive and learned it. What it does is whenever we cast it on ourselves, we will be gaining a Windrunning buff. It gives us plus 20 speed, and it's going to give us a significant stamina recovery. I do think that the speed and the duration go up as I level it, but I don't think the stamina recovery does. It's kind of hard to tell because Magicalism doesn't exactly have a good spell spoiler thing. We are going to be heading over to the Goblin encampment then, and I will meet you guys there. One thing I do want to point out though is that there is a feature that's actually, I believe, not bound by default. Right here it says toggle auto travel mode. If you bind this and turn it on, now whenever I'm moving through the forest, I'm going to automatically step away from trees, which makes moving through forests a lot easier. You just don't want to leave it on all the time because otherwise you're going to be moving very inaccurately. You can also press Shift W on the map and then Shift W again to travel to a point far away. The last note is that the overworld travel there does automatically use your safe mode settings that you have set up. As Aiden gets some eyes on this encampment, we are seeing that there's some sort of rammed earth wall around it. So we're going to try and figure out where the entrance of this is. There is only one entrance, it looks like. Ooh, magenta sauropod juveniles and a zombie cop. If those survive the nearby zombies, that might actually be a good source of food. It does look like there is quite a few zombies fighting them though. So currently they're alive, but they might not survive for long. They're far enough away that I'm not too worried about it. We're going to come up here and grab this gate pulley and open the main gate. And let's take a look at what we have here. Oh, that's actually a lot already. 3 of the goblin warriors can see us, and the rest kind of can't. But we already see Denarius on the ground. Yeah. And a gallon tank. And there's already a bunch of stuff in here that we want. This is going to be a pretty profitable excursion if Aiden can get a lot of this done. We're going to go ahead and put Windrunning on us, minute 25, and let them kind of come in. Oop, and we accidentally shoved that guy too far. Shoved that guy back into the wall using our new increased stamina. Oh, we actually can find the body. It's inside a wall, but it is there. I wonder if those scrap helmets are worth anything. As Aiden just clears out a lot of them very quickly. And then one of these guys did actually manage to get in on us because I wasn't paying attention. As Aiden just with the power of the magically increased stamina, we kind of just took all of those guys out pretty much immediately. Without really much need for worrying about our stamina almost at all. Let's see. The slingers are going to be slightly a problem. We're going to actually run back out cast Wind Running on ourselves again, which we are losing concentration on. We need to probably level that up in between fights. We have a 50% chance of failure right now. The slingers are going to manage to get some damage off on me. I want to draw these guys back, shove that guy against the wall. The goblins don't have much HP, so they're just kind of getting immediately destroyed. They're also pretty fast, though, so despite the fact that we're also very fast, we are not outspeeding them right now. But we're definitely outdamaging them, as Aiden is just ripping them to shreds with his psionic abilities. It's kind of a massacre, to be honest. I think that one survived. Yes, he did. I'll back up a little bit. Already have most of our stamina back that we spent. Is that a chieftain? Yeah, that's why he's surviving. Okay, but he's down now. A chieftain might actually have something nice. No, he still only has scrap cross. We're going to wait specifically to get our health back. Seems like there is a goblin warrior. Send him backwards, immediately killing him. Cast Wind Running again. It's an incredibly cheap spell for how powerful it is. And the 20%, the 20 extra speed also means that it's kind of making our abilities in general not as costly. The speed is kind of a unique and interesting stat in this game. It's a little hard to explain how it works. There's entire tutorials on it, and if I explain it, I can almost guarantee that I'm going to get it wrong. Aiden feels very little to no remorse about this absolute massacre, though, because, I mean, he's read Goblin Slayer. He knows how awful goblins are. So awful that it's not even worth, like, talking about out loud, because it's truly, truly disgusting little creatures. And Aiden kind of just immediately assumes that these goblins that he's finding out here are more or less the same as what he's read about in fiction. I'll eat all these guys back. Oh, it's because Wind Running wore off. Okay. Let's see. It costs 104 moves. Should be able to get it. Yeah. Managed to get it off before they got to us. Take down the warrior. Send this guy back. Gives us time to get our stamina back. Take him down. We got a few hits off on us. That's not the worst thing in the world. Re-up our buff. It's probably going to level really fast with how much we're going to be using it. It is pretty much a very dominant strategy to be casting Wind Running as often as possible. We want to leave just a few of these out here. If we had to melee all these guys, it would have been a completely different affair. Man, they just keep giving us scrap stuff. I know that it's possible for them to give us other stuff. Like, the chieftains often have more interesting items, and I'm not sure why. I'm kind of getting bad luck here, I guess. Aiden sort of reminds himself of Akira here now, as he is just annihilating these things with the force of his mind, barely even putting any effort into this. Looks like we aggroed a few more. Man, look at this carnage already. It's still 10:30 in the morning, and we've killed so many. Shooting rocks at us, but mostly deflecting. As soon as I say that, of course, they managed to get a bleeding wound off on us, but the repair nanites take care of it. I'm surprised we haven't got any nether attunement yet, as we are shoving them time and time and time again. And there we go. Quarterstaff +1. That is a great example of the kinds of things that we can get from these guys, as we're going to move that into a square where we can see that in the future, because we don't really have the ability to pick it up right now. We have 95 mana left, enough for just a few more Wind Runnings. Honestly, this guy we can just take down. Our Crash Axe. I'm going to probably stop mentioning all the times that we cast Wind Running. Pretty much just assume, are we starting a fight? Yes. Okay, we cast Wind Running. Do we have any Nether Attunement yet? No. Also, I apparently seem to have failed my Wind Running. Continuously failing it. Oh, because we're in pain. That's why. We need to wait a moment. Yeah, the pain and focus is going to be, again, just pain in general is going to be our worst enemy in this run. Far worse than anything else. Pickaxe +1. Okay. Pull that out so we can see it in the future. We saw a message in our dialogue there that Aiden felt like someone was watching us, which I think is part of Nether Attunement. And as I warned, Nether Attunement is going to be more of a problem than stamina is. Looks like there is a way up there. A few more goblin warriors. Send that one flying. You need to reposition around this one. Kind of just keeping an eye on my statuses, as I don't want to get Nether Attunement too high. Nether Attunement actually has this property to it where, wow, too heavy to pick up? Oh, yeah, we're actually overloaded. Oh, it's probably because of all this food. Yeah, might as well eat a bunch. We have spent a ton of calories. None of that's very useful to us. We'll take the denarius, though. There's so many denarius here, just on the ground, let alone the stuff that we're going to be gaining from the fights here. As Aiden's moving through these goblins, just absolutely massacring them, he does kind of consider this to have been a sort of an act of heroism. It may look like a massacre, but he's saving the world from goblins. Goblins are awful creatures. Just as bad, if not worse, than the zombies that plagued this land. Potassium iodine might be something useful. Of course, we'll pick up every denarius we come across. Apparently, there are 9 denarius around here. That's wild. 9 times 25, you can do the math. We definitely made a good decision to come over here and raid this goblin camp. They likely have raided other magical encampments in the past. Okay, we don't have a wall for this guy. That's a goblin warrior. So we're going to run backwards a little bit here. Kind of move between running and not running. And turn around, get this guy up against the wall, and crush him against that back wall. Catch your breath to make sure that we're not over at spending. We'll definitely be able to buy something nice after all this. Although we are out of mana now. Kill that chieftain. Ooh, that's scary. Go ahead and kill 2 of them right away. The last several are kind of in a bad position here. So we're actually going to back up. I think they can climb ladders, so we're not going to do that. But I do want to get around this wall here. Start slowing down. Let some of my stamina recover with wind running here. Let them get up to me. Shove him backwards. Wait until he's not standing on the corpses. There we go. The sheer amount more that we've been able to force push now that we have the stamina recovery is pretty nice. However, we are out of mana now. We might have to be close to done soon. Or at least just fight more cautiously now. Nothing on these last few. Make sure that we cover stamina in between the fights here. Let's see, we have the quarterstaff on the ground, and then the rest is just scrap arm cards. Because we're in moderate pain, I'm actually going to wait for 5 minutes here. It'll also get us the mana back. We have burned a ton of calories today. I can't even imagine how many calories we've eaten, we've burned through today. Let's head back to this little shack where we ran into all of these guys. Looks like there's this goblin chieftain here. Trying to wind run ourselves and get around him. And grind him into his own tent. Doesn't really look like there's much in here. Looks like this was their sleeping quarters. There's a momentary tinge that Aiden feels, realizing that he just ambushed a bunch of creatures in their sleeping quarters and wiped them out. But it was during the day, so it wasn't like he attacked them in their sleep. Ooh, what's that? A scribbled scroll of Cloak of Frog. Well, it is a Stormshaper scroll, so we can store that and read it later. There's also a standpipe maintenance log. I guess we'll store that. I don't know where it is, though. And we'll sell the scrolls to the librarian. She likes magical scrolls quite a bit. Already got some more denarius. Why do they have so many potassium iodine? I wonder if it just like looks like candy to them because they're kind of blue, right? Let's just check. How many denarius? Oh man, we were at 9 a moment ago. We've gone 10 denarius. So that's 250 usable currency against from this. And we haven't even finished clearing the place out yet. There's normally a little bit more inside here as well. We'll go ahead and use Night Eyes, and we'll do a circuit around the inside of their little fortress here, because the goblins don't really like sunlight very much. They have very good night vision, so they tend to have most of their living quarters inside here. but it seems like we've killed most of them. We only got 2 magic weapons, which is not the best, but it's not bad either. I don't think any of this scrapped armor is going to be any better than our current armor, so I don't think it's going to be worth bringing with us. We might grab like 1 scrap cuirass or something like that and just see how expensive it is. See if it's worth selling. Oh, there is a goblin slinger here. Go ahead and take him out. Only takes 1 force push. And that looks like that's everything. We'll use the search feature real quick to make sure that there's no other denarius laying on the ground. And we're going to have to see about how to pick up these items on our way out. Our lifting field's currently empty. So if I turn off the whitelist on the lifting field, we should be able to pick some stuff up. I think, the issue isn't length or weight right now. I think it's physical poundage because we have like the arc welder and some other stuff on us. So I'm going to wait here until we get back up to 9 strength, and then I should be able to pick this up. Now the quarterstaff is going to be a different matter. If I wield it and put away my other thing, we are overweight because of that. Oh, we're actually not overweight. Wow. We're going to go ahead and mark this as complete because we honestly wiped them out. And we will use the auto walk to get back home. No, we're not. The auto walk is going to take me through town. I don't want that. So we'll go here, and this zombie runner, we lead it to us. We should probably be able to take it out. Yep, there we go. We just need to get it in line with a tree. Just as a quick indication of how powerful the wind running is, 2 pushes cost me like about 1/5 of my stamina, but with wind running, I was doing 10 to 15 pushes before my stamina was running out. It's a pretty big difference, to be honest. And it's only going to get better as my abilities get better, too. Try and cast wind running on ourselves here, because we're going to run out of stamina otherwise, and crush them against the tree. Well, people were asking for a powerful Aiden, and I will say, you've gotten it. This is Aiden as a powerful thing. There's a Walter CCP. I don't really know what that is. It's a gas-delayed semi-automatic pistol. Okay. We're going to take the bullets because someone has recommended to me wisely that taking spare bullets doesn't cost a lot of weight, but is useful because we can deconstruct them to make bullets that we care about in the future. Actually, that's a good point. How much do these weigh? That entire pile weighs 0.4 pounds. So, not really that big of a deal. We are back. We're going to turn on safe mode because I don't want to accidentally walk into a forge worker. And head over to the librarian and sell our stuff and see if there's anything that we can afford. We're going to need about 500 or so in order to be able to afford anything that I still want. And then it's about 2,000 after that to afford the next thing. It might be a moment before we can afford everything we want. We'll go ahead and sell the pickaxe for 25, sell the scribble scroll for 26, and the quarterstaff for 19. On top of that, I'm just going to hit my denarii real quick. So we have 686 right now. Hell yes. We're going to look for dinar and press F1 to trade for some denarii. And the scrap arm guards are worth 3. Interesting. There was a lot of scrap stuff. It would take me a ton of trips to get all of it. But we could technically just go and get all of that scrap stuff from that area over there and sell it. But I'm not sure if it's worth our time at the end of the day. That's kind of the big issue there, is that we would be spending a huge amount of time getting all of that stuff. I also just found out that we can sell the fruits that we've been picking outside to her. Kind of a nice deal. So where are we sitting now? We have 28 denarii. That's, I believe, exactly 700. Let's go check to see if there's a better weapon that we can get. I do know it's 2,000 for a Ring of Strength, which, honestly, the Ring of Strength would be the best possible thing we could get. But it's so far away that I think I would rather get a weapon first. I know Geons have a high blocking ability, and they're pretty strong, and it has a +2 to hit as well. Yeah, I just looked through all of the weapons, and I think the Geon doing 40 damage with a +2 to hit with fairly low base moves per attack. While we have wind running, we'll have 120 move, or 120 speed, so that move will be less than a turn for us. It's complicated how that works. If you want to know, look it up, because again, I'm going to get it wrong if I talk about it, and then, you know, someone's probably going to correct me, or if someone wants to just put into the chat how it works, if you do know and you accurately know, go ahead. It's So move speed plus move cost is fairly complicated. But with a Gian, the only thing we're going to want now is I think if it's a full scabbard, yeah, we need a full scabbard in order to be able to store that very easily. Otherwise, we'll probably store it in our lifting field for now. And I was also told to bring poetry to Valzane, poetry and stories. So we'll have to try that. I've never actually tried bringing that to him. Let's see. Arena strength is 2,000. So it's only a +1, but the +3 is 8,000. So we're going to be looking for, we'll go ahead and accept this trade. We're going to be looking for some Ring of Strength. And the Gian automatically went into our lifting field, which is very nice to see. Also, those bullets I actually just noticed were the correct size. I didn't even notice that we had bullets for our H&K. Our H&K is fairly well damaged, though. We do have a gun repair kit at home. We can attempt to try and repair it. Actually, no, I don't think we do have a firearm repair kit because we didn't have enough stuff. Yeah, the firearm repair kit requires a lot of things. Although we have the portable soldering iron now, which is kind of one of the harder things in there. The metalwork chisel is also kind of difficult. Can we make pipe cleaner? Because I also remember we ran into that pipe cleaner. We just recently got it. So pipe cleaner is pretty easy to make, just takes copper wires. Okay, we have 177 money left, but outside of the goblin encampment here, I don't see another place where we can get a lot of money fast without, you know, moving through these things. So I do think that we're going to move south, and I got a recommendation that this freshwater research station is an incredible base location. So I'm super curious about that. I think we're going to move back to our raft and go check that out. And we'll just keep in mind that there's 2,000 denarii worth of stuff that we want to get from this base. As we were leaving, I noticed that there are fish over here in the water. And they're little, they have this like stream that comes out of the forge area because they have lava forges in here, which is incredibly metal. Not right now, but ideally later we could, I mean, we have plenty of food right now. We have all these strawberries. We could actually use this place between the fish and the you know, infinite source of fresh water. We actually could use this place as a temporary outpost or base. I mean, it is basically completely safe, right? And we would be very heavily guarded. And it would not be like a base. We're not going to like build around it or anything like that because I would actually get annoyed by all the Forgeborn constantly triggering our safe mode. But it would be nice, and Aiden kind of thinks about it for a moment as just like, just kind of a thing to keep in the back of his mind. I'm sorry, a what? We see a leprechaun. Mischievous shoemakers who wear green and love pulling pranks on mortals. It is hostile to us. I wonder if we kill it if we get something. Is it faster than us? Is that what's happening here? It is much faster than us. Well, let's see about that. Let's cast Wind Running on ourselves. Oh, we don't have enough mana to cast Wind Running. Is it so faster than us when we're running? Slower. Okay, let's see if we can catch it. What? Oh, it stepped there. Actually, we can do Far Hand here, right? To pull him back towards us. And the deal here is to catch him at an angle where we can shove him against... Oh, actually, we can shove him against a tree there. And we kill him. I mean, he was hostile to us, right? He didn't have any weapons on him or anything. We also see a giant aphid, a green aphid the size of a rabbit, is constantly searching for plants to suck from. I don't think those are hostile. But there are some honeydews on the ground here. Is that just an edible honeydew? It is. As Aiden is now taken to eating food off the ground. We won't eat it because I think it's huge. And we are going to keep an eye on our calories as well because we spent a lot today. Picked this plum tree. And we might actually pick a few more things just to make sure that we have plenty of food with us. We really need to figure out a way to offload some of this weight. Ideally, in the future, we need to upgrade our raft to have a lot more carrying capacity. Because as it stands, yeah, this folding wooden box here, this folding wooden box is basically completely full. Can we guarantee that we put it in the box? So if we use the advanced menu here, it looks like we can definitely do that. It is at 28.8, so we need something one volume or lower that we can put in there, which I guess at the end of the day is not going to help us too much anyways. I forgot to sell the potassium iodine. We definitely need to get rid of the welding wire. We could put another folding wooden box on the other side. What would it take to add another box? Let's just go ahead and say box. We'll take a wooden frame and some nails, or one steel frame. I don't think we can make a steel frame. Yeah, steel frame is like a whole thing. A wooden frame would just be nails and planks, though. We'll keep that in mind. But for now, Aiden is going to take control of the raft again and move out. We are going to be heading basically directly south. And once again, I apologize, but we're going to have to be moving at max distance. To be honest, I'm probably going to just pass most of this journey, unless something interesting happens. But just to let you guys know where we're going to be heading direct south to this freshwater research location. As we're approaching, we see some interesting messages, as an amphibious truck, some wood cabin cruisers, and another amphibious truck appears to have sank. I'm not sure what's going on there. Okay, we're close enough now that Aiden can see the location. You do see some floating docks, porthole. Ooh, guys, we found a motorboat. Let's see. There's some leaking hulls. Ah, the controls are destroyed. That is no hope for you. But there is a trunk there. We might be able to just pull the trunk off. There's a bicycle alternator. That's interesting. We might be able to pull some of the stuff off of this and add it to our raft. We'll slow down and we'll park. Okay, we'll go ahead and stop driving. Pull out our new Xi'an and check this place out. So we have a porthole. We have a portable generator that's just completely destroyed. Bulkhead door, another portable generator. Can we open this door? We can. How were we able to see inside? Oh, because of the portholes. Okay. Okay, let's see something real quick. So if we were to attempt to remove this trunk here, we'd have an 80% chance to damage it. Is that what that means? We would also need metal sawing and bolt turning to take it off. I will say that this boat floats, but we can't repair the controls. It's actually, I don't need to actually be on it to do this. Let's see. What would we need to repair the controls? We need nuts and bolts and a vehicle controls. Okay. Which, I mean, there's a chance that we could pull it off of something else and we'd have an actual motorboat. It's really appealing. We were already talking about building something like this. Let's see, what's on top? Some satellite dishes, turbines, a TV antenna. What we're going to do is we're actually going to use premonition here and look down. Okay, we don't see anything at the bottom of the stairs. We'll do it again. Oh, okay, there's something here. There's some food here. Because we have a potential target, we're going to cast wind running on ourselves. Once we fail the concentration check. Oh, it's too difficult right now. Oh, our focus is too low. I tried to get my focus up for a moment there, but we're actually kind of struggling to do so. So we're just going to not worry about that. We'll activate Night Eyes here. And to be honest, activate Premonition as well. Okay, there was definitely something here a moment ago. See some socket wrenches, submerged water. Man, an underwater base is kind of an interesting idea. Some bulkheads. Okay, there's definitely things below us. Some bottle openers, mesh colanders, a hot plate. You know, I was thinking about an oceanic base. This is actually a pretty interesting idea. Although I will say that moving onto each bulkhead is slow. I don't know why they're slow. It's the bottom of a submerged structure, and apparently it's very slow to move onto. It's kind of strange, to be honest. But an underwater base would kind of be a very interesting idea. Okay, so there's a creature there, and there's a creature at the bottom of the stairs. They immediately swung at us. This is one of those times where I wish I had a spear. We don't know where we're pushing them back to, but we do hurl them into the darkness here. Oh, you know what? I just realized why our Night Eyes wasn't working. We accidentally had our tablet on because I was reading about wind running. The sound of movement every single time we take a step, because it's counting as like moving over an obstacle, is a little annoying. There's a pool of water. I think that pool of water just leads immediately in a shark suit. It's a massive amount of encumbrance, 15 on the feet and head, and 20 on the arms, legs, and torso. However, it is a lot of protection for each spot. That's kind of interesting. And it fits us, and it actually would go under armor. That's kind of wild. Swimming gloves, wetsuit hood, We're going to take that wetsuit hood because we can disassemble it to try and fix our wetsuit hood and make it a better fit. What are those out there? Oh, those are the pylons for the dock. Okay. I'm worried that this is an airlock. I'm looking at it and I'm like, this might be an airlock. If we open this, we might die? Okay. We're just not going to question that. Air compressor down here. There's no scuba tanks. It's a little unfortunate. The only downfall of a base like this would be the fact that every time we move, we would hear that awful moving sound. And there's not a lot of room for, what's it called? Solar panels either. It's kind of a point as well. Well, we're definitely going to have to keep this in mind as a possible base location. It'd be a very interesting base location. I'll definitely have to keep this in mind. Ski mask. Nothing else super useful here, other than the base itself, to be honest. With that, I do think we are going to move off, take control of the raft again. And the next location I want to check is this unexplored island here. We've learned that whenever the islands are unexplored like that, it means that there was a point of interest that the satellite mapping thing wasn't able to pick up. It's going to be a little bit of a long journey, so once again, I will meet you guys when we get there. As we approach the island, we did unfortunately just find out that it is mostly just swampland. So with that, I think we're going to start moving south, and the last island we'll check before getting to the Edzodi themselves is this one with cabins, because that also might be a good place to settle. It'll already have beds in it, and it should have shelter, and it's on a relatively small island. But the other thing that I like about it is that, similar to Aiden's apartment complex, there's going to be a lot of materials we can scavenge from the cabins in order to set up stuff. We can also possibly expand our boat, add another box to it, and maybe even add more space to it as well. We're going to be on the lookout for controls, because I'd very much like to repair that motorboat back there. And I think we've gotten some tips from the comments about ways that we can improve one. We could probably put an electric motor on one and then put solar panels on it, and it would act as a fairly replenishable form of transportation across the water here. Aiden is still seeing a lot of zombie dinosaurs out here, but with the raft, it's honestly, they're really not a threat. Traveling via the lake here is going to be a very good way of getting around in general. And if we can get even faster, then honestly, traveling via water in general, maybe even down rivers, might be a dominant strategy for us to be able to get around. So if we can get a motorboat up and running, that seems like a really good idea, at least in the short term. It would allow us to get around our local area much quicker, especially since the Forge of Wonders is so far away from other things that we care about. We have the Forge of Wonders all the way up here, which is almost half a day's travel, and then the Edzodi all the way down here. Okay, we have come up to the island, but as we came up, there's a bunch of muskrats here. What's a muskrat? Omnivorous rodent with thick furry pelts found in wetlands across the northern hemisphere? Okay. I don't think I've ever heard of a muskrat. That must be a real thing. Some ducks as well. There were some zombies nearby as we were coming up. Make sure that we can leave in a hurry if we need to. Go ahead and pull out our Xion again before we explore this place. Because, as I was just about to say, there could be zombies. And there, in fact, are zombies. What is that? Oh, a butcher rack. Oh, that's really nice. And there's a charcoal kiln and some smoking racks. Oh, this is really nice, guys. There is, in fact, a Siats, though. I wonder if the zombies are fighting it. They are. Okay, we might join into this fight. Okay. There is a lot of chaos happening here. There's an Apatosaurus, a living one. Several other Apatosauruses over here. A Siats there. Here's the thing, though. Like, most of these are still alive. So if we join in, we may be able to help out. We don't have wind running right now. Kind of want to fire at them with my gun, but I'm worried I'm going to hit the dinosaurs. And if we do hit any dinosaurs, we want to crush down the bodies or butcher them. We pretty much only need to butcher one body. I mean, there is literally a charcoal kiln right here. We could just put all of the meats that we get onto the smoking rack. And there's a full cabin over here. And we really need to clear this place out as Aiden looks at this and just thinks about the fact that this... Oh, there's even a canoe here. A better canoe. There's a better canoe here. Wait, the seats have volume? Did I miss this? Interesting. We could probably grab the stuff from our canoe and add it to that one. Kind of cannibalize it. This island, though, we're going to need to clear it out. And this is going to be... Oh, there's some scary stuff in the distance. A Ceratosaurus zombie. This is going to be a challenge to clear this place out. We want to make sure that any of the herbivore dinosaurs, these guys, stay alive. And any that die, we crush down. Because we don't want them to be dinosaur, or don't want them to be zombies. And then maybe one that dies or so, we will grab all the meat from it. And if we get dinosaur meat, a huge chunk of it, and we can get this charcoal kill running before the dinosaur meat turns bad, we could get a lot of good things going there. I mean, we have water, we have food. If we have a raft, we have a way off the island. And we are very close. Very, very close to the Azodi. Aiden looks at this and just knows that this would be a beautiful, beautiful place to set up for the long term. There's a lot of space here. There's some base resources, and there's enough trees that we could build a lot of what we need as well, on top of the fact that we already have a bunch of resources available to us. All we would need to do is get a bunch of cargo containers and bring all of our resources from our apartment to here. But with that, we're going to have to end here because this is going to be a mess, and this is going to take a long time to clear out. So we have a little bit of a cliffhanger for next time. Aiden never really dreamed about an island vacation. However, getting the image of multiple basements filled with zombies out of his head, it's next to impossible. Once he clears out his friendly neighbors, he might finally have a place he can call home. At least one that is somewhat safe. Man, where do we even get started with a battle like this? Okay, so the first thing I notice is that we have a handful of zombies, some of them pretty weak, on this dinosaur. This dinosaur is alive. This is probably going to be our first priority. There are other dinosaurs in combat, right? There's a dead dinosaur over here. It's in the shallows, though, so we can get over to it and crush it down. That's pretty important. And we also have a Seats over here, which is hostile and can see us. So as we're fighting, we'll have to keep in mind. And lastly, there is a Ceratosaurus zombie over here, and it seems to be fighting a giant water scorpion. I imagine the giant water scorpion will lose that fight, but it will distract it. I don't see anything to the south yet. We do see some death over here. There is a tough zombie dead, so there's a chance that there's more over there as well. But it looks like our major priority is going to be to get these zombies off of this Apatosaurus and use the Apatosaurus to help me take out these zombies. We do have our Xion out. We have Night Eyes and Danger Sense going, so we're going to end both of those. There's no need to be doing those. Unfortunately, because of our low focus, we can't cast Wind Running, so we're going to turn off safe mode. Oh, okay. What just happened? That Apatosaurus just blasted the fucking zombie to pieces. Maybe we don't need to help this guy. He is downed. We might just wait a moment. Okay, just killed that one. And killed that one. Okay. So this zombified Seats is probably going to be our major concern then. We're going to shove it backwards. Oh, I was really hoping I would hit that tree. These guys are not going to be hostile to us. And it doesn't look like any of them are low enough HP to be a problem. However, because I shoved back to that Seats, he is now going for these guys back here. And it looks like there's a couple zombified ones back here as well. The only way I've been able to figure out which ones are zombies or not is by looking at their eyes. And there's like leaky black things on them. I actually wish that it was a little bit more obvious which ones are zombies. Wow, they moved really fast towards us. Is this thing faster than us? It's a bit slower than us. Okay, we're going back up a little bit. Oh, they're fighting each other. That's why it moved. It just yeeted the Seats all the way over here. The Apatosaurus, I think they just killed it? Question mark? No, but it's really weak now. It looks like we are joining in on a fight here. I don't know which one's going to win, the Aptosauruses or the zombies. It looks like that guy up there is going to just murder the Seats, probably. Yeah, just murdered it. Okay, so we're going to come up here and smash down that corpse. So that Seats is dead for good. I don't know if I'm saying that right. These guys just took out those few. Basically, I'm going to be helping. We're going to try and force pull this in. Back up. Behind those guys. They get a hit off on him. Wait, why did the Aptosaurus hit me? Maybe because I got in its way. I just maybe don't want to get that close to them, I guess. Okay, I'd love to get to this bot. Oh, that's unfortunate. That body's too far out. Maybe we can force-hand it, though. Far-hand it, though. Any of them that go down that are already zombified. Where's the actual body? There it is. Oh, that one was an actual Aptosaurus. That's a little unfortunate. We're going to far-hand this body closer and then crush it. Because, okay, there's one more Aptosaurus zombie. It's all the way up there, though. We've actually not had to do as much as I thought we were going to have to. Yeah, that's unfortunate. They really yeeted this guy's body way far out. Do we have the range on this? We do not. Maybe right from right here? So close, but no. I don't really want to swim out there either. Is that all of the corpses? The only ones that are left are those. And it seems like they're going to take down that zombie over there just fine. Oh. I say that, but they actually... One of the Aptosauruses actually did get taken down. We're going to grab that body and pull it over here. Okay, it's this spot right there. It's the spot with the skull. That's actually easy to remember now. Okay, we're going to pull this over to land here. Okay, now that it's on land, we're going to haul it. We're going to let them do their thing for a little while. Back behind us. And I want to haul this over to the butchery rack. Put it on the butcher rack. Stop hauling. And butcher this. Don't take off 3 hours for a full butchery. I don't think we have the ability to do a full butchery. So I think we're just going to do a quick butchery here. Even with that, we have 66 chunks of meat, fat, 238 chunks of meat. Oh, it's just an absolutely incredible amount of stuff here. Please tell me, are any of these filled with... So we can... I don't want the blueberries. So we can fill that with meat, and then we can fill this one with meat as well. And then I think we need to take an axe somewhere here. Do we still have an axe? I don't see my axe on me anywhere. I think maybe we stored it. I'm having a hard time. Yes, there we go. Good, fire axe. We're gonna chop down one of these trees. That's a dead tree. We don't want that. That's a young tree. This will work. So we're gonna chop down this tree here, and then cut this into logs, and grab the logs and put them into the kiln here. I think we can just exchange them this way, and then fire the kiln. While we're doing that, we can see if we can find a place that we can safely make a fire. We'll loot all of this later. I'm not worried about looting it right now. I want to close the curtains though, so nothing's encouraged to go in there. We'll go ahead and drop our fire axe here. Hopefully we can find a place we can... Oh, perfect. Okay, so we can start a fire there. We'll grab another log. Basically, we're in a rush now to try and get this meat cooked before it rots, because it's all gonna rot in like literally a day, right? We'll put all of that on there, and then we're just gonna come up here and grab as much of the meat as we can. Finish burning in 23 hours. How long is this meat going to last? Hard to say. Hard to say. We might waste a bunch of this, unfortunately. Let's see. We'll take the chunks of fat. We can't even carry all of that. Okay, we'll just take as much as we can. We took 61 of it, so, I mean, that's still pretty good. We're going to come over here, close the windows, and light this fire. And we're just going to step over maybe one here. Why can't we cook the meat? Are we missing something? Oh, shit, we need a tool of cooking. Hold on. There might be one in the kitchen over here. Canning pot? Yeah. We can take that and put it over here. There we go. Cooked meat. How long is the cooked meat going to last? It'd be better if we... Only 1 day? That's very unfortunate. I think we need salt or something. So we're not going to be able to get a lot out of this. That sucks. I didn't remember exactly how this worked. So yeah, we're just going to honestly drop this pile. And while we're waiting for the other things, we will cook just like 5 meat, I guess. And we'll eat that. Apparently we're overheating because we're a little bit too close to that fire. Drink some water. That'll help us a little bit as well. I think we were actually hot enough that we're in pain. That's wild. And cooled off in the water there for a little bit. Let's see how the situation is going over here. This zombie has not resurrected. It'll probably be about 24 hours before it does. An arc welder would be destroyed. We could leave the arc welder behind and jump into the water there. That is not a zombie. Those are Those are corpses of Aptosauruses. Okay. We're going to drag both of these back using Farhand. We'll crush one of them, and then we're going to haul the other one back. And here's my hope. My hope is that we can leave this corpse here, and we can butcher it a little bit later. And maybe we will be able to get the kiln. So we have 22 hours. So what is 22 hours from now? So it is 4 p.m. tomorrow. We need to check on this. In the meantime, we will do some looting. We have a rope here, fish bait, glow stick, placid fish traps, diving gloves. But we should check the state of this canoe down here. It has a seat. It has hand paddles. Yeah. Other than a tiny bit of damage on some of the frames and the fact that it's actually in the correct direction now, these seats having 25 volume means that if we can move or even deconstruct part of this boat as well, a racing kayak, that's cool. It has a carbon fiber hull, but it's like completely fucked. If we can deconstruct some of our boat here and add it into that one, we could have a really nice higher quality kayak here. I really hope this guy doesn't just resurrect. Is there a thing I can do? Hold on. I think I can field dress this, right? Lighter and stay fresh longer. Okay, we can field dress this. So now this is, we can take this in you actually. Bloody fucking mess, but it does mean that this carcass is going to last longer, which means that if we fail to get this smoker going, which is 21 hours from now, if we fail to get the smoker going in time in order to smoke all of that meat and get like a crazy amount of very long lasting meat going, then at least we have a corpse that we can use for the future here. Okay, let's see what else we have. We do have a bedroom. We'll probably want to cordon off those windows in that smaller bedroom. No books. There's a little bit more food in here. Not really much. Yeah, this is honestly not too bad. The island is quite large, so we have a lot of room for expansion. We already have this butchery area, and we have a dock. And as far as like where it is on the map, it's really close to the Azodi. I think we're going to spend the rest. I mean, it's almost nighttime anyways, and I don't really want to be going around at night. We're going to spend the rest of the day here, making sure that this place is in good condition. And I think we will offload a lot of our stuff here. I'm not going to really organize it yet. We're just trying to kind of like offload stuff in general. We don't really need the army bayonet anymore. I have been told to make a headlamp, so I'll probably do that here sometime soon because we won't need to carry around the heavy duty flashlights. And the candle's pretty useful, and so is the lighter. We'll keep those on us. But we're going to drop a bunch of stuff here, stuff that we don't necessarily need, and make sure that we, especially that welding wire, that was like 10 pounds worth of welding wire there. We have 68 pounds open now, and we dropped most of the stuff that we didn't need here. I think I'm going to do one more check around the island, make sure that we don't have any immediate threats. So those are just normal Aptosauruses. Those are fine. I don't think they're going to attack us. They don't care about us at all. What's going on up here? We have a bunch dead, but they're dissected or whatever. And then we have just this one over here. We could dive into the water now, but we sink. Can we dive and then try to surface? No, we can't surface. I wonder if it's because of all the gear we have on us. Hold on. Let's see what all we can take off. We can take off the backpack, canteen, sheath, Jian. Now we can do it. Pull it close enough to shore. Okay. Catch our breath. We will drown very quickly. There we go. And we accidentally pressed Shift S instead of normal S, so I quit out. But it wasn't that big of a deal. Let's put everything back on. Pull up our Gion. And that threat is dealt with. Okay, let's check. Continue checking around the island here. Make sure that we're completely good. Turn on safe mode while we kind of just do a quick run around. Then I want to move my boat somewhere easier access. There's a source over there. It has normal eyes, so it's not a zombie. Okay. I think we're clear. I don't see any markers for a horde anywhere nearby. So what we're going to do is we're going to spend the rest of the day here. We'll first get our boat back over. We'll just get it over to this area over here. And we'll park it just like that. That'll be perfect. And you guys don't need to see this part, but I'm going to unload all of the stuff. And I'm going to see if I can recover any of the pieces of our boats to add to the new kayak. I'll be back whenever I'm done with that. Okay, so looks like if we try and remove the wooden box, I don't know what, again, this damage percentage, I don't know if that's a % chance that we damage it or a % chance that we don't damage it. It's not exactly clear, but I do think that since this is a fairly cheap thing and we can make another one, we're going to try and remove it first. Did we manage to get it off? We did get a folding wooden frame off. So we can haul this stuff over and then we can attempt to, oh, I don't like doing this in the dark. Hold on. We'll turn on night eyes. Can we do this with just night eyes? I don't think we can. And then we will... Wait, why can't we add anything to this? Oh, I bet it's because it's dark. Hold on. There we go. We're going to remember vehicle position and forget that one's position. And let's see if we can install folding wooden box. There we go. So now we have a 30, 25, 25 on there. That is a significant improvement. Can we repair this? We would need 2 super glue or 50 duct tape. What about repairing the paddles? There's nothing I can repair there. This is not even letting me do it. And then that would require, again, duct tape or super glue. I think I've mentioned it before, but there's an insanity in the Cataclysm world where whenever people use their duct tape or super glue, they just use the whole damn thing. Like, they just shove the entire bottle on things all at once. It's very funny to me. Okay. The flotation device might actually not be a terrible idea to bring with us. In fact, I'm going to grab that and put it inside the suit or the seat here, because there's a chance that that actually like works, right? Turn off our flashlight, and I think we will spend a decent amount of the day just inside here. I'm going to deconstruct some stuff and board up the exterior windows until we have to go to bed. As we were deconstructing stuff, we did in fact get our new insight. Instead of just applying all of your force all at once, you can apply it gradually to all movement around you, making yourself slightly faster and anything dangerous slightly slower if you can figure out the proper technique. That is very cool. That is a new thing that we will have to do. I don't know if you noticed, but we're kind of nauseous right now. It's because while I was trying to do things quickly, I accidentally used our strange black crystal, which if you already have psionic abilities, you really don't want to do, apparently. It caused me a significant amount of distress, to say the least. Well, the cooked meat here is rotten. The chunks of meat are rotten as well. But I bet if we come out here and Aiden checks the meat on the ground over here, yeah, it looks like some of it's rotten, but not as much of it as I expected. We should be able to make use of some of this. There's no way this is done yet. 3 hours. Okay. So we have to occupy 3 hours still. We do still have food, so we don't need to worry about that too much. And we can spend some of that time deconstructing some more furniture. We just need to keep an eye on the clock. There's all the windows boarded up. That's not going to be done as far as preparations go. I do want to do a little bit more than that. I want to make some, if we're going to live here any amount of time, I want to make some, oh, I actually missed the window. I want to make some defenses outside. We're missing planks. Where can we get some planks from? I don't want to take them from here because I plan on just boarding off this room because we're not going to use it. And it'll give us a little bit of room. These counters are not going to give us any planks. Oh, we do still have one thing here. Okay. But anyways, I want to try and figure out some defenses outside. In the past, we would have done trenches. But I think that might be a little bit too physically involved for Aiden here. At least to make a trench deep enough, right? And this is a fairly large house. That would take us weeks to get a trench large enough to go around all of this. We don't have to worry about food, at least for a little while, because there is just water nearby. In fact, we can go ahead and refill our canteen, grab the gallon jug, fill it with some of the water nearby, and then use a desalination pellet to get it nice and clean. I don't want to pit the cattails. I want to fill the water, please. Pour into the container, and then we can use a purification tablet, and we have some clean water. There's a reason why they have recently nerfed this in experimental. I don't think it's in the 0.H yet, but in experimental, it takes more than one tablet to purify an entire thing of water, which makes sense. 2:30. I don't think it's going to be ready, but I'm just going to double check it real quick. It looks like the carcass of the Apatosaurus is still pretty fresh. We have 2 hours until that goes. I did see a notification overnight that the kayak sank, which we kind of saw coming. And I'm thinking that maybe we expand this boat outwards. We make kind of like a plus shape here and add 2 extra frames to either side so we can put more storage or other utilities on it, at least until we can get some controls in order to... Oh man, all of this in here rotted. Damn, okay. Okay, we'll go ahead and remove that from there. I guess I'm not terribly surprised. We'll go ahead and move all this food out. We'll probably want to make a bonfire in the future. We can take the chunks of fat though, to be honest. We'll probably make a bonfire in the future for getting rid of rotten meat, so it's not just sitting around. I don't think it hurts us for it to be sitting around, but it is just kind of gross. Since we don't have a lot else to do, I'm going to spend the next, it's 3 o'clock now. I'm going to spend the next hour cooking probably some cracklins, because cracklins, they last a really long time, like a week or so. And we can spend exactly an hour doing it. Okay, it's 4 o'clock. Let's see. I made 49 cracklins. They'll probably go bad. It's so many that we probably will actually go bad. Okay, since it's less than an hour, we will sit down and probably just train with our psionic abilities for a second. We got momentum. That was really fast. Okay, let's reload with charcoal. Let's say 5,000. And reload with charcoal. 5,000. Is there any meat here still? Okay, that's all rotten. So we're going to grab this, haul it onto here. And then, I mean, even with a quick butchery, I need 7,000 charges of... Okay, is that really true? I need an extra 7,000? Okay, hold on. Let's only add so many then. Let's add 40? That looks like that worked. And I think we're not gonna be able to put everything on here, so let's say 20. It says that I need 600 charges for 1 liter of food. I think I can add more then. Let's add 20 more. Can we reload it with 1,000 more? We can. Okay, cool. Light up and smoke food. There we go. We can take the sinew from both of these with us back to base, because the sinew is going to give us, like, it's gonna be kind of like thread, sort of. Not really, but it is a very old kind of thread that people used to use. Okay, well, we're going to have infinite food and water for a pretty, not infinite, but like, we're gonna have food and water for a fairly long time. Even with Aiden's really high water demands, this is going to be quite a lot of water. We're going to go ahead and delete these notes and put a home note here. Since we don't really need to do much else here at the time, we have 68 pounds left. I think that it might be a good idea to head to the Edzodi and make sure that the path is clear. That might be a very good place to kind of finish for today. We're going to go ahead and drive. Am I driving? There we are. No, we're not. Oh, here we go. For some reason, only the back seat is the controls. We're going... There we go. Ah, now that we have a longer vehicle. Ooh, this one's faster. But anyways, what I was about to say is now that we have a longer vehicle, we're now seeing the jankiness of vehicles and vehicle movement in Cataclysm. I don't want to hit anything with this, so I think I'm just going to stop here and let go of the controls, because we can move across this water without an issue. Go ahead and just use the fast travel. What's this? Spiders. Okay. That's a concern, but not a huge concern. Dead vegetation, dead vegetation. Neither of those are big concerns. I don't see anything in the distance. Is that a mine or something? A pump station. Does appear to also be a horde nearby. We're going to go ahead and equip our weapon. I don't see much of anything. Where is... We have reached the strange fortress. We have finally, after all of this time, reached the Idzodi. Go ahead and open the front door. 3 upcycled turrets. They see us, but they're ignoring us. We're gonna turn on safe mode and close the door behind us. In fact, we will... And concerned about the situation here, Aiden does also sheath his weapon. Looks like this facility is quite large, but we do see someone here who appears to be someone, I don't know, more... He doesn't seem like a guard. He seems like he's actually part of this place. A man named Rubik, a cyborg. Oi, you ain't dead? Looking to trade? Who are you? What is this place? Us called us the Idzodi, eh? And other things, but that's no good. This is our home, such as it is. This is me monet as Rubik, and tasked with him trade, eh? You looking to trade? Us and a lay for the scrap. Metal and the more it be. I'm sorry. I don't understand a word you're saying. Sure as you can. At least summit. Us and I'll try to, we might parlay your Anglic, but so you connect as us from other lands and all. It ain't that simple. We can use an intelligence or a perception roll here. It's like, how come you speak English or Anglic like that? Being we dock climber from old Upper Landon, this will be our way of yarkin. All in all, from our green and brown yark, that is. Okay. Are you some kind of robot? Robot. What a cert for it. Hold on. Stops for a moment as if thinking. Ah, an ornament? No. This'n be flesh and blood as ye be, encased in a shell o' metal wire. Not so much flesh as there were. The wire is a mix within and floats on the flesh all in one, can it? So you're some sort of cyborg. That's awesome. How do I become a cyborg? I mean, Aiden probably already knows that he's a cyborg, but is intelligent enough to be like, no. We can be a cyborg, right? Ah, well, us'll put that into key and lock if you're Ken. Mayhap you could bring us a mite and trade, and we'll see if we can fix your goods soon and soon. Let no Idzodi turn away a Will and Benny, so it is. Well, I've got some stuff I can trade right now. So he wants to trade with us, and then he'll turn us into a, air quotes, cyborg. So we need to kind of just trade with him for a little bit. So we need to bring stuff that is interesting to him. He obviously likes the Gian for 138 monies. What does he have to sell? He sells bionics. This is when Aiden gets really excited. He sees that this man is capable of selling bionics to him. And considering that this man's a cyborg, it is very likely that he's also capable of installing the psionics. We also see in here cataphract armor. Armor made of interlocking plates of burnished bronze. Appears to be either of a high quality recreation or a genuine artifact. Despite having an ancient design, it is mint condition aside from some battle damage. It covers from the shoulders to the hips and is of extremely high quality. This is a consideration, and it's made out of something called Thessalonian bronze, which means that we'll never be able to repair it, most likely, because we would need both bronze and armor. But if you look at the armor, it has crazy protection values, 15, 20, 10, 16, and it covers most of our arms, legs, hips, and torso, and then the helm covers the rest, eyes, mouth, and head. Although 83% of mouth means that we should never wear this helmet because we would not be able to get our stamina regeneration. And then we also have a Xiphos in here, which is an ancient Greek sword, basically a sidearm, because you're meant to use a spear. And they also have Edzodi battle rifles, which do 57 damage. Oh, that is a significant amount. We could probably put a scope and some other stuff on here. Aiden's mouth waters when he sees those battle rifles. But I do think that is there a way we can get a mission or something from him? Let's see. There's a lot of lore here. Any chance you could help me get some of those sweet bionic upgrades? Okay. So he just wants trade for now. He may be interested in doing more for us once we trade some more with him, but Aiden does walk away both incredibly excited for his future and also a little disappointed. We expected them to, I don't know, recognize us? We've been seeking the Edzodi for 30 days or so now, maybe 20, but he didn't seem to recognize us. It's almost like whatever we were supposed to do there, we're not sure when it's going to happen. Oh man, those quadrupeds, they look terrifying. Either way, we have a goal in front of us. We need to sell things to the Edzodi, and we need to sell things to the Forge of Wonders. Books and weapons and ammo and guns. And we need to collect them so that we can become stronger, become something new. We can get cybernetics and magic. It's an exciting future, for sure. The first thing Aiden wants to do today is check out this pump station nearby with some road mayhem. We know that there's a very good chance that we need to visit this nearby town, which means that if we want to see what's going on in the nearby area, we probably want to head over towards this area, this pump station over here first, just to make sure that we have a, let's say, checkpoint between us and the town. We don't want to leave hordes of the undead somewhere where they can be between us and safety, considering that the Edzodi are in fact quite safe. There's a bunch of water pumps inside. So is that what they meant by pump station? Is this some sort of water treatment facility? Well, we are seeing zombies already as Aiden comes around the corner and sees a zombie technician inside. Multiple of them, in fact. We're going to go ahead and actually pull him out and then slice him down with my Xian. And then we'll head inside. It looks like there's quite a few technicians. Ooh, a heavy sledgehammer. Ooh, you don't say. Wow. Okay. I'm fine with that. Can we push this guy through the wall? It does not appear to be so. I think we're going to have to go around because that door is locked right there. Considering we've already seen a couple zombie technicians, though, there's likely to be more, I would guess. Can we... I was going to go pry it open, but it just opened, actually. Ooh, rebar, steel frames. This is actually fairly useful. Duct tape, bolt cutters, solder. Yeah, there's a decent amount of useful tools here. Adjustable wrench. I was going to say we were going to fight this with a melee weapon instead of using our psionics, because we need to make sure that our melee gets better too. But then he grabbed me, so that's a no. We're just going to not let that happen. As soon as the zombie technician gets a hand on Aiden, he reflexively flicks his wrist and sends the technician flying. Also, if you do that, that's also a way to get yourself to get psionics thrown at you. The zombie technicians seem to have some sort of abilities themselves, as he actually pulled the Xian from our hands at a distance. Let's see, work boots, heavy coveralls, tool pants, work pants, etc. Ooh, steel drums. If we brought these steel drums back to our island base, that would actually be a really useful thing for us. This whole place is actually filled with a lot of very useful things here. We'll check out the road mayhem as well. Up north here, because there are probably going to be a few. Ooh, what's that? A Winchester. That's a good gun. I don't know if it's a good gun in Cataclysm here, but it is a very nice, like, hunting rifle. So, there's a shotgun here. Yeah, it's a hunting shotgun, right? We'll go ahead and take that. We'll probably not. Ooh, spare tire. That's cool. We'll probably not keep it because we'll probably sell it to the Edzodi to our west. That's west. We'll probably sell to the Yozodi to the west here. The other thing we probably want to check out is what's inside of this mine over here. We do know that there is likely a Balrog down there, so maybe don't go too deep. Like, we want to know what a Balrog is like, sure, but like, maybe not personally know, right? Like, we don't want to personally find out what a Balrog is. But my idea here is that we're going to fill up our inventory. What the fuck is that? The giant grasshopper. Huge grasshopper about the size of a big dog with long, strong back legs. It hops, and it never stops. Okay. There's a grappler zombie here. This is actually Aiden at his weakest out in an open field like this. I'd love to be able to pull them towards me like this. Now, one thing is that despite the fact that we can't shove them against walls, we can... Ooh. A map and a book. We'll go ahead and store that book, but we are going to hold on to the books now because we want to be able to sell them to the Yozodi and otherwise. And we'll go ahead and activate the map and look around a little bit. Okay, well, that didn't really help that much. Sure. Just a few stragglers left in the woods here. Not much. I think we're going to make it into town here. And trying to see if there's like a gun shop. There we go. We can mark the gun shop as Aiden's first destination, because no matter what kind of guns are there, we can grab them in order to sell to the Yozodi, and then maybe the Yozodi will be more interested in having conversations with us. And anytime we see a book like this, especially like the Blinders Debati, whatever, we're going to come down to the barter value here. We're going to look at that and see how much that sells for, because that's going to give us an indication. It's not a great indication, it's not a perfect indication, but at least an indication of how much it may sell at the Forge of Wonders. Just some burned ground and a crater. I think we're just trying to move into town. We're not going to follow this path that's been marked out. We're going to move along the back sides of the buildings because I don't want to get deep into town itself, per se. But I am going to leave that path there so that we have an idea of where we are versus where we want to be. As we get close to town, Aiden hears the sounds of combat and sees a mythical beast like what would come out of one of his tabletop campaigns. We see an owlbear. The horrible owlbear is probably the result of genetic experimentation by some insane wizards. These creatures inhabit the tangled forest regions of every temperate clime, as well as subterranean labyrinths. They are ravenous eaters, aggressive hunters, and evil-tempered at all times. They attack prey on sight and will fight to the death. Yeah, we probably don't want to be involved in that said fight to the death. It will likely beat... Yeah, it's already taken out 2 of the zombies that it was fighting a moment before, and it just took out the last one. And can it see us? It can see us, is hostile, and is faster than us. Actually, that's a good point. Let's run real quick. It's slower than us while running. I don't know how big it is. Like, I don't know if it can fit through a door. We're going to come in here, grab this cheese spread, and I think we're actually going to take a moment and rest in the darkness here to make sure that the owlbear wasn't following us. Ooh, bunch of food here. I don't want to completely fill up on food, though. And by that, I mean, like, fill my inventory on food. Okay, that's the owlbear there, moving around. We're going to use Premonition here and check downstairs. Yeah, there is something down here. A couple somethings. Actually, that's a good point. We can use Night Eyes as well in order to be able to see what's all down here. A ukulele. Ooh. As unwise and a waste of his inventory as he thinks it is, Aiden can't resist but to take the ukulele with the idea of like, oh man, imagine playing a ukulele on, you know, this island that I have, right? Like it's just like the perfect romance, right? Like that's something you're supposed to do whenever you're on an island vacation. Is you're supposed to play some sort of stringed instrument, right? It would be wrong if we didn't. We see the owlbear through the window there. I'm going to check on this trash can. No. Let's say if we can find another trash can, it'd be really nice. I want to get away from this owlbear, so we're going to actually run straight across the street here. We'll check this trash can as well. It is completely destroyed. The owlbear is now officially on us. We'll catch our breath inside. And we want to kind of avoid that thing as much as possible. It's going to be quite capable of wiping out a lot of the zombies, which is useful to us, but it's also going to be quite capable of wiping us out, and it's going to take a lot of our energy in order to be able to win against something like that. As Aiden steps downstairs, we see an absolute fuck ton of bugs. Disgusting amounts of bugs. Someone really needs to clean their basement more often. Holy crap. Just shudder to think what caused this much buggage. Oh, there's even more. Gross, 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 gross. I think Aiden kind of, in his disgusting feels for this, you know, he's kind of overdoing it here and actually used so much cyanide force that he obliterated a few of them as he sent them backwards. But no, gross. Yeah, no thanks. We're good. Found another book. It is getting late, which might be a bonus for us because Aiden can see in the dark so well. I think we're going to go ahead and use night eyes here. We're actually going to stay out at night here, and we're going to try and get to that gun store. What the hell is that? It's a glowing mushroom. Bioluminescent mushroom shaped like a small nest. Motes of light occasionally detach from the surface and float upwards. I don't trust this. Oh, we can pick it. Sure. We have glowing mushroom caps now. What are those for? Are they food? No. Oh, they are food. Okay. They won't ever spoil, it seems like. There's some sort of magical ingredient, I guess. Interesting. There's a sporting goods store here. I think I'd be... Holy shit. I think there was a party going on in the sporting goods store. As soon as Aiden came in to kill the one dog there, a fucking miniature horde started to spill out. There is a zombie hunter still coming after us. He jumps, lands in the bush with our manipulation of his movement, and we take him down. I would not say that Aiden is the same person that he as he woke up in the apocalypse. He has learned some expertise. Screw it. Let's go in the back here. Pry open this door and check out the back parts of this place. And we should be able to... Yeah. Ooh, what's that? The wetsuit. We're going to see about putting on our gas masks, actually. Hold on. Can we reload our gas mask? Is that a thing we can do? I mean, I know it's possible. We can. Okay. So we're going to wear our gas mask. It's saying that it's conflicting with something. Is it the sheet? Is it the bandana? There we go. Can we step in smoke now? No. I think it's because the gas mask is damaged. That's what I'm guessing. If anyone knows why the gas mask is not actually working and it's not giving me the 100% coverage that it's supposed to give me, let me know. Well, it does say only increased environmental protection. I think what we need to do is we need to find one of those, the FBA masks or whatever they're called, that the firefighters use, because I know that those are complete coverage. I think the gas mask here is only providing us assistance with coverage and not actually complete coverage. Aiden's going to allow some of these zombies to get in close, at least close enough that he can take them out in melee and practice a little bit with his sword. Just cutting weapons are actually relatively new to us. We've been using piercing and bashing weapons for the most part, so we do want to get better at swording people. It'd be really nice to get a fighting style that uses one of these eventually. There has to be something out here, right? We're getting pretty lucky with the dinars as well. With careful considerations, we are very easily wiping out this group of zombies that's in here. Yeah, unfortunately, we just were forced to move through one of these hazy clouds, and even wearing the gas mask, we still were poisoned. So we're actually going to take the gas mask off, and we'll probably just get rid of it, to be honest, because it's not providing us enough protection to be worth our time, I would say. Oh, I just realized that there's a magic shop right next to the gun store. Okay, screw all the rest of these buildings. We're going to head straight for that combination of buildings because that sounds amazing all of a sudden. We did see a shocker zombie for a second there. I want to be careful of that. A runner came out of the darkness, kind of jump scared both us and Aiden. Oh, and there's a screecher. Okay, we're going to yeet the screecher backwards into the door as the zombie god comes running at us, taken down with a single blow from the sword. Screecher gets crushed into the window frame behind. I believe at the current time, we can cast when running. Yeah, unfortunately, it's a little bit too hard to cast right now. We can try though. Okay, there we go. We're bolstered by wind. We can take these guys out now, as we are now faster than them. The Geon going out. Oop, that's a zombie master. We're going to pull the zombie master in. And then use... Looks like I can't use that corner right there. We're going to push him backwards, shoving him against the back wall, weakening him quite significantly, and going to finish him with the sword. There we go. Yes. Catch our breath, which unfortunately taking a moment to catch our breath does mean that the wind running immediately wears off. We're definitely going to have to sit down and practice the wind running because in combat situations like this, not being able to cast it reliably when even in a little bit of pain means that it's just not useful to us. Taking down another... Ooh, I was just about to say another one of the zombies here, and then we see a zombie brute out here. We're going to push him against the back wall, and this zombie brute is going to get the full attention of Aiden's mind as he crushes him against the back wall and then takes a hearty, heavy breath because there was no way we were going to allow that thing to get close enough to touch us. Aiden's confidence, although not overconfidence quite yet, but Aiden's confidence is at an all-new high as we are able to actually move through this place with some relative proficiency and what? Oop, we should actually check that car. Wipe this place out. Wipe the creatures in this place out. The controls in here are already screwed, unfortunately. I do want to see if I can find the engine, though. It has a working alternator and a working engine. So we're going to examine this, or remember the vehicle, and say working alternator. We're going to put alternator and engine on there, so that in the future, if we see that note, we know what parts of that works. And the next store over is going to be the gun store. Unfortunately, like almost every gun... Holy shit, there's a horde in there. But almost like every other gun store we've ever run across, this place is pretty heavily destroyed. We do see a pistol on the ground, though, so there is reason, at least, to clear the place out. Yeah, we see multiple pistols on the ground over here. So Aiden is going to begin buffing himself as soon as we can actually manage to cast the damn spell. We definitely need to sit down and study this sometime soon here so that we can cast it in the midst of combat. Okay. Now that we're bolstered... Oh, we just heard clangs. Is that gunfire? Or was that banging on... Okay. That was banging on metal. What is that? A scorched zombie. Heavily burned zombie that reeks of charred meat. Its flesh is mended into a leathery shell. There's actually a lot of guns in here. There's a Remington in here. There's a rocket launcher magazine. Okay, we need to get into this place. It is kind of heavily fucked. Very heavily fucked. So we need to be very careful here. Make sure that we don't ever get surrounded. Make sure we take advantage of these windows whenever possible. And just take our time. We're not in a rush. We have all night. We'll use some stamina to take out a few stragglers here and there. But for the most part, we're going to save our stamina for moments like that right there. Oh, the zombies were beginning to converge on us. And we need to make sure that we stay in a position where we have a retreat option at all times. Make sure that we're kind of keeping an eye on what's behind us, making sure that more zombies aren't being attracted to the fight here. And just control the horde. Be calm and calculated. Wind running is worn off, and we have too little focus to be able to continue using it, unfortunately. But we did manage to clear out quite a few of them with that initial push. And if we could get a cart now, this would be amazing. There's so many guns here. There's so many things here. Target pistol has some value. So what's a load-bearing vest? Oh, it's a part of a molly set. You can take out the rounds here, the LR rounds. There's a Glock magazine with some Smith & Wesson JHW. I don't know what JHP is. Jacketed hollow point, I think, maybe? It might be. Ooh, that's a bunch of nails. Getting a cart here would be so good. Double barrel shotgun. That's worth a lot. We may want to sort of back out a little bit at some point here and see about... We'll probably just want to take this whole Glock, to be honest. Yeah, we'll probably just want to take that whole Glock. We will separate out the ammo, though. And we'll want to see about maybe finding something to carry all this stuff, because we have kind of hit What, a delete elite pistol. Yeah. Delta elite pistol. Is that like a Desert Eagle almost? That's very cool. But yeah, we'll want to find something so we can take more of this with us, for sure. Yeah, there's even another pistol right here. This was the mother load of pistols. This is making up for all of the gun stores that Aiden has been to that were just completely empty. And the name just trashed. Okay, we're back to more or less where we were before that happened. I just went ahead and cleared this place out again. And yeah, I think that was another instance of force pushing into walls, having weird interactions and causing these crashes. Let's just say we're going to be very much looking forward to whenever we have other psionic abilities for Aiden here, so that we don't have to worry about this ever happening again. Fortunately, we did blow up that guy, that smoker-esque guy inside this time, which means that the smoke has filled the place. So just back up and wait real quick. And we can take care of that. We're going to finish out these guys in the back real quick first, so that they don't start banging on the windows. There we go. We'll take one more quick look around, and if there's nothing else here, oh, man, retool instructions, launchers. Yeah, we really need to get some sort of cart. Okay, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to pop out and mark this place as more loot. And Aiden's going to come over and check this other building, this magic shop, real quick before completely moving on. Ooh, Introduction to the Divine. It's Biomancer and Technomancer spells. Very nice. We'll probably, you know what? We'll go ahead and store that. Oh, there's a lot of things to store here. What is this? It's a book. It's a story of some sort. Oh, it's worth a lot of money. Okay. Shipwrecker. That's a Storm Shaper spell. Giant shockwave that shatters everything in its path. That sounds amazing. Definitely going to have to check that out. Cloak of Chill, Summon Boulder, Fancy Cloak. Aiden would, you know, as much of a nerd as he is, I don't think Aiden would be caught dead in a cloak like that. I mean, it just looks so lame to wear like this big billowing cloak, right? Like it's just something only the most self-unaware of people would do. We do think there's an upstairs here. Yes, there is. And we see a healer up here, Mammy Salmon. And Aiden's interested in talking to them, but maybe not right away, as they seem to be perfectly fine with us wandering around. And there are 2 wands here, Wands of Magic Missile, in lots of display cases. Between these magic books, the scrolls, and everything in the building next door, we really do need to figure out how to get some more lootability here. I mean, I guess it's not too far away. We could just take what we have and leave. Let's just check the nearby houses real quick for some sort of like trash can that is usable. Take advantage of that trick again, because that was a pretty good trick. Looks like this first house doesn't really have anything. There is a car here. We'll check very quickly to make sure whether it has working controls. It does. Okay, we're going to mark this car as controls and remember its position so that whenever we look at the map and see controls, we see that it's on a car. Okay, I think we're just going to make our way out. Ooh, 2 deranged axemen. I'm going to call a hard nope on that one. As we pull him back to the car, and Aiden shoves him back into this car, crushing him, not letting him get that axe into the sweet, sweet purchase of our flesh. That is a hard nope and a day we will pass on, good sir. I'm not seeing any trash cans. That's ridiculous. Do these people not take out their trash? Maybe it was trash day. Maybe that's what it was. Trash day in the apocalypse. Ooh, we do need to stop going this direction though, because I did just remember that there's an owlbear out here somewhere, and it probably has better night vision than us, even with our psionic abilities. So we're going to make a detour to the north here. And we see something new. A what? A gigantic ashen brawler. A twisted human frame with a menacing stare and rapid movements. Thick clouds of smoke pour from the violent-looking evisceration spread across its muscular body. Its arms appear to have elongated massively. Well, that seems dangerous. Let's back the fuck away from that. In fact, we're just gonna back all the way out of the fucking town completely. And I think we're going to make our way back towards... We see a zombie burner. Ooh. What? When bullets weren't enough to stop the end of the world, the military tried fire instead. Their failure is made manifest in this gas-masked husk, its black suit torn and ripped, its flamethrower dangling limply at its side, attached to a tank of napalm strapped to its back, which trickles its contents onto the ground. So yeah, there appears to be a mass grave and a zombie burner, which is lit up because of the pilot lights. I want to know if that zombie, I mean, it's just a zombie though, right? It probably can't use that flamethrower, right? I really want that to be the truth. He's attracting so many zombies though. Okay, yeah, I think that's a daylight problem, because he's going to be attracting so many zombies because of it being nighttime that that's going to be very dangerous for us to fight. So we're going to travel back to the Edzodi, and we'll probably rest in the pump station for tonight because it's nice and clear out in the dark here. Honestly, maybe we even go back to our island, drop off a few things that we want to keep at our island. But I do want to, we'll put away our Gian, never mind, we can't. I do want to come back here and talk to Rubik again and trade with him. And as much as I love the voice, we're probably going to avoid using his voice whenever possible. What do you got for trade? Okay, so we got the, wow, these are not trading for nearly as much as I thought they would be. So we got the Colts, the double barrel shotgun, the Remington, the Winchester. I mean, that's only like 54 worth so far. Let's see what else. We don't really need the morphine. And we'll save all the books for the Forge of Wonders, to be honest. We're also going to sell the gas mask to him because, well, it's honestly not that useful to us anymore. And now that we have 69 nice monies, we're going to take a look at his CBMs real quick. So we have Bionic Nostril. Doesn't exactly say what it does. Cable charger system, I imagine that's to allow us to plug in a cable to charge our things. A calorie tracker, that would actually probably be very good, and it's very cheap, so we're going to go ahead and buy that. We have cranial flashlights. That's an LED flashlight that's mounted in the user's eyes. That's actually kind of cool. A powerful electromagnet that's implanted in the user's right hand, allowing them to indiscriminately pull all nearby metal objects towards them. Unlucky bystanders may be injured or killed by flying objects. The electromagnetic CVM sounds really fun. There's a finger lighter, which would be a good survival thing. Allows us to just start fires with our fingers. A finger hack, which allows us to hack computers. That's going to be another one on our list. A integrated dosimeter, which is a radiation sensor. Internal chronometer. Intravenous needle tip. Allows users to draw substances directly into their bloodstream. Interesting. LED tattoo. That's funny, and probably something he's going to get at some point because that just sounds really cool. Another power storage CBM. Once we start having more CBMs, that seems like a really good idea. And there's also a trickle charger and a taste modifier. The trickle charger sounds like a great idea. It just creates a trickle, very low energy, but requires no fuel source. But he doesn't want to trade it with us right now. How much is a battle rifle? We have $60 credit right now. They use 12.31N rounds. So that's like a very, very specific round that we're not going to be able to get anywhere other than these people, right? Yeah. Maybe if we learned how to make these, it'd be a bit better. But these are specific zombie hunting guns. I think for now, we're just going to trade for credit and see if he's going to be interested in talking to us now. Okay, we're back. We had a bit of a weird crash, and I sold back everything to Rubik, and then I talked to him, and we're gonna have a bit of an outgame moment here because I think there's going to be a good way of explaining this, but as Rubik was talking to us, and he started telling us about another location, another group of people that seem to travel between worlds, as Rubik and the Edzodi do. But the problem is that he doesn't know anything about them. And that's actually the mission that he wants us to do, is to investigate a mysterious bunker. But even as he mentioned the bunker, we heard a strange sound to the northeast, and the bunker seems to have materialized nearby. Hub 01. Other people who believe in science. The Edzodi don't want them to know about their existence, and vice versa. but they do want us to investigate them and learn what kinds of people these are. What are their intentions? And on an out-of-game note that I was mentioning before, I did not spawn this in. I accepted this mission, and when I accepted this mission, it suddenly spawned in. I'm positive there's no way I would have missed this, but it's possible. I will go and check other footage, and I'll mention in the editing whether this has been here the whole time. But the Hubbo one is one of the other locations, along with the Forge of Wonders and the Idzodi, that we were very interested in this run, because we want to see about doing missions for all of these people. Aiden is very interested in learning more about these people, and one of the best ways to do so will be to do jobs for them. It does not look like... Oh, so now if we talk to him about the biomes, instead of just talking about trading with us, he has something new to say. Oh ho, well, now you're yarking the king's anglet. Hey, Usington fits you good if you're tasked to repay it in kind. Well, speak clear as like Rubik can. If you use it to put the dead back in the ground, we can fix it with some goods like this, eh? Stuck in the flesh and to the bone, wired to the brain. You can it? If no, we'll also speak to the Great Grey for the pint of the Clary Draughts. Space Cockney, very hard to read. If I just keep on killing zombies, you'll help turn me into a zombie, or into a cyborg. Side me the heck up. Fine. Also rubber up the old gristle mill. You're tasked with bringing us a good nip of tea. Not tea, of course. I'm Yarkin Darkside Anglet here. Us means the stuff what puts yourself to sleep for surgery. Surgery? That probably means surgery, right? The Great Grey says your assert for it is anesthetic? I don't know. You bring us 1,000 of anesthetic. Anesthetic. Okay, we'll fit you up with a wire. 1,000 units of anesthetic? Can we talk about something else? 1,000 units of anesthetic. Wow. Okay, well, I mean, he also wants us to do this job and investigate the bunker. So maybe we investigate the bunker first, and maybe that would get us enough good graces with him that he doesn't need 1,000 units of anesthetic. Because that is... I don't even know where you would get that. Maybe a laboratory? Like, how would you get 1,000 units of anesthetic? On our way through, we are going to check out... Ooh, something died here. We're going to check out this radio tower. Make sure there's not a gun up here, because sometimes snipers really like these radio towers, and they set up on top. Unfortunately, it's not daytime, so the radio tower is not actually providing us any real visual distance. But the path between the Idzodi and the Hubbo one is basically completely safe. I'm sorry, is that just a functional V8 engine in the middle of the street? Yes. Okay. Well, we'll want to collect that at some point. Or V6 engine, sorry. V6 engine in the middle of the street. We're not sure what to expect approaching Hubbo 1. Rubik didn't have much to tell us about them other than the fact that they're very mysterious and they keep to themselves, and that, well, frankly, he was interested in them as well to see what they had to say. And if we did speak to them, to specifically not mention that Rubik existed, which is funny because they're kind of neighbors, right? As we go in, it kind of just looks like a... Ooh, there's an economics book here. Kind of just looks like an office space. The place looks pretty empty, though. There does seem to be a heavy set of double doors and a closed metal door. Oh, what's this? There's a card reader here and an intercom. Okay. Here we find an intercom embedded into the wall, just next to the card reader. It's a metal box about as big as a dinner plate, with a speaker shaped like a downwards curve with a large camera prominently featured in the center. You see a single metal button with a dark LED next to it. The intercom is silent. Man, there's some deja vu here. It feels like we just did this in another universe. Either way, press the button. Intercom crackles with static as it turns on. The LED next to the button lights up a bright red and the camera lens whirs as it focuses on you. There is no immediate response. Tap on the lens. Look, I know someone's listening. What is this place? The intercom hisses. A voice of indeterminate sex speaks flatly. I don't know who you are or how you got to this location, but we have nothing to gain from one another. If you have a reason to be here, then please state your business. Otherwise, please leave the area. Look, there must be something we can work out. I promise you, there is nothing you can do for us. Now leave before I'm forced to. They stop suddenly. You hear a short, muffled conversation from the other end. There's a brief pause. All right. We might be able to gain some mutual benefit. It's a dangerous task, but if you complete it, then we'd be willing to open up limited trading access. I'm listening. One of our scientists recently left the building to perform a field test of a prototype robot. Aiden, as soon as he hears this, gets immediately excited. First Rubik offering cybernetics, and now these people who do robotics. Hell yes, this is the kind of apocalypse he signed up for. Anyways, but failed to return. We have not been able to contact them. Your job would be to investigate the testing site and return with her and the prototype. Failing that, return with the data recorder that was attached to our prototype. Seems trivial. What's the catch? There is a catch. If the robot is operational, it is very likely to be hostile and extremely dangerous. If you try to fight it yourself, it will kill you. Dr. Prado left the building with a handful of EMP grenades. If you can locate those grenades, use them to disable the prototype instead. Yeah, sure, I'll do it. Aiden answers with a smile, because honestly, like, it's just exciting to have something to do, people to talk to, and these people seem really cool. They probably have some neat tech. He's imagining some sort of like, you know, Fallout vault back here of some sort of crazy vault tech where he's don't have to worry about their shady and liquid morality, but man, their technology is going to be so sweet. Where's the test site? Very close by. Good luck. I'll be back soon. We'll go ahead and check our missions. And it says return field data, investigate a nearby field, and return with Dr. Prado and the test site. Oh, wow. They weren't joking. It's like, hell, let's just do that right now. We'll go ahead and pull our Xion back out. And they gave us EMP grenades, right? Right? Dr. Prado left the building with a handful of EMP grenades. They said they were going to. I don't see any EMP grenades. Hold on. I think you forgot to give us the EMP grenades. Did you forget to give us the EMP grenades? Maybe the doctor had the EMP grenades on her. They specifically told us to use the EMP grenades and then failed to give us any. Well, they did warn us to not fight it directly. So we're going to just check out what's going on over here. We're going to fast travel to the area. Well, there's also demon spiderlings in the area, apparently. That doesn't... Those are awful. As soon as they bit me, we were immediately poisoned. Oh, in a actually rather heated battle, Aiden manages to swing one around just enough to get the car, it between him and the car. The poison's still coursing through our veins, weakening us drastically. As we're going to shove this one against the car too. Without his psionic abilities, he may have just died right there just to these damn spiderlings. Wow. We need to keep in mind that those things are really dangerous. Really, really dangerous. Ooh, hey, a super clue. There's a lot of demon spiderlings right next to where we need to be doing our job. Maybe that's why the scientist wasn't successful. Well, I think we just found the scientist and her robots. If we're running, are we faster than it? We are faster than it while running. That thing's a little scary. Well, we managed to bring it back to some of the spiderlings. Hell yes. Okay. We're going to cast wind running on ourselves. We are now fast again. I think it just killed all the spiderlings. Bring it back to the car. And, well, we've seen Terminator. We don't have any fucking EMP grenades. Okay. I think we're going to swing around, send that spiderling backwards, try and rest here, and see if we can find the doctor. A Hub 01 jumpsuit, modular defense, and a red pen. Okay, and a modular defense system. A prototype mantle on it. Oh wow, it's like some sort of high-tech armor suit. Oh, we need to be bringing this with us. Okay, we're gonna remember where this is real quick because we want that. We want that very badly. But I don't see any EMP grenades. I swear they were supposed to give me EMP grenades and they just forgot or something. Okay, we're gonna have to find a creative way to kill this thing. Did it get damaged at all by the spiderlings? It didn't. We cast wind running. We're gonna pull it here and Aiden reaches out with his psionic powers, focuses on it, and pushes it backwards against the car. Oh, thank God. Despite how terrifying this robot is, its single glowing eye surveying the landscape as it looks at us, this basic-ass Cylon, it's fragile as we shove it and crush it against the car. We take its recorder. Before moving on, we are going to come back here, and we're going to grab as much of this jumpsuit as we can. and we're going to check it out in more detail in a moment. Oh, Aiden, I would say, is both lucky and reliable and reliant on his psionic powers. If it were not for them, I don't know what we would be doing, to be honest. It would be a dangerous wasteland for sure. But we've done your damn task. Almost fucking killed us, but yeah. You're back. Do you have anything to report? Your scientist was dead, but I disabled the prototype. Is this what you were looking for? And you hand over the recorder. The intercom is silent for a few seconds while the tray slides back in. Yes, it is. It's unfortunate that only the data was salvageable, but you have our thanks for returning it nonetheless. All right, I've done my part. What now? About that. Give me a moment. After a pause, you hear a muffled back and forth conversation. You can't make out what's being said, but you make out at least two other distinct voices. Right. Your handling of the situation was exemplary, and it's clear to us that we greatly underestimated the potential for mutual benefit. If you are interested, we are willing to offer you more work going forward, and all of it will have proper compensation from now on. And we're trading now? Certainly. I've just finished speaking with a certain individual who has authorized you limited access to a selection of our internal stores. We will provide you with pay for contracts in the form of tokens to be used as a exchange currency, which you can then trade for goods. We are also amenable to bartering in exchange for supplies that are currently difficult for us to obtain from the outside facilities. Well, keep that in mind. Let's get down to business. So we now have contracts. We have access to trading with these guys. Oh, we want to ask about this. Your scientist was wearing some kind of armor. What was it? We've been working on specialized gear for potential agents in the field. Given the hardware we have available, given the risks we've observed from here, it seems astute. It seems we'll still have some to work on. The pieces seemed warped. Whatever you're using to reinforce our armor isn't strong enough. We've solved that issue with our more recent prototypes. You seem like a good candidate. We will transfer over the additional pieces to complete that prototype set. Oh, he's going to give me the rest of the armor with the goal of collecting additional field data. The core armor platform is solid, and we have been integrating on supplementary pieces we will be willing to trade to you. Any feedback on the performance will be appreciated. Oh, thank you. And they give me a pair of prototype Vamberts and Greaves. Okay, we're going to take a moment and check all of that out, because that seems... Okay, so the jumpsuits, I think that's just a jumpsuit. That's just basically armor. Or sorry, that's just basically clothing. Although we liked Hubbo 1 a lot already, so we might actually start wearing their jumpsuit, as Aiden really does imagine this as like Vault Tech at this point. This thing has a mantle as part of it. However, the modular defense suit itself covers my arms, legs, and torso. It provides a very small amount of encumbrance, and in trade for a very small amount of protection. But I feel like this is just the rig that you put everything else on. So then you have the mantle. The mantle is insanely small amount of encumbrance, only 2 and 5. It covers most of my arms and torso. Wow. That is like nearly plate levels of protection. 12, 14. Oh, it's very low on ballistic. I see. For this mantle, it's also a poor fit. That's a little unfortunate. We'd have to refit the defense system. What about the Greaves? 3 encumbrance, so basically nothing. For, again, a large amount. And then the Vambrances for my arms is 3 encumbrance. Again, for... Oh, okay. Aiden steps out of this place and steps into one of the local offices. Actually, just the bathroom. And, yeah, I think we're going to fully equip this new set of armor, because this is really... really nice stuff. Get rid of our scrap arm guards and our shin guards and our wetsuit hood, and kind of just take everything off, and then we will figure out what we can put back on afterwards. We'll go ahead and store our Xion, and we are going to wear first the jumpsuit. Oh, that looks really nice. That has a very nice look to it, honestly. And then, despite the fact that it's a poor fit, we will wear the modular suit, and we'll favorite all that. And before we move any further, okay, nothing is fighting each other, so we still need the helmet, because it seems like there's nothing covering our head yet. But we don't need the pants or the long sleeve shirt. Can we wear the vest over this? No. Okay, so it seems like the defense system itself is fighting us on our torso there. Okay, our encumbrance, while wearing full armor, our encumbrance is almost nothing. All of our encumbrance right now, actually, I bet if we just drop the backpack, we can look at this properly. wearing the full armor gives us no encumbrance. Literally almost none. That's wild. That's so good. Pick everything back up, and honestly, we're gonna probably sell a lot of this to either these guys or to, well, put the bandana back on, to be honest. We'll sell these to either these guys or to Rubik, and since we're here anyways, we'll go ahead and sell them to these guys. Let's trade. So they have scrambler grenades, man hacks, some books, disposable. They have some SCDMs, so they also do that stuff. Oh, and here we go. More of the Hub 01 armor. Okay, interesting. There's also an environmental suit version. Is that modular defense system the same one I'm wearing? Is there any way that, is there anything fancier you can sell? No disposable equipment. That's unfortunate. So the main thing we're going to want to buy from these guys is enough to finish off this armor set. So they have a pair of kinetic greaves. They also only have 3 encumbrance. What the fuck? You have 35 bash, 27 cut, 18 ballistic, 21 pierce. Holy shit, it's worth $150. Okay, let's see if we can get $150 worth of stuff to sold to these people. Like literally right now. That is, what if we just sell them all of the books? We're going to want to get those books put in first. We could even sell them denarii. I mean, that's really tempted. We can always get more denarii later. That's like completely fucking end game armor at that point. Like that's all you would need. Okay, we can sell them a little bit less denarii. Okay, there's 100 and yep, we're gonna do that. Looks like a deal. Okay, we rewound a little bit because I realized that I didn't store these books first, and that is just a giant fucking waste. So we're gonna store the books and then we're gonna sell all that stuff to them again. That was Areima being stupid. So let's go ahead and do that again real quick. And we'll buy the kinetic greaves. Oh my god, holy crap. Go ahead and wear those kinetic greaves. Let's check our armor situation real quick. So our legs are now, now the coverage isn't the hugest. I didn't notice that. So it's only about 40% coverage, but that's still fine. Or at least average coverage. What's the actual coverage on the greaves? Let's check real quick. Because that is 38%. Okay, so we have a 38% chance to reduce all damage to basically 0. It's very low chance that something's going to do more than 35 bash to us in a single hit, outside of being like a Hulk, right? It also even has a little bit of fire acid environmental protection on it as well. That is incredible. Now, the only thing we're going to really have to do is that the modular defense system being a 4 fit is probably making us uncomfortable and is causing a small amount of pain at all time. So we're going to want to figure out, we need Kevlar and synthetic fabrics. So we're going to want to figure out how to take looks like we can just do it with a tailor's kit, but we'll want to find Kevlar and synthetic fabrics in order to take this in. Another thing I wanted to mention is that this thing is in fact completely waterproof, even if we jump in the river, and it protects us from harm and can withstand a lot of abuse and keeps us dry. The gear is also generally worn over clothing, which is that jumpsuit. And then the jumpsuit itself is filled with pockets and fits us perfectly. Oh wow, this was a significant upgrade. We can sell back the kinetic greaves to him, the old prototype greaves. Oh, actually, they won't accept them. Maybe we can sell those to the other group then, to the Azodi. The next thing I kind of would like would be this visor. It has 95% coverage, quite a bit of encumbrance, but not much protection. Maybe not then. Kinetic helmet, 15, 0 encumbrance. Wow. Okay, but we need modular headgear to attach it to. We don't have any modular headgear. Maybe that's something that we would get whenever we work for them a little bit more. And then we have a ballistic skirt. It's a skirt made of segmented armor plates. So it's basically like one of those plate skirts. Has very small amounts of encumbrance, and it covers... okay. So the ballistic skirt and kinetic skirt. I see. So the ballistic versus kinetic difference is that the ballistic ones seem to be more towards ballistic and pierce, and then the kinetic ones are more towards bash and cut. We'll probably want to get one of these kinetic skirts next. It's 35 bash. That's crazy. We'll want to get one of these next in order to cover our hips and thighs. I will say one of the few downfalls of this armor is that there are a decent number of gaps in it, which means that there's a chance you know, that we do actually just get hit through the armor. With that, the last thing I want to do today is I want to head back to the Idzodi, and I want to see if Rubik has anything new to say to us now that we've completed his little mission. I've paid a visit to the bunker, Rubik. Oh, fine and dandy. What can old Rubik stand you for then? Should I become a cyborg like yourself? Fine. Now, as you've got as good tea, we'll rubber you up an old gristle, you know, just settle on with, let's do this! Oh! Rubik makes a stiff, bowing gesture and leads you out of the shop and down a stone pathway towards one of the larger buildings in the compound. A thick steel door slides aside to reveal a gloomy, rust-dusted corridor. At the end of the corridor is a clean-appearing surgical suite, not too different from any other surgical suite aside from the dim lighting in the surgeon itself. At the head of the surgical table, there's a contraption reminiscent of an upside-down spider, its multiple glistening medical limbs curling gently in eager anticipation of your approach. You have little time to question your choices before you feel a sharp pinch in your left shoulder and the world drifts away. You awaken in a comfortable bed, your chest and throat sore but otherwise well. As the haze of anesthesia fades, you notice several tiny sore wounds on your chest and arms. A familiar feeling to Aiden, I'm sure. A human cyborg, not Rubik, notices that you are awake and wordlessly gestures you to follow, leading you back to Rubik's store. And you're with the stars and lights again, Umkin. 'Tis grand. These wee CBMs will do you a little fine, but they are just a start. Now I can sell you all you like and help you with the install. So I'm a cyborg now. We talked about something else. You said you can install cyborg CBMs for me. Can you help me with CBMs? Okay, so we can get this calorie tracker. It costs $10 to get it installed. I think that's with trade that we already have with him. Oh, we can get the trickle charger. Okay. 2% chance of failure. Using the existing things that he had, we do actually have Rubik install our first implant. The first one Aiden has had since the life-saving surgery that he had before all of this began. So now we have a... Wait, I asked for the trickle charger, you asshole. He gave me a cable charger. Oh, here we go. Oh, he gave me the cable charger for free. I see, because now we have a power storage and a power storage Mark II, and we have the trickle charger. So let's examine this. You have been equipped with a CBM that slowly recharges your power reserves at all times. It provides extremely low power, but has no cost and will last several years. So what we can do now is we actually can manage this. So we've actually been leaving our metabolic exchange on at 100% of the time, which means that it will always try and fill us up to 100%. So what we can do now is that we can change the power usage. No, wait, that's not right. How do we do this? Let's see. We want to change the fuel savings. Here we go. So we will stop generating power at 50% now. So if we are below 50% power from, for example, our repair nanobytes being on, right, then it will start using our calories. But above 50%, if we only use a tiny bit, then our trickle charger will fill up the rest, making us more efficient overall. We're going to talk to him one more time and see if there's anything else. Because, let's see, we have 10 credits left with him. Are you interested in this prototype, Greaves? You are. You know, we're just trying to probably sell stuff to him because we're going to be buying cybernetics off of him so reliably that we're fine with just him having money. Let's see about the calorie tracker would be pretty good. There's a throwing assist, a voice modulator. I'm not sure if we care about any of the rest of these, not right now, but we are going to get the calorie tracker. And that will help us as well because, so now it tells us exactly how many calories we have consumed today, spent yesterday, and spent today. And we also get our vitamin intake. I know that there's actually more information over here, but it's actually going off the side of the screen. And we are in fact very hungry. And this consumed calorie counter and how much we've spent is very useful because actually I want to go outside real quick and test something. I want to test if this calorie tracker is smart enough with the interaction of mods here that if we go outside and we cast Night Eyes and then we cast Push on the ground a few times, it still only says that we spent 30 calories. So it's not going to be aware of the calories, the kilocalories that we're just removing from our system with psionics, which is a thing that does happen. Just trust me on that. but it will allow us to know that, hey, we need to, if we look at yesterday and say, oh, well, we consumed 6,000 calories yesterday and we're just barely keeping up, we can keep an idea of how much calorie expenditure Psyonauts are giving us. But it's still a useful thing. It's not as useful as I thought it was going to be, but it's still a very useful thing. Do we have anything to bring back to our home base? Not really. I think the main thing I'd like to do is I'd like to hit these places again and get the rest of the loot from them. And in the nearby future, we would like to also go back to our cart here, and we'd like to take all of our stuff from our apartment, because our apartment was pretty much just like loaded out here. We'd like to take all of this stuff from our apartment and move it to the island. But in order to do that, we'd also like to loot this aircraft carrier as well. But in order to do those things, we're going to need a better boat. So I think our top priorities right now is we're going to be doing jobs for the Edzodi, jobs for the Hub 01, and we're going to be trying to figure out, ooh, there's another freshwater research station. We'll probably check that out here too soon. And we're going to be trying to figure out how to get controls and such running so that we can get a better boat so we can transfer stuff more easily. Because eventually, even whenever we're done transferring stuff from our old home to our new home, we're going to want to transfer stuff from the mainland to our home, including upwards of like V8 engines and stuff like that, right? So because of that, we're going to want a consistent water transportation system. On top of the fact that like we could just use this water transportation system to like travel down the rivers and stuff like that, right? We can use it, we could leave a boat along here and then travel down the river in order to loot an entire town. But in case you didn't know, some people might have figured this out early on because they were familiar with Cataclysm, but the Hub and the Edzodi were the people I was very interested in interacting with during this run. There are people that even on the first episode, I mentioned the Edzodi in my storytelling because I wanted so much to have their storytelling and their lore part of the lore of this series. And now that we have access to them, I am more excited for this series than you could possibly imagine. On a side note, I just noticed there's a limo shelter here. We'll have to check that out in the future as well. Our to-do list is growing ever and ever larger, and that is a beautiful thing. I am still so excited for this series, and I think that this is just the beginning of what we're going to see Aiden do, not the end. A series of events has happened, and unfortunately, last time we recorded Cataclysm, due to an error with Windows and me not noticing that Windows had blown out all of my settings for sound recording, we have lost both the voice recording and the sound of Cataclysm. So I am going to be doing something a little bit unique here as kind of an experiment to make sure that I can still get this episode out to you guys, which is I'm going to be doing a live voiceover of Cataclysm. At the beginning of the episode here, we are dropping off a bunch of stuff back at our boat so that we have the weight capacity possible in order to head back into town. I believe we are aiming to get the gun store and the magic shop completely cleared out. And while we were doing this fairly uninteresting task, I did want to mention that coming soon, once we get to season 3 of Aiden's journey, I am planning on changing up how I do the episodes just a little bit. I have been taking a liking to longer episodes on YouTube, and I'm looking forward to trying to make some myself. So Cataclysm episodes will probably be once a week once we get to season 3, and they will be probably an hour and a half with the same level of editing and possibly more editing as well, better editing. I will be continuing to experiment with new types of editing as I have been since the beginning of the Cataclysm series. I find this episode to be a great time to announce that just because this is fairly deep into a season, so that means that most people watching this are people who have watched most episodes of Cataclysm. As we were traveling, we found some woodland whites, but they're not really any issue for Aiden, as with a simple wind running and a few Xian strikes, we take them down pretty much immediately. I did try and push one into a tree, but it didn't actually work. But the woodland whites with that Xian and wind running are just absolutely not a problem whatsoever. Aiden's main goal right now is to try and get money for getting farther into both the Edzodi and the Hub 01 lore and world building. He is very interested in learning about the Cataclysm and his place in it. And we want to get a little bit of money from a place that we knew was going to have money, which is that gun store and that magic shop, before heading to Hub 01 to accept new quests. And we are heading a little bit off the beaten path here because we have this zombie burner, this flamethrower zombie that is dangerous to approach at night. We did see a glimpse there for a moment of the fact that this zombie burner, because it has a light on it, is going to be attracting zombies at night to it, which means that it would be unpredictable to fight them. But as Aiden is moving away, we did run into a flesh raptor, and Aiden is using his telekinetic powers of Far Hand in order to pull the flesh raptor back towards him, taking swipes with the Xian, eventually taking it down. Considering our path carefully, we do head trying to avoid the part of town that we had seen that Ashen Brawler in. We do try and head a little bit farther south this time, not necessarily wanting to hit any of these houses or anything like that, but to avoid threats that we already knew were there. Now, mind you, this does have wandering hordes on, and Aiden knows about the fact that the hordes can wander, so we do know that there's a chance that this Ashen Brawler has moved. As we approach the gun store, we do see the carnage of our previous entry, and it looks like the place is still relatively cleaned out. Nothing else has wandered back in. There are so many things on the ground in here. And I do remember as we went through this place the first time, I was asking some questions that I would love to hear answered by the community on whether that these casings and magazines that are on the ground, even if they're casings and magazines for guns that we don't plan on using, if those are things that are worth picking up. We did take the time to store our Xian and then pick up this marksman's conversion kit because I don't know what that is, so it seemed valuable to take with me. We are taking all of the ammo and all of the magazines because I suspect that the magazines, even emptied of their ammo, will be useful. I have been notified multiple times that the ammo, even if it's not for a gun we plan on using, is valuable because we can convert the ammo later using all of the parts of the ammo and maybe even the gunpowder. I don't really know how it works, in order to make future things. We also found a couple sets of nails, which, I mean, getting a couple hundred nails is just valuable, right? We'll be able to just harvest wood, potentially even just harvest wood from trees in order to make a lot of wooden structures. We did spot one zombie in here, but he's just a basic zombie, so we immediately dropped the marksman conversion kit, pull out the Xian, and there's no need to waste our calories and stamina on a basic zombie, so we're just going to approach him. I did reassign my Xian to the W button, so if I press W, we can press it essentially twice. Oh, I guess I changed my mind and I just crushed him against the wall anyways. Aiden realizing that it doesn't cost that much stamina anymore. But we did assign our sword to W, so now if I press the lowercase w and then press it again, it immediately draws or sheaths my weapon. Something I would suggest doing for your primary weapon just for convenience. You can go in and reassign it to a hotkey. Now, just make sure you don't reassign it to a hotkey that you need to use while in your inventory. So don't assign it to E or Enter or something like that, because those are keys that are already useful while you're managing your inventory. We found a lot of magazines and a lot of ammo here, and I think 1 or 2 extra guns, but outside of like one book, there wasn't really much else here noteworthy. We did also find this standard rifle conversion kit, but even looking at it, I suspected that changing a gun to 223 ammo seems like an unwise idea until we can make ammo, because although I don't really know what the ammo differences are, you would be changing a gun that uses Stanag mags, which are really common, into 223 mags, which I don't know a lot about guns, but I do know what I've looted off of corpses, and 223 ammo types are just less common. With that, we do move on to the magic shop nearby, ready to drop this at any moment. And that's when we see it. Clouds of ash and smoke filling the magic shop. Aiden isn't sure how to deal with this. His abilities are predicated upon the ability to actually see our target. We cannot push what we cannot see, or at least we need to know the exact location of our target. So we activate Premonition to see if we can feel out into the clouds, and we do. We sense a creature deeper into the clouds. Aiden makes a guess that that is in fact the Ashen Brawler, and we are confirmed with it. As we saw for just a moment a spot of him through the clouds, we suspect that this hostile creature that we sense in the deeper here is the Brawler, and it steps out. Gigantic twisted human frame with menacing stance and rapid movements. Thick clouds of smoke pour from its body. Yeah, he's a problem. We don't know much about him. We've not fought him before or something like him. But we do suspect with a name like Brawler that he's going to want to get in close to us. He's probably not going to have ranged attacks. And while he's in close to us, because we lack a full face gas mask, our last gas mask was not useful to us, we do have to worry about the idea that we are going to be at a disadvantage in melee. We need to figure out how to deal with this guy. We do try one force shove, I believe, just to make sure we do buff ourselves at the beginning of this fight. This is a one that Hayden considers very potentially dangerous. Yes, he's a very powerful psionic, for sure. He has been able to kill things incredibly quickly with his psionics, but this is something that if he were to mess up, he could be heavily injured and his journey through the city would be over. However, we get lucky. We see him in a corner. We immediately, without taking a single step, start pushing him, grinding whatever is in this spot against the wall, and then with an explosion, a massive cloud billows out. We likely think we have taken down the Brawler. Creatures that spread these things often contain them in billowous amounts, so whenever we see this cloud explode outwards, we suspect that we've taken down our target. We do stop concentrating on Premonition to make sure that we're conserving our calories and stamina, and we see, yes, a bruised corpse of an Ashen Brawler. We have crushed yet another target against the wall. Our strategy is fairly dominant, and to be honest, it's a very good strategy. Wind running helps a lot with the stamina, but even without wind running, we would be capable of dealing with a lot of the creatures that other survivors can't deal with. Something that we are looking forward to is threats of the Cataclysm that evolve over time. We are aware of this, so there's a chance that they eventually evolve to the point where we can't keep up. We have to come up with new answers. But for the time being, Aiden is perfectly fine in looting this place, taking these scrolls and these books, and taking advantage of the fact that he is currently winning the arms race that is the Cataclysm. We put our highlighted bar and just smash open these cases. We know it's going to make noise, but we're not too worried about it. We're going to be out of here immediately after this, so we grab the 2 minor wands of magic missile with no intention of really using them. We're likely going to hold on to them, store them in our boat, and sell them to the Forge of Wonders, sell them to the librarian at our first convenience. That's not really a high priority to us, though, because unless we manage to get like 2,000 denarii worth of money, it's not going to be worth heading all the way to the Forge of Wonders. We consider for a moment speaking to Mammy Salmon, but I use a little bit of metagame knowledge here, and that remembering with Vellum and some other characters that these healers, they only ever have one quest. They tell you to kill nearby zombies, and this particular healer is wielding a fucking shotgun. So if we tell her, yes, we want to help you, she will immediately walk outside and start shooting zombies. And considering we have managed to be very, very quiet and very much in the dark up until now, that is the worst case possibility. We grab our conversion kits and head out of the city, back to the Idzodi. On the way back, we had a few quick encounters with some of the Walking Dead, but they're all very easy to deal with. We are far stealthier than them, and we have a much longer draw distance. Again, our psionics being of great benefit to us that honestly, Aiden didn't even just engage any of them. We just walked past them in the night, able to watch their movements and sneak past. A full Metal Gear Solid trip in and out of the city, only killing 2 zombies and getting away with all of the loot that those 2 buildings had. We have not cleared out this city by any means, but we do want to take our time. As we come back to speak to Rubik, we have all of these pistols and magazines. We did remember to stop for a moment and take all of the ammo out of every single magazine and every single pistol other than our H&K MP5. Because even though if the magazines and these extra guns are not particularly valuable to Aiden. The ammo is, he suspects from movies he's seen, like Constantine, that we could probably, if we found a hand press or something like that, we could be one of those badasses who actually makes their own ammo. And once we start doing that, we can make way more ammo for the MP5 and use it more consistently. We also need to figure out how to repair it, though. Oh, look at that durability. It's more than halfway destroyed at this point. Unfortunately, the magazines don't sell for a lot, and I think in the future we're likely not going to be picking them up unless someone gets into the comments and says, oh hey, those are actually very valuable. And yes, some of those books that we just passed are worth a lot, but we want to save the books for selling either in a situation where we really want something from one of these places, or whenever we can bring them back to the Forge of Wonders, because the Forge of Wonders has a more limited scope of things that can be sold to it. One thing we take a hard look at is that Rubik offers a cranial flashlight, a extra flashlight that would be coming from our face and would free up our need to bring a flashlight with us. We also take a look at this electromagnetic unit, but the last sentence there says that unlucky bystanders are damaged by the electromagnetically pulled metal objects, and we do worry that we are in fact one of those bystanders who would be damaged by this, so we hold off for now. We do want to become a bit of a cyborg ourselves, but we don't necessarily want to install anything that will not be directly beneficial to us. On top of that, we also have Farhand, which is a similar psionic power to what that bionic does. There's no reason to double up on things like this. We do go ahead with the cranial flashlight surgery, and it is immediately successful. It only takes a couple hours, which is very nice. I do think we forgot to sell our rifle conversion kit. I believe we do remember to do that in a moment, though. Yeah, we actually managed to do it right now. As we're speaking to him, we do find a new dialogue option. We ask, you're not from around here. Yes, you could call us at it. We're from other lands, most likely, not other worlds, though. Too risky bringing them squatchies into the fold. Aiden responds, I don't know what the difference between other lands and other worlds are. Sure, and that's a big one, Rubik says. Other worlds are wherefore them buggers you got round in here, walking plants and talking mushrooms and what like. Other lands be tasked more of a kinship. I be from Earth, but my Earth be differed. So you should not be asking me what the Adzodi is doing on Earth, but because some of us feeling us fine and fine at home, as I'm Ken, but you should be asking us what Adzodi is doing razzing up your green and brown. Aiden asks, okay then, well what are you meaning by razzing up our green and brown? Right, Rubik responds, aside from just living in such a cozy nook, us be mining, Kenneth. Picking up the scraps, seeing it for other lands that has any tech worth it upside down. No sense letting good scraps go to waste. If we're lucky, picking a few new Adzodi before we wobble out. Picking up the pieces of your sweet, shattered dreams, such like. Hearing this, Aiden has a thought. This may be when he is tired or this world is tired of him. This may be a way to leave, head to another other land, head to another Earth, perhaps a greener one. What do you mean go to waste? The zombies aren't exactly using the scrap, and there's plenty to go around. This be a deadland, and I'm Ken. You got a case of the willies ain't gonna sing along. No cure for those rats and fleas. Aiden asks, are you saying that you think we're doomed? Why would you come here if there wasn't some way to survive? Rubik comes back with, oh, we can wobble along as needs, send the scraps back, bring in the foods, and shakes off a willy or three, can it? No good for you, won't take too much meat and bone. Wait, I thought you were still flesh and bone under all that metal. Haha, mostly mates. Not worth risking the willies in it. I keep what's Rubik, but the rest is all solid. Aiden assumes that willies is whatever is turning these people, these dead, into zombies, and being less flesh is somehow more likely to not be turned. Aiden's not sure if that's superstition or science, though. We do eventually ask, you wanted to ask me some questions earlier, and I think I was rude about it. What did you want to ask? Thank you. When you and Rubik first met, how long had it been since the mess began? We tell them it's been about a month. I think 40 days? We haven't been counting. Lovely. Ben's it's going to be a pair, that's a track. I mean, they'll be right happy. This is their first jump, and it's a flapping duck. What? What did you even just say, Rubik? What's a benzet? Them's an otherlander. From 3 jumps and change, wide as the sky. They got happily on summit for the tracking, you ken? I didn't really follow that. They planned out the last jump like an apprentice to the old sexton. Oh, they're a navigator. Sure, that's a fine enough word. Was this an especially good jump? I'll try to leave the old world before it's worn right to the gums. You can find a nice twitchy one on the other side. Your denland be brand shiny. Aiden considers this for a moment and realizes, so you mean we have a nice freshly dead world for you to visit? You ken it rightly. That and this be nicin' for all. And we're top the last jump by heads. Other lands with fusilies and mobbings. Us'n get a fine change on that. I don't know what fusilies and mobbings are. Oh, right. Many lands be assert of thousands. Fusilies, she's a weapon. Shoots a shot at high speeds, thus using bang. A mobbing, she's a grand box of metal pushed by burning and booming from within. Can it? Oh. It's a gun and a car. In response, Rubik actually gives us a farthing. Right, so, also write that in the dicky. Here, a shiny brass, a farthing for crossing the nation. So he gave us a farthing for telling him what the local words for this are. Well, now that we've got that sorted, I have to ask, what's going to happen to my world? Rubik pauses for a moment. When they start talking again, their voices slow and more serious. Listen, can't tell you rightly, but those what have a bottle, a cork, what fits it, they yark about the enemy. Most folks got a story like that in their old harf tales, as can a bad way from times old come back. Old Rubik don't know much about that, but something makes them bodies walk and moan, and it doesn't seem to be something of the way of our kin. How it gets in? Well, that be anyone's for a guess. It can come the way we can, wibbling and wobbling, but it also doesn't always. How would be the end for your deadland? Rubik can't say for ye. Is it always like this? What's going to happen to us? This be a deadland, can it? Spend a farthing at the pastor's house, ye raz. What be left for ye? They'll be dead in the fields, the forests, all around the green and brown. Anything that walks, they'll salt and fallow, and most will rise and rejoin. Those that don't, the enemy twists and turns as well. Every deadland be the same. You've turns in twain, but come as it may, this land be dead. Though, and I'm Ken, you've got quite a few turns and twains to go yet. What then? What happens after the whole planet dies? Could it spread to other worlds from here? Spread, hey, through the wibbles. But we ain't ken on how. After green and brown to be gray and black, so to speak, Rubik be long gone. On a moment, we folk will send back a lover's robe or so to the deadlands what left, but nary have returned. And I'm Ken, there only be one course from here. So traveling off-world is definitely an option. Or getting to the ISS, maybe stepping off from there. If you be chanced to try, this and won't stop you. Right, so Rubik will sell you the pieces you might use to do it. I've gotta go. Thanks for the information, but I'll see you later, Rubik. Perhaps that individual we met during the first portal storm, perhaps they wibbled and wobbled, as Rubik would say, between the worlds, and they had a soft spot for seeing a survivor like us, a survivor that was cybernetic with potential for psionics, and they just tossed us a lark, gave us some assistance on a whim. We still don't know anything about them. They told us to seek the Azodi, but now that we have, the Azodi does not recognize us or the description we've given them of this individual. It's like they've never met us before. In fact, they're fresh to arrive themselves. With plans to seek the Hub 01 next, Aiden stores his conversion kits and the ammo we have gained and set out to make sure that we have a free inventory before heading to Hub 01. To speak to them about their contracts that they have offered us. They have offered us many things, and they obviously have very impressive technology. So, unlike the Azodi, who seem to only be offering us cybernetics and information, the Hub 01 may be offering us very valuable weapons and armor for the future. And Aiden is very interested in getting more of this Hub 01 experimental armor. It is very light, and it might not be as protective as plate mail would be in this situation, but keeping lights is very much in our interest, as we want to make sure that we can keep moving since we're relatively frail in martial combat. We don't want to take too many hits. We might be able to regenerate, but we don't have that much HP compared to a normal human. And it does take a moment, though, to check the battlefield where we had fought the cyborg to see if we could find these damnable EMP grenades, but there's no luck. We do still see these demon chitin spiders, and Aiden's considering harvesting in the future, sometime very soon probably, but we are more interested in our immediate task, which is to head to the Hub 01 and see about some contracts. becoming a bit of a mercenary for those who still remain in the Cataclysm, those who are surviving. We speak to them. Let's discuss contracts. Return to Sender and Iron Safari. Return to Sender. When the portal storms started, the government issued an evacuation order for critical personnel and sent convoys to retrieve them, with our head of AI research among the recalled. We recently discovered that he died when the convoy transferring him was ambushed in the initial chaos, but his corpse and belongings remain intact enough to benefit from his research. We want you to travel to the convoy and locate the body, if possible. This evacuation protocol includes retrieving and storing as much of the data from his facility as possible, to be stored in a code-locked hard case. If this case is present, retrieve it and bring it back here. We will offer you the standard hazard pay of 4 HGC for this contract. What should I expect to go up against? The convoy was composed of vehicles and personnel from the US Army, and it was heavily armed. Our surveillance of the area has shown that the majority of the slain personnel have revived, including the one wearing a light combat exoskeleton. Oh boy, resistance will be heavy, but if possible you may be able to locate and retrieve the hard case, then exfiltrate without direct combat as long as you can outpace the dead there. Otherwise, bring a rifle and plenty of ammo. I'll take it. Where's the convoy? It was ambushed on the road. The intercom recites a series of coordinates. Report back with the hard case. If the researcher brought it with him, it will be intact. Have no doubt about that. What about Iron Safari? One of our scout drones spotted a partially malfunctioning robot of unconventional make while tracking an anomalous radiation spike close by. We project that much knowledge can be gained from a close examination of the subject, and you would be tasked to retrieve it for us intact. We will equip you with a prototype rifle and instructions on how to use it and deactivate the robot if you accept. The success of this contract requires that the subject be brought back in an inactive state and not destroyed. A ruined robot is of no scientific value. We emphasize that you use the prototype to complete this task, and EMP blast would likely destroy the subject outright. Completion of this task rewards 2 HGC, and you'll be able to keep the prototype and equipment used to operate it. What is this robot? What does it look like? We are as of yet uncertain of its origins and purpose. Its body most closely resembles a pyramid on what we believe there are 3 sets of legs for mobility. It is lightly armed and has attacked our camp spy drones while using a high voltage electrical discharge. We have theorized that this is most likely for deterrence and not to cause direct harm. Nonetheless, we need to emphasize that its full capabilities are unknown, and we do not know how it will react when confronted with a living threat. The intercom gives you a UPS, which is a backpack power supply. Imagine like what the Ghostbusters use. An intercom battery, trifoot sets handling procedures, and a HM12 dazzle rifle. Lovely. Just a moment, we will transfer the prototype and handling procedures, which includes information of its last recorded location. The intercom tray thumps several items as objects are placed into it. After a minute, it slides open, revealing a slender weapon that looks a bit like a radar gun, a heavy battery, a sheaf of papers in a binder, and a UPS. The HM12 draws power from a connected UPS. Please remember to bring the specimen back intact. Battered salvage is of no use to us. To safely perform the task of the activation, please review the provided documentation and pay special attention to the procedures detailed on subsection 4 and 7. After speaking to Rubik, Aiden takes a moment to consider, maybe Hubble 1 knows something. Listen, something happened earlier. The world got bad. Things felt very wrong. Do you know anything about what that was? It's a complicated answer, the intercom says. Understand that we're not an expert at this, the voice sighs. You hear the person on the other side typing on a keyboard for several seconds. I will explain it as best as I can, but again, I'm not a professional. Whatever caused the apocalypse, it's broke something about the way our world works. I'm sure you've noticed that normal physics don't always apply anymore. We are, as of right now, uncertain if our models were wrong or if this is something fundamentally different to our reality. From what we've observed, these events are what happen at the peak of a cyclical event. This is a gross oversimplification, and I don't know the science behind it. But I guess the simplest way to think of it is that our reality is moving closer and further from this other place, or model, or so on, like a yo-yo. When these two things are closest together, we get portal storms. Otherwise, things are, I wouldn't say normal anymore, but they're as close to normal as we get now. Reading a footnote here, we're looking to gather data about these storms using a device developed specifically for the purpose. I'll add that to your contracts list if you would like to know more. Aiden has a little thing in the back of his head reminding him of Starship Troopers and the end of each commercial being, would you like to know more? That sounds pretty bad. Is this going to get worse? Unfortunately, it seems likely. This isn't exactly something we can measure with traditional instruments, but observation has shown that they're not likely to get better. By far the strongest so far was at the start of the Cataclysm, and we cannot accurately predict what the future holds. Our projections are not optimistic. I wish I could tell you anything else, but I would advise you get used to seeing them going forward. Hayden thinks about this and wonders if his contactor, his alien, is from this other world. We already know there's useful things to find in one of these sources, so we don't ask about that, but we are interested in warning signs. The intercom responds with, in a way, in the days and hours leading up to one of these events, you may see things that are obviously out of place, or that don't make sense. This is clear during the nighttime, but you can see it during the day too. If this happens once, take note of it. If it happens again, be ready for anything. Thanks for the information. We asked him if there's anything fancier and so on. He gives us an incredibly specific 5 days and 18 hours. I believe that this is actually an NPC in the game informing us of when the reset cycle for NPCs is. Something to take note of. We have 5 days to buy anything we want. We do ask, what the hell were you testing out there? It's a modified Raytheon chassis with a custom AI. We'd hoped that it would interact with the outside world for us, but you know how well that went. That particular line of study is now on hiatus, giving the project lead, well, you know. Let's discuss contracts. We now have hazard meteorology. As mentioned before, our research into the portal storm phenomenon requires that we obtain additional data to verify our own local measurements. Recording this data will require you to carry a scientific instrument called an NRE recorder on your person while outside in the storm for around 6 minutes. The recording instrument will be provided at no cost if you choose to accept. We are willing to give you 1 HGC for a standard length recording. Higher quality recording and data may be obtained by collecting more data before printing a report, and as a result, we are willing to provide higher pay for the result, for the data. How does it work? Once the storm starts, it should be enough to walk outside while carrying the NRE, as the recording requires no particular actions on your part. Research insists on the fact that you must personally carry the NRE on your person to take accurate measures, so leaving it outside while you take shelter won't work. I'd explain the synchronistic relations that demand this, but I really don't understand that part myself. Oh, and you might want to obtain a high caliber firearm before attempting to take the measurements, just in case things start leaking into the prime. Aiden makes finger guns and says, I am a high caliber armament. How will I know when I've been outside long enough? The recorder will beep once when it has recorded enough for a report. The longer you stay outside, however, the higher quality and quantity of the data will be. While you are only expected to maintain the minimum viable report that the NRE can produce, we are willing to offer increased pay for higher quality recordings. Sure, why not? Let's do science. Transferring the recorder now. The intercom tray slides open, revealing a hefty bare bones. Apparently, I wasn't interested in that, so I stepped away. We do take a look at their CBMs, and they do also have a trickle charger, but nothing else is terribly interesting to us. And we consider buying some more of the Hub 01 pieces, but I've actually been informed that a future mission might be able to get these for us, so we decide against this, at least until we complete a few more contracts and confirm or deny whether the hub will provide this armor for us. They're very expensive right now, so we want to avoid wasting any money considering we have so many things we want to buy. And if the Hub 01 is telling us that they will restock in 7 days, I personally suspect on an out-of-game note, that means that Rubik and his CBMs will also restock in 5 to 6 days. So we'll want to keep an eye on this timer to see if we can take advantage of the fact that Hub 01 is actually informing us of when the restock is. We did take a look at the recon helmet and the armor, and we suspect that the proprietary armor, the kinetic helmets, might be able to go on the recon headgear, but considering their cost is 220 monies in order to do that, we decide to hold off for now as well. Time to do some missions. We do know that we would need this UPS and this strange gun in order to do one of the missions, so we need to check to see if we can learn how to use the gun. They did give us an instruction manual, after all. We try and read the instruction manual, storing it in our in our archive book first, of course. And taking a look at it, we ironically need Electronics 3 to understand. So we actually need another level of Electronics to actually learn it. We do take a look at the Introduction to the Divine, but there's a couple spells that we're not terribly interested in, so we just put it away for now. So the mission that we're interested in is Hazard Meteorology, which is something that will just come naturally, and Iron Safari. No, it's Return to Sender. That's right, the Caravan. That's the first one we want to do because the exoskeleton interests us. We've never run across an exoskeleton, and Aiden is highly curious what that even means. He starts imagining Ridley. He starts imagining Ripley from Alien and wondering if it's like a 10-foot tall loader mech that he can punch an alien out an airlock. You know, just grab them and shove them into a hole and just let them out. It looks like the best way to get there is by boat, so we head back, drop off a few more things into our boat, and we take a nice jaunt across the lake again. We're feeling particularly brave right now, and our line of sight is very, very high compared to most things at night, so we don't wait for daytime. A questionable decision, but I don't think we're going to be punished for it. Since our island that we've been living on is so close by, we do decide to make a quick detour. And by close by, I mean, I don't know if you guys are aware, but like it is really close. It's probably like only 100 feet. It's way closer than the map makes it seem. So this is like, look at this. It's basically a block over. We do kind of struggle with driving this canoe still, so we struggle with landing this for a few moments, and in my original edits, I actually did this for a lot longer than it seems like I did it. It's kind of funny that Aiden just can't drive canoes for shit yet. Eventually we'll get better at it though, because we're using this thing a lot. And ironically, as soon as we get better at it, we will not be using a canoe anymore, but hopefully a speedboat. We do plan on just kind of grabbing everything and leaving it here with the intention that, well, we can leave the stuff in the boats that we 100% know we're going to sell, like the Wands of Magic Missile and the books. We do actually still have the books stored in our archive, so they're perfectly fine to sell. I think I'm realizing from this experience, because this voiceover experience with the Cataclysm episodes is that one of the reasons that I pause a lot in my voiceover, and one of the reasons I say a lot, which you guys don't hear too much because I edit them out. I edit like 15 minutes of pauses and ums out of every single video, and I am not exaggerating. It is a crazy amount that I edit out of every video. But I think one of the reasons it's happening is because Cataclysm takes so much thoughts that trying to keep a line of conversation and narration going while playing Cataclysm is just more than my tiny little brain can handle. It's just kind of something interesting that I realized while doing this voiceover activity, because I only recorded this a day or two ago, so like I'm pretty sure I remember most of what's going on, so I can start talking before the thing even happens. And not only that, I gave myself plenty of time because I read slower last time, so I can actually go through this quite quickly. Since we're on the island, we do take a moment to get all of the food out of the smoking racks. We have a lot of smoked meat now, and I believe before we leave, we are going to refill the charcoal kiln, because I have been notified that you can actually smoke meat twice to make it preserve even longer, and since we have 40 smoked meat on one rack alone, which means we have 40 on the other as well, there's no reason to not do this. We're going to go ahead and try and get that going, but the charcoal smoker does take 24 hours to work, so we're not going to be able to get it going right away. Hopefully, they do last a pretty long time. The smoked meat seem to last 3 weeks, which is amazing. That means we basically have all the food we need for the next 3 weeks at the very least. It does mean that we'll be able to smoke them twice and see what the results of that are. I really hope we get some sort of like jerky-like meat that's still valuable, but might last us like an entire season or even multiple seasons. If we can do something like that, that means that potentially we'll be able to take down another dinosaur in the future and give ourselves enough meat forever. And since we live on an island and we have plenty of purification tablets and can get plenty more at our earliest convenience, at least food and water will be handled. The only way we're ever going to have issues with food and water is if we get stranded somewhere away from our island. We did try and set up our smoked meat back in there, but we need way more charcoal, needing 4,300 more charges of charcoal. So we do take up the axe again and chop down a tree just to get that going. We probably have more trees on this island than we're ever going to actually use And potentially we might be able to learn how to plant trees. Although I don't think that's actually a viable thing in Cataclysm because, well, time is kind of actually simulated in a proper way, which means it would take way longer than Aiden ever plans on even staying in the Cataclysm to grow a tree. So there's not really much purpose in planting them. Worst case scenario, just across the channel, there is actually a full forest. So I don't think we're going to be running out of wood anytime soon. With that, Aiden does move out. We plan to head to the convoy right away. We have quite a bit of lake to cross in between there, and we don't really want to get distracted. There are some interesting points. There's another water survey location, water purification survey location, and we do want to hit that up. I have interest in finding out whether there's another boat there, and perhaps a boat that's in better condition, or alternatively, something that would be very interesting is if both of the boats are in opposite forms of destruction. And what I mean by that is one of them has a working motor and a working battery, and then the other one has working controls and, like, I don't know, good frames or something like that. If we could find something like that, and we could get something like that running, then that actually means that we could take both of the boats and cannibalize them to make one working boat. And then at that point, we just need some sort of electric car to get some electric car motors out of it, and we would be able to put 2 or 3 electric car motors on it and some solar panels, and we would have essentially an infinitely running vehicle. As we cross the lake, we do look back and see that there was a lighthouse that we missed. It's going to be going on the long list. It's not a high priority for us to explore this area, but Aiden does want to do it eventually. And again, we have so much trouble parking. We actually cut out probably a full 5 minutes of just Aiden tried to park this goddamn canoe. Unfortunately, we are coming on the caravan as dawn is hitting, which means that we will have sort of lights not on our side anymore. They will be able to see us just as far as we can see them. There's a dump nearby, but nothing of great note. But there is a wasp nest, and Aiden's seen what these wasps are. They're gigantic, almost human-sized wasps, and they are wasps. Mutants or not, aliens or not, wasps are always dicks, so we're going to avoid that like the fucking plague. Which is a funny sentence. Aiden does see in the distance, though, a FEMA refugee camp. He has a tiny glimmer of hope. And this might be a place where people live. But he knows the government, and he knows how well the FEMA camp is going to be. It probably got hit by even just one zombie, and the whole place would convert. Uncertain of whether this is a good idea, and not wanting to check it whenever we have a obvious and direct goal in mind, we do avoid it. But we do come across an interesting creature out in the wilds. A Kraken and a Krek. What is a Krek? This is some form of otherworldly hound. Lean and hungry looking, its twisted red flesh is stretched tightly across its misshapen, angular frame. Loping grotesquely along, it is unusually long neck stretches forward, its skull-like head near the ground as it sniffs out its prey. Its foulness partially veiled by some arcane force. It seems to almost flicker in and out of your perceptions as if you were looking at it from the corner of your vision. This reminds Aiden of some sort of Lovecraftian creature, like the creatures that come from the corners, or alternatively, almost like a displacer beast, perhaps? A single-headed displacer beast? I wonder if it's going to flicker around if we try and fight it, like it's going to move, or alternatively, if it's going to just be very hard to hit. Again, we have a goal in mind, so we leave it for now. The caravan is out in the open, which is not ideal, but we engage it to see if we can figure out, if we can scout it out. As we approach, we do see a caustic soldier zombie. We do know that these are soldier zombies that are able to shoot things at us, shoot acid at us. We also see a feral soldier wearing a military uniform with an armored vest. This person seems to be a highly trained military professional, now turned feral. 10 sturdy hands grip a combat knife. Their bloodshot eyes stand for threats. Combat knife is good. That means they don't have a gun, most likely. Although, I will say on an out-game note, I haven't really come to trust these descriptions. They're not always accurate. And as we get closer, we see a massive collision of multiple armed cars and so many zombie soldiers, a wild amount. And we also see a zombie bio operator. This armored soldier appears to have been some sort of special forces agent. Its malfunctioning equipment sends out occasional salvages, showers of sparks, some sort of zombie robot, bionic individual. Maybe perhaps better to call it a cyborg. There are over 20 zombie soldiers here, a wild amount. You also even see a bilious soldier zombie with a burnt gas mask that has actually already made a shot at us from a fairly long distance. Aiden is taking a calm, careful look over the crowd and then spots at the back an armored zombie. Despite being encased what once was a nigh impenetrable combat skeleton, something still managed to kill this soldier, and he recognizes this exoskeleton. This is probably not the same person, but this is the same armor, the same design that his traveler wore. We have another clue. Our traveler was not some sort of cyborg monster, but wearing a highly advanced, technologically futuristic set of exoskeleton armor. Perhaps our traveler worked for DARPA or the military. We also spot the case, but it is in the middle of the horde of zombies, so it's not very likely that we're going to be able to swing by and get it. Looking at our surroundings, we are pretty much out in the open. There is a derelict shed nearby, which we decide to back off to see if we can get cover in. And we do begin running. We don't want these things to catch up to us and fight us right away. But Aiden has a resolution in his mind. He is going to stop and try and kill as many of these soldiers as possible. We will have to fight carefully, and we will have to fight considerably with consideration. Make sure that we don't ever run out of stamina and the ability to run away. But we think we can take out a significant number of these. And if we were able to take them out, the amount of loot we would get off of these soldier zombies would be phenomenal. It would be life-changing. Aiden stands before the last known coordinates of a suspicious scientist. Amongst them is something familiar, but now it looks like the end of a Terminator movie. Except Aiden is the scary Terminator robot. Let's wreck some zombies. Aiden is looking down the barrel of dozens of zombies, just slightly off screen now. Dawn is starting to crack, but I can only imagine that a smile is creeping across Aiden's face. This is a challenge and something that we can actually really flex our powers on, because recently I've gotten to the point where the average zombie is not something that Aiden even takes the time to consider. This, however, this is going to be something else. We're going to have to be careful, we're going to have to be considerate, and we're going to have to wipe these guys out. We're going to need to get near these cars. We need something strong to bash these guys against. As soon as we begin here, Aiden immediately pulls out his Jian. We remember that there's a shack to the north. This first feral, he's one of the only ferals in the field that we found. We're going to just walk, not run, and we're going to try and drag him back to the shack above us. It'd be really nice if we could get... Oh, look at that. That's even better. Amazing. The shack is boarded up. That's actually great news. That means that it's less likely that anything will be able to get in as well. We do have this Black Ops zombie and the feral soldier. Those are the two threats that we have to take part of first. The Black Ops zombie seems to have adapted to his old life role and mutated further into it. Its skin radiates a sort of shadowy smoke that obscures its outline, making its camouflage even harder to see against the background. In darkness, it would be nigh invisible. I think what we're going to do is I want to open this door so that if possible, we have a way in there. Oh, and awesome. There's a second one. There's a bilious. Where's the bilious? He is not watching us. The bilious can shoot. Now is the time. Cast wind running. Come on. No, don't cast it on them. Okay. Didn't work. We're going to step over here. We really need to get wind running better. And Aiden begins. His mind focused like a razor and shoves the Black Ops. Oh, it does so much damage to them. Black Ops is dead. Immediately, the feral is down too. We have army, chiefs, bayonets, etc. We somehow sent the bot zombie all the way over here. We just blasted him through the wall into the inside of this place. The other thing that I've just noticed is that there's a bunch of piles of rubble down here. So I have an interesting idea. This window here with the rubble behind it is incredibly valuable to us. So what we're going to do is we're going to pull out our halogen bar and we're going to pry this open, and we are going to attempt to cast wind running if possible. Please, Aiden, can you please concentrate on this? There we go. Okay, we'll take one step over. Can we reach out and grab him? We can, but the window's in the way. He's coming in on his own. Aiden reaches out, grabs him, pulls him in, and he does hit us with acid, so we are going to push him back. Oh, look at that. Our armor is so good. And did any of it get damaged? Because we got hit by acid a bunch. Some of the hub jumpsuit and modular defense system got damaged a little bit, but not enough to matter. When they give us a chance to take a break, we will take a break. What is that guy? That's the bio operator. Oh my god, look, there's so many of them. Oh, this is magnificent. I can only imagine what the loot is going to be like at the end of this. See if we can attract... There we go. A few more pieces of attention here. I really hope this bio operator isn't going to be smart enough to, like, come around. I think he actually is. There's 2 bestial stalkers as well. Ooh, okay. So those are fairly advanced, fairly evolved zombie soldiers. We let the bio operator get close to us, thinking that we could take a swing at it with our sword, but he actually shocked us, which is very unfortunate because electricity is one of our greatest weaknesses, and we actually took a bunch of damage across all of our body parts because of that. We know better now not to do that. We have a couple coming in. Another shooter zombie with the caustic zombie there. Take a few hits. As soon as it grabs us, use our telekinesis. We'll pull in this caustic zombie. Just take a few swings at it with our Jian. Just kind of wear it down. It put acid on us. We really don't want to deal with that, so we shoved it backwards, crushed it against the wall. We're going to take a step back to see if we can just rest between these fights a little bit. In fact, we're going to go ahead and deal with a little bit of our pain ahead of time. Acetaminophen is not going to be significant in dealing with our pain. It really isn't. But it will deal with a little bit of the initial pain. We might need almost like more room for these things to be able to see us so that we're not crossing the stone as much. We can't afford to be grabbed, so the second that they grab us, that's when the telekinetic shove, the open palm to the chest, comes out. Yeah, that's right there. That's when it's bad. Fortunately, though, most of the shots just bounce off of our torso. Can we use this as cover? No. Okay, now we can hit him. This guy needs to go. Okay, Bilius is down. That's just a normal zombie soldier. Take a few swings at him. Jian goes out in a flash of light multiple times. We do push him back, make him waste some time trying to get back to us. Aiden thinks for a moment about the gun on his own back, and then realizes, well, it's probably not going to be worthwhile because these guys are all wearing combat armor. So it's probably not going to be worthwhile to try and shoot them. Okay, we're going to yell. Make sure that anytime we're about to get in pain, that we have wind running going. We still cast it? No, it's too difficult now. Okay, there are too many, so we're going to actually pull one in and start dealing with him first, by himself. We always have this door behind us if we get overwhelmed. Oh, good. They actually took down the window for us. I actually like that because we don't need the window to waste their time. We have these rocks. Take several swings at him, wasting his time with the rocks. Strategy. Strategy is what's the most important right now. There's a zombie soldier and another zombie soldier. Okay. This is perfectly fine. He grabs us. We push him away. I don't really want to be seen by that Bilius. We're going to just send him backwards for now. We'll deal with him in a moment. Bilius does actually come in, which is great for us. Shove it backwards. It's down 2. We're going to actually back up. Take out another zombie soldier. Try and get a little bit of our stamina back. Yeah, there we go. There we go. We do have a little bit of pain on our chest there. We're actually going to bandage our chest just to make it feel a little bit better and do some alcohol wipes. We're actually very bad at bandaging, ironic. And I don't think that ibuprofen is going to do anything for us right now. There are a couple basics in here. There's a bilious, which is a weaker version of a shooter zombie. Both of them get crushed against the back wall. Heavily weakened. Take them both down quickly and easily. Clean kills. We do hear crashing on the other side of the shack here. Okay, we see what's coming in. Fortunately, the shack is very durable. Very durable. So even though that they're starting to bust down the walls, it's not that big of a problem yet. We have a moment. Aiden takes a moment, takes a deep breath, concentrates and focuses. Just 5 minutes. That's all he needed. There are still so many out here, but we've at least started dealing with these. We're not going to shout yet. We're going to just try and pull one or two in by vision alone. See if we can take them down with our sword. We can. M4 carbine. There's so many guns here. So many guns. I am going to yell. There are several entrances now, so they should be able to see and or hear me. It might be time that we can start using the cars against them. These bestial stalkers are going to have a lot more durability, and unlike the basic zombies, we're not actually going to want to try and get in melee with them. What just shot at me? It said Billy a soldier. Where is he? He's all the way down there. Oh, there's a bunch more down here. Okay. Good to know. We're actually going to run backwards here. And my idea here is he'll go to where he last saw me, so I'm going to drag him through. Perfect. We drug him through the building there because he tried to come to where he last saw me. I'd really like to pull this guy, but there's still a wall in the way. It's a broken wooden wall at this point, but it is still a wall. Don't want to take too much acid damage, so we're going to focus on force pushing that particular one. Aiden took a moment to just calmly relax, and because this fight isn't honestly that scary for him, at least not yet. It's not even overconfidence. It's just that he feels like he can handle this. He actually took a moment to read his book, and knowing that he really needs to get better at wind running, he studied up on what he might be doing wrong. It let some of his wounds heal, his regeneration kicking in extremely well. Aiden's easily able to draw them into the rubble of this area, and use their confusion and wasted time to take them down. That's a bestial stalker. We're gonna take a couple swings at it, but the second it grabs us, he's going away. And that's why we don't fight the bestial stalkers in place. In his arrogance, Aiden did actually take a melee fight with the bestial stalker, and it was going so well, but suddenly we are flung backwards. Our tactical backpack rips. We're hitting the wall, and we take so much damage. Did it just destroy our backpack? No. Stared and against the ground, prone. Aiden reaches out one hand, shoves the bestial stalker back, and attempts to stand. Struggling to stand, he finally gets to his feet, just as the next zombie soldier comes in. We are weakened now, but not down. We send this zombie backwards. We need a moment. Catch our breath. We're going to read a little bit more wind running to have something to read for the next 30 minutes here. Is there any other buildings nearby that we can retreat to? Worst case scenario. There is a house. Oh, even better, actually. There is forest. So if we start having problems to the point where we actually need to fully retreat, we can head back to that forest. I think that's what we're going to do is we're going to look through these bodies and see if we can find some medical gauze. Yep. And some bandages just to kind of cover up our wounds here. Okay, that zombie soldier is coming in very quickly at this point. We're going to take him around the corner. Run. Push him. Take him down. Well, we have food for days. That's for damn sure. We need to rest a little bit longer, though. As we were resting, unfortunately, it looks like the Kevlar zombie, I don't know if he heard us or something, or saw us, but he definitely did get close enough to us to be a problem. Aiden reaches out, focusing his mind once again, crushing him backwards, imagining him as nothing but a pea to be crushed on his plate. Do we take a swing at it? Do we risk the swing? Okay, we're going to take one swing. If he grabs us, no, it's not worth it. Our torso's too badly injured. It could just kill us. We'll take him down. Them trickling in like this, though, this is valuable. This is incredibly valuable. Zombie immediately grabbed me as soon as it came up. I was going to say that we were going to take care of it with the Xion for a moment, but that's not happening. Oh, that's really useful. As we checked this body, Aiden finds a grenade. Well, here's the thing about grenades. Grenades actually have an enormous range. So what we're going to do is we are going to press T, throw. Now we have to activate it first, right? So let's wield it. We'll drop our Xion. Is there a cloud of them somewhere, a dense area? Oh, they're like all the way over there. Okay, never mind. We're going to pick our Xion back up. We haven't activated the grenade yet, so it's still safe. We'll store it in our inventory. We need to wait for them to be... For the grenade to be worth it, we need to be able to kill like 2, maybe 3 of them at once. There's probably more grenades around here too. It does say a lot though that we are able to force shove even through unmanageable pain, because our force shove has got to the point where there's very little we don't know about it anymore. We're going to take a few steps back so if we can see if anything's coming, and we're going to take another 30 minutes to try and get rid of some of this pain. Try and learn a little bit more about wind running, learn about what we're doing wrong here. Hayden has already wiped out so many of these creatures. We are fully healed, but again, the pain is the problem. Is that even as Aiden's flesh knits, it does not deal with his nerves and the memories of the wounds he's taken. His body may be healed, but it remembers. Oh my gosh, we're a little bit too far away from the wall. We're not managing to do a lot of damage to these. We need to kill one of them. Okay, Brute is down. How damaged is the Kevlar zombie? Not enough. We're gonna push him, move in. Push him again, move in. Drill him into this wall. He goes down. Just in time too, we were quickly running out of stamina. Aiden has to catch his breath at the end of that fight. Our powers are overwhelming. They really are. But at the same time, oh boy, we are getting close way too often here. Okay, I don't even know how many there are left. We have taken out a significant chunk of them. I believe I saw at least one more bestial stalker over there, at the very least. We do know that we have based zombies left as well. Let's take a look at what we have left. We have an armored zombie. That guy is potentially a problem. We want to deal with him on his own if possible. There's several more. We don't want to get too far away from the shack here. Several more zombies over here. A couple coming in, a couple soldiers. Another cosset shooter off in the distance. We'll definitely want the cover of the shack for him. We're gonna waste a little bit of time ourselves. Stepping in. Make them waste even more time with our maneuvers. Push him out. Make him waste his time again. This is how you deal with threats that you can't deal with. Make them waste their time. Make them use their resources and not yours. They might have incredible stamina, incredible durability. The average zombie never runs out of stamina, unlike we do. But we all have one shared resource: time. And if you make them waste theirs, you'll win every fight. Aiden carefully maneuvers these two in order to be able to take them down separately, to be honest, because that was pretty important right there in that moment. I'm gonna have to use like a shovel to get these corpses out afterwards. This is ridiculous. Literally ridiculous. Okay, the armored zombie is getting closer. He's 31 meters to the south now, but not close enough to be a problem yet. We're close, though. We're close to being a problem. Is there a way? Oh, mine. He is intimidating, isn't he? He is very intimidating. We can literally see the blood of what was under there leaking out from underneath. How fast is he? He's slower than us, actually. There's another zombie soldier in there. Can we pull him across the rocks? No, it looks like he's not going to play in that. We're going to guess that that's some sort of power suit, right? That's kind of what Aiden thinks here. That's some sort of power suit. So we're not going to get close to this guy. Wait, really? Even with one push in a suit like that, he's almost already dead. We crush him backwards. Can we pick up the suit ourselves? It looks like the suit is so destroyed, so burnt and twisted into the flesh of the zombie itself that's it's unrecoverable. He sighs, probably pretty heavily there. That's kind of a great loss. We wanted to see if we could just have that ourselves. Having a suit like that would be, honestly, a dream of ours. Not today. Not today. There are still a few zombie soldiers around here, but now there's enough of them, and this rubble here, this metal wreckage, is just as good as our earlier rubble, that we can probably fight them here. There are a few hits. Pull them back once. Perfect, perfect. Use this wreckage as a barrier. Which one of them is grabbing me? This one. He's got to go. Take him down as well. We're going to, while we're here, just in case something happens, we're going to pick up the DARPA hard case. Looks like that soldier is seen better days. For sure, seen better days. Is there any reason to attempt to loot these cars? It looks like they're completely trashed and thrashed. I think there's no value here. We did kind of corner ourselves a little bit here, but we're going to push this guy backwards, lure him into the wreckage, hit a few swings at him, push him back again, repeat the process, lure him into more wreckage. I think they're actually being damaged by this wreckage as well. And these corpses seem to just be vanishing into the wreckage. If we had a shovel, we could probably clear some of this. And I think I've seen a shovel around here. There's been multiple entrenching tools. We have MREs for days, to be honest. We have so many MREs that any of them that are sealed, oh yeah, we'll go ahead and take the entrenching tool. Any of them that are sealed are probably just permanently going into our inventory. The unsealed ones, though, those might not last as long. Yeah, let's see. I mean, some of this, 3 seasons, 3 days, 4 days, 12 weeks. Yeah, some of this stuff is going to last a pretty long time. Our first thing, though, is going to be that we're going to probably focus first on getting, because we have a limited amount of inventory space in our canoe and on ourselves, and this is pretty far from home. Our first thing is going to be trying to grab as many guns as possible, I would think. Several of them we have seen did have guns on them already. Those caustic zombie soldiers definitely still need to go. In fact, I'm going to yell to try and draw some of that stuff over here. Looks like we're drawing one over. That's good enough for now. I'll accept that. Taking them out one by one is not honestly the worst idea anyways. So we can clear out the rubble in order to get to the corpses. Good to know, good to know. I just wanted to test that because I've never actually done that before. How expensive are these bayonets? Barter value $12. That's actually pretty good considering that these bayonets are all very light. We might start taking bayonets everywhere we see them. Because $12 a bayonet and them being this light. You know, let's see about the army bayonet because that was the USMC. Yeah, $12 again. Now that won't translate, right? That's going to be like $6, but it's rare to see something so light be so valuable. It's just a full-ass M4 carbine. Very nice. We're just going to turn in a huge package of essentially swords whenever we get back. Ooh, morphine. That's going to be good. Oh, and our Halligan bar, which apparently had fallen to the ground. That must have been what fell to the ground whenever the thing threw us away. To be honest, I almost forgot to check. That's very valuable, very important that we did actually end up finding that. I would have been missing that. This is why you favorite your items, because it'll automatically make a note whenever they drop. Although I will say, it didn't this time. So it took me about a minute to clear the rubble here. And in fact, it's probably a good idea for me to have cleared the rubble down the center. I probably should have done this before we actually started, to be honest. Another grenade. Amazing. Just so that we can manipulate this area a little bit better. I want to get this... I want to attract this zombie over here. I think after this, seeing how this fight went, Aiden thinks that this was good, yes, but there was aspects of this that were honestly too close for comfort. Wind running did nothing for us. We don't have any ranged attacks. After this, we're going to take some time to study. We're going to study some of our technomancy books that we got, and we're going to study our telekinesis. Clear out all this rubble, because we're not going to need it very much anymore. And let's look around super fast. See what all we can find. But yeah, we're going to study our telekinesis. We're going to study our technomancy, and we're going to study our wind running. Make sure that these things are consistent. Now, mind you, our telekinesis is very consistent, but we know there's more we can do with it. There's more we can imagine to do with it. So there's no way that's this is the end. This is the capstone of our power. In fact, it feels like it's just the beginning. We feel like we're on the cusp of something incredible. I have ended up with 8 army brunettes, 2 National Guards, and 3 UMCs. So that's 13 bayonets. That's a grand total of like $130, $180, something like that, before whatever conversion rate is going to get applied by whoever we attempt to sell it to. It will most likely be that we sell this to the Edzodi, because they're the ones that we want the most money with, as they're the ones, they don't have quests for us like some of the others do, and there's not an obvious option like selling books. So I want to make sure that we sell a lot to them. Another grenade, another bayonet. I want to make sure that we sell a lot to them so that we can make sure to get money in the place where we can actually get cybernetics. That's the important thing there. I think we have done as much here as we can. As I say that, we start getting shot at by this caustic zombie. He stepped in some of the wreckage. Oh man, these guys actually kind of hurt. We want to pull them around this corner as best as we can. We're going to move to here, shove him farther into the wreckage, crushing him into the back part of the car, and finishing him off inside. Oh, he has a military ID card. Very nice. I don't know how valuable that really is, but I think we're going to just, instead of bringing a lot of this with us, a lot of the MREs with us, I think we might actually, and the IFAC pouches, I think we might actually just leave them here, and we're going to know where this location is. We're going to have this place marked, and we'll come back for those. I think the more important thing is that we leave with every bayonet because it's really light, and we leave with any gun that is worth anything. Like this combat service gun is worth $25. We'll leave with all of these guns. Like this one's worth $40. That's most of the rest of our weight though, to bring that with me. And then the M4 carbine. Yeah, I don't know if I want to make multiple trips here either. We also got the case. We can come back to loot these. We can come back. Aiden stores his Gian and looks back over the carnage that he has wrought. Maybe we can take this aircraft carrier after all. Now, there's surely going to be more zombies, more soldiers in the aircraft carrier than there was even here. But this is a good sign. And we're going to pour Jean back out again because there are more zombie soldiers out of here in the field. Because, of course, there are. Aiden, unfortunately, just had to do a straight fight against that zombie soldier. And, yeah, we did get hit once pretty hard, in fact, as well. Not the best. Not the best. We are going to once again avoid this FEMA refuge camp. But with the refuge camp and the remains of this battle being left back here, we definitely know that this is a place that we want to return to in the future. We're also going to avoid that wasp nest with an incredible distance. What is that? Oh, there's a portal in the distance. How fun. We're going to not get anywhere near that. As curious as Aiden is, that is a curiosity for a different day. That is a terrifying concept. We found some... Are those hostile? Hard to say? Small bipedal dinosaurs covered in feathers. Small hooked claws emerge from its feet and hands as a Sorornithos... That's a hard one. Sorornitholestes. Got it. First try. I am curious about this dump. Just make sure that it's not, like, occupied by people or something like that? No, it's filled with onzus, which are large feathered bipedal dinosaurs with a beak, a large head crest, sharp claws, and stemmed from dexterous hands. Those are definitely predators. So that dump, that regional dump, is actually just a dinosaur pen. I'm good with not. I am good with not. Let's head back to Hubbo 1, turn in this quest, turn in our spoils, and see what all of this gets us. Okay, we come in for a landing right near the meteorology station and the Hubbo 1 itself. Is there any towers for us to climb at this meteorology station? That actually be really nice. The meteorology station is probably why they are able to listen in to the rhythm of the Cataclysm, the rhythm of the portal storms. Something I hadn't considered before. Identify yourself. Let's discuss contracts. What would you like to discuss? I'm back from the convoy. Here's the hard case. They give us 4 Hubbo 1 coins. This is the case. Thank you. Transferring the stipulated amount now. The tray slides back open with your payment. As an additional form of payment, you've been clearance to receive a map around this site to assist in your work. The standing price is 1 HGC. Please inform us if you'd like to form that offer going forward. The original markings on that case had been scratched out. Who did it really belong to? The intercom is silent. Thank you. Is there anything fancier? No. Do they have... Ooh, there's a new contract. Light retrieval. Our facility once sourced advanced photonic circuitry from a nearby robotics manufacturer. Their building suffered major damage during the portal storms and collapsed almost entirely. However, preliminary scouting reveals that the basement prototyping lab likely remains intact. We ask that you investigate the ruins and, if possible, retrieve a template for the fabrication of said photonic circuitry. Completion of this contract records 8 HGC? The standard heightened hazard rate. If that's heightened hazard, maybe we take a moment before taking this contract. We are also willing to provide you with a set of protective gear at a considerable discount upon acceptance of the contract. You mentioned hazard pay. What are their dangers? About that, you hear the paper shuffling. Our drones are unable to approach the structure too closely. A large amount of interference prevents surveillance, but long-distance measurements reveal a high concentration of toxic compounds in the air, as well as densely clustered heat signatures. We expect a high concentration of undead, and other dangers are likely. What kind of toxic compounds? The source of the chemical is unknown, as is the exact composition. Only trace amounts are present in the air itself. We can, however, extrapolate that something within the ruins is creating highly poisonous emissions. We do not know how strong these emissions will become, or what form they will take. Other dangers is a little vague. Do you have anything more substantial? To be more specific, there have been anomalous readings that we are unable to explain. Seismic disturbances that have been recorded emanating from the ruins, with a magnitude ranging from 2 to 4, and periodic vocalizations have been documented that exceed 150 decibels. Holy crap, that's a plane taking off. We are uncertain why or how these phenomena are created. Okay, understood. Let's do this. Very much. Thank you very much. The intercom recites a series of coordinates. Exercise a great deal of caution. We do not know what the conditions on the ground are like. Use your best judgment. As before, we are willing to offer you protective gear. How much? Tell me about it. Given the context of your assignment, we're willing to sell you a set of our protective gear, a gas mask, and a environmental suit at a considerable discount. We will part with it for 2 exchange coins. I'll have to give it some thought. We can actually ask him about the protective gear in the future as well. And yeah, let's trade with him. See if he has anything new for us. I don't think he's going to. Yeah, he doesn't. Not yet, at least. We might need to complete that other contract. Why do we suddenly have impaired hearing? We just heard northwest and below a bunch of whams and bangs. What the hell's going on down there? Whatever it was, it sounded like an enormous series of explosions. Strange. Also, there's a mercenary out here now. Who are you? There's a person reclined in the sofa here. They're very tall, and their legs reaching to the other armrest. They're wearing a set of Hubbo 1's modular armor. An environmental suit in blue and brown is crumpled in a misshapen heap on the floor near the table, and leaning against the far armrest is a rifle, looking like nothing you've seen before. They look upwards towards you as you come through the door and wave a hand. Placeholder text. Wait a minute, did you just say placeholder text out loud? I sure did. I'm sorry. I'm just a stupid icebreaker. Old habits and all that. I set up. What's up? Who exactly are you? I'm just the same as you. Some nobody. Doing dirty work for scraps. No offense. None taken, I guess? That makes two of us. I guess so. They beam sheepishly. Call me Cranberry. Cran is fine too. It's nice to meet someone else here. I guess having some company for once wouldn't be too awful. I guess I could stay for a while? Cool. What do you know about our employers? Not a whole lot, really. They maybe tracked down and destroy some government documents a while back. Obviously, I read them first, but it wasn't much. As far as I know, this place had an experimental computer network before everything went to hell. What's going on in there now? It's anyone's guess. Hold on. Government documents? Yeah. Pretty crazy shit. They sent me to an office building to find a folder, a certain serial, and get rid of it. They didn't even care what was on it. By the time I got there, though, the building was pretty much a wreck. The folder had been sitting in a pile for God knows how long, and there was nothing even remotely legible by then. You said a computer network as well. Well, that's what the news said, anyway. It was only about a 20-minute trip from my apartment, and sometimes I drive past it. So I was curious, and I did some research into it. The only info I could find about it online said it was a NASA lab for computer research, and that was probably bullshit. I mean, do you see any NASA logos? Sure, we got huge steel doors and 15-foot concrete walls, but not a logo in sight. The building probably goes underground, right? That's way too small to be a whole laboratory up here. Strange bedfellows indeed. Cranberry laughs and says, well, it's good to have some company. Do you want help with anything? Cranberry sits up and says, I have a job for you. Want to hear about it? Sure. Well, a little while ago, I set up a radio transmission in the radio tower not far from here, but apparently it stopped transmitting. If you're willing to back me up while I check it out, I'll owe you a favor. This guy seems cool. I'll do it. All right. Let's be off. You don't mind taking point, right? Yeah, got any advice? I'm sure we'll figure it out when we get there. Bring a good weapon and some ammo just in case. If you can. No idea what insanity the end has brought upon us this time. Sounds good. Thanks. I don't have any other jobs for you. Yeah, of course. You should get going. Oh, we can also discuss combat strategy with him. I was going through his options real quick on my own because I've never had an NPC in Cataclysm before. Let's talk combat strategy. Currently, Cranberry Foster, the hub mercenary, will engage nearby enemies. She will follow you closely even... Oh, I didn't even pick that up. She will follow you closely even when threatened. She will follow you at about 4 paces. She will only use silence range weapons, no grenades, and will avoid shooting if allies are in the line of fire. She will move freely to attack enemies. Okay, I like the engagement rules. I like the don't move onto obstacles adjacent to me. She will hold the line by not moving into dangerous doorways or obstructions dangerous to you. Good. Okay, engagement rules. Currently, she will engage nearby enemies. Let's see. I kind of don't want her to move too far, but I don't want her firing her gun either. I don't want to say attack only enemies you can reach without moving because there's a chance that's bad. And I don't know how force push interacts with saying enemies that I attack first. I think I'll leave her on nearby enemies. I think this is good. The one that I like the most is that she'll follow us closely whenever threatened. So is she actually an ally now? She is, and she's following us. You know, this might not be the worst thing ever. Let's see. Is she talking about this location right here? She is. Aiden and Cranberry, this new mercenary that we've come across in the Hub 01, begin to head out to their destination. We're not sure what's going to be here. She does have a full set of Hub 01 gear and a National Guard bayonet and a Hub 01 rifle of some regard. We're not sure what we're going to face, but we did pass by this place on the way in and it didn't seem too bad. She's a potential ally. However, we're going to have to end here. If you've gotten to the end of the episode, I would actually like some advice from anyone who knows Cataclysm well. I've never actually done anything with NPCs before, so if there's any tips or tricks you might have, get in the comments and let me know. Things that might be useful for commanding this person around in the middle of a firefight. We finally made a friend in the Cataclysm. Well, if you don't count the robot dude we can barely understand, or the guy role-playing as an intercom. Her name is Cranberry. and every instinct Aiden has says this is not going to go well. Aiden's just kind of walking down the street here with his new temporary friend, Cranberry, and she wanted us to head over to this radio tower between Hobo 1 and the Adzodi. At the end of last episode, I asked if you guys had any tips or tricks for how to control an NPC in Cataclysm, and I actually did get a lot of really good answers. And I might include a few of them on screen right now, but it's kind of funny that generally speaking, I got the same answer, and I'm going to paraphrase what the answer is as a whole. Basically, using NPCs for quests and such like that is a bad idea, and I shouldn't be doing it. But fortunately, this quest, you know, it's kind of a one-off thing, and I'm going to focus on my own survival, and if Cranberry here dies, then Aiden will be very sad about that, and to get a whole bunch of new armor. We're just going to deal with that. The other thing I remembered is that someone actually gave me this tip like 4 videos ago and told me that the demon spiderlings have really good chitin. And since I have her to bodyguard me right now, I am going to take this opportunity. Let's see, it is 8 a.m. in the morning. I can do 30-minute full butcheries. This is also a unique opportunity. There's 2 demon... Ooh, 16 chitin. Nice. There's 2 demon spiderlings right here. And I have never done this experiment in all of the time I've played Cataclysm. I want to see the difference, physically see on my screen the difference between a full butchery and a quick butchery. So these both consumed the corpse. The quick butchery got 8 chitin, 2 meat, and everything else was useless. The full butchery got 16 chitin, so literally double, triple the amount of meat, and it also got a plate and a spider fang. You know what? We should go one step further. Let's dissect the corpse. So this one got, ooh, is this even better? So this was, no, it's not. 16, a plate, and fangs. And we're going to do 2 more full butcheries real quick, just to make sure that this is not anecdotal information, and that we have a slightly larger sample size. No matter what we do, we only have, 5 corpses here. We can't have a real sample size for science, but this is just interesting information that I've never known, right? I knew full butchery is better than quick butchery, but I was just like, well, just for reasons. They were abstract reasons. Okay, so whenever you're going for plates, fangs, chitin, that kind of stuff, full butchery is actually the correct answer. It got me the most of those things. Okay, the chitin is kind of heavy, so is the plates. If this demon chitin is as good as everyone seems to be indicating to me for selling, this is going to be a lot of money. Anyways, let's actually get on with our job. I don't know how much of that I'm going to leave into the video because, well, that was kind of just a really weird aside there. My wariness is unfortunately moderate. Ooh, what are you? Ooh, there's some bandits on the road? Interesting. Where'd you guys come from? I wonder if you guys came from this radio tower event. Just kind of, Aiden kind of tries to take a look at it from a distance. It doesn't seem like we can take a good look at it from this distance. Oh, okay, here we go. So we are finally seeing what we're going to be facing. A root drone. A small bulb with a beak-like protuberance, skittishly roaming under 3 tendril rhizomes, dripping and glistening. It resembles a newborn animal rather than a sapling grown from trees. Let's see. It says that it is a minimal hostile threat. It is a leech plant, tiny in size, and you can only see. Well, we're going to stay off to the right. Oh. It is not alone. We also have a leech blossom and root runners. A root runner is a clump of woody vegetation, hastily clambers around in a lizard-like fashion. The 3 translucent scale leaves stand tall on the backside of the creature, and thin ridges within them periodically glow through some unknown means. It's seemingly a symbiote of the nearby alien ferns, and looks ready to defend with its life. That's very dangerous. Okay, so the root runner is one of the problems. These little guys, root drones, not so much. And then we have a leech blossom, a resplendent alien fern, crowned with flowers covered in deep indigo. It appears to be the centerpiece of this otherworldly bloom. So that's immobile. These are slower. The root runner is significantly faster. Oh, interesting. The leech blossom is fatally dangerous. So the game is considering that the same level of danger as like a Hulk zombie. It is immobile, but it might be capable of some sort of ranged attack. I will say one thing that's really discouraging me. Oh, there's a bunch of those root runners. One thing that's really discouraging me here is that Aiden's primary weakness beyond pain is electricity, and all of these seem to be giving off a lot of electrical discharges. As we get a little bit closer, we are seeing a couple more things here. We now see also a leech stalk, a resplendent and voluminous alien fern. A faint buzzing sound emanates from it, and the shadow cast by a canopy continuously glows with electric charge. I was right. There's a serious electric theme going on here. And then we also have a leech pod cluster, translucent egg pods of an alien plant firmly attached by luminous rhizomes. You can barely distinguish a root drone floating within a cloudy substance. So those are like eggs of whatever these aliens are. Okay, we're still pretty far out here. I had been warned that this mission was dangerous, and I am seeing that is going to definitely be the case. So let's be smart about this. What is the best way for us to approach? I believe we may move off into the forest to our west here so that we can approach with cover. And not only cover, but we'll have places where we can use the trees against our enemies. Unfortunately, this is not as much forest cover as I would call ideal. We may be able to use the fence here for a moment. This might be a good time for us to pull out our MP5. I did just see, though, that we can unload this gun and then reload the MP5 a little bit better. We have 30 bullets in the relatively quiet MP5. We do need to find a way to repair these. We really need to find a way to repair these. I don't think we have anything else we can do here other than... Ooh, that's a new thing. I just found a signal tree. Where is it? Signal tree is a trunk reaches tall into the sky, its topmost branches glowing with yellow light. A low drum periodically shakes the vicinity. The first of the root drones are seeing me. They seem to be moving up against that. Oh, okay, we have a few that managed to figure out how to get out, but most of them seem to just be moving against the fence, and I don't hear any bangs or rustles, just because I want to see how... Oh, they shoot lightning. They shoot lightning. Oh, that is so bad for us. I figured they might have like zap touches or something like that, but the fact that they just shot lightning at Cranberry, Aiden's eyes go wide seeing his new friend get electrocuted from 10 feet away. Okay. She is moving into melee with her rifle. That's not ideal. Is there a way that I can tell her commands real quick? We're going to go ahead and tell her to not worry about noise, because we need to... Ow. Yep. Electricity. She starts firing. We should likely do the same. Here's the issue. I don't know how we're going to get in on that mess to fire properly. We are going to help her, though. We'll push one back. She kills the other one, and we will steady up to aim at this one. Oh man, it's so small that... Look at our hit chance. Our hit chance is like basically nothing. Holy crap. She is firing at it again. Oh man, the sparks are just wrecking us because of our... Holy crap. We just took so much damage because of our sparks and them causing me to zap my bionics on the inside. What we're going to do is we're going to step up to here, steady up to low, fire, and miss everything. How are we missing everything? Yeah, how did we miss literally everything there? Okay. Aiden, you kind of suck at guns. So one of my ideas here now is that we climb on this roof. How many grenades do we have? We have 3 grenades. Because this right here seems like a lovely place for a grenade. We're going to pull out our Xion, although we basically don't want this to become an issue of having the Xion at any point. If we have to use our Xion, it's already sort of too late. Something just shot her with lightning from a long distance. Is there no ladder up to the roof? Oh, that's very unfortunate. Okay, so we're going to have to do this then, and then climb up here. Okay, they all have range attacks, so they might attack me at any moment here, but we're going to go ahead and wield a grenade. I'm going to quick save because I have, for people who've watched my series in the past, I've only ever thrown one grenade and it ended beautifully. Let's just say that. It ended beautifully. And in the last moments before we throw this, I just had an idea here. I'm a little worried about my electronics, but all of my electronics are in one bag here. So I think I'll just drop my gallon bag. Double check my inventory, make sure that I don't have any electronics on me. Nothing I really... Oh, you know what? I should drop the NRE recorder too. Because these guys are shooting lightning at me. And I don't know. That might actually have some sort of effect. I don't know if this is overkill, but we're going to do it. Also, that might not be far enough away. But whatever. Okay, so we're going to step up to the ledge, activate the grenade, and then go to throw it. What can we do? What we can do here is we can actually use the asterisk menu to see where we're putting it. I want to put it over here by this plant that we saw earlier. And I know that plant was in this square right here. So, but we have a better aim to go here. And I think we'll get more of the creatures if we go there as well. So we're going to throw it. Oh, fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. That's way too close. We're going to start running. Ho, 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 ho. Oh, we hear an explosion behind us, just barely getting outside of the range of the explosion ourselves. Okay, it looks like we took down this tree, but nothing else? Seriously? Nothing else is even damaged, really? A grenade. Really? Okay, we're going to back up. We're going to equip our next grenade. Step up. Activate it, which takes like basically no time. Throw it. And we're going to aim for the same spot. Second explosion goes off. As we're stepping up, we will, of course, equip our next grenade as well. Okay, I see a few corpses down here. Not as many as I was expecting for a goddamn grenade, though. Holy crap, what the hell? How durable are these things? Are they just like rolling evasion here or something like that? And they're just like getting away with the evasion hit each time? Equip our last grenade. And I'm gonna throw this one a little bit closer. Well, I wasn't kidding. I threw it really close. It landed literally right there. We're going to run. Last grenade explodes. We're just going to take a look over the battlefield here. Well, we got a couple mangled corpses here. Looks like we got several root drones. We did not manage to kill a single root runner, I think, unless they just disappear when they die. It's wild to me to think that we didn't kill a single root runner. Oh, here we go. Here's a corpse of a root runner, so that means that we definitely didn't kill any then, because we would see more corpses. Dear God, this is a dangerous mission. We're gonna pick up our stuff here, climb down, and Cranberry, we're gonna back off a little bit. I want to see if I can see the blossom itself. We did not hurt the blossom. Either that, or it is already regenerated. Holy crap. Okay. This is a little insane. I'm not sure how we are going to be able to deal with this. It's actually kind of wild how dangerous this is. We threw 3 grenades at this situation, a thing that would have instantaneously killed us and dozens of zombies, and it's like it didn't even care. Aiden looks at Cranberry, Cranberry looks back at Aiden, and I imagine them both just whistling at seeing whatever this alien flora is take 3 grenades like it's nothing. The pair back off back to Hubble 1 to reconsider their options. As they head back into the waiting room that they first met in, Aiden looks at Cranberry and she can see the disappointed expression on his face right away. I think she knows what's coming. We talk to her. Wait, I have a response if I killed it? I don't think I killed it. We definitely didn't fix the problem. Okay, so here's the thing. I was going to tell her to wait here, and we're going to go back in and kill it later. But now that I've started this conversation, I literally don't have a way out of this conversation. So I guess as Aiden tries to talk to Cranberry, as he tries to tell her to wait behind, she seems excited and just like, I think whatever it is, we got the central one. She says, sure seems like it. What even was that? It doesn't matter. Let's go back to the hub. Hopefully the tower's working now. Got that job. And yeah, we can tell her we're here. She quits our party and leaves. Did she give us any sort of reward? Return to Hub 01 successfully completed. She didn't give us anything for that. Huh. Maybe we can check opinion. So apparently she trusts us slightly, she's wary of us, thinks well of us, and values our presence. Well, okay. This was an experience. It kind of went both better and worse than I would ever imagine. I guess since I was ready for some sort of grand adventure. What's back here? I guess since I was ready for some sort of grand adventure, now might be a good time for us to check out the limo shelter nearby. Okay. And just walked down some sort of weird liminal alleyway for absolutely no reason. Since I was expecting this to be a little bit more of a thing here. And this mission is making the road incredibly dangerous. Incredibly dangerous. I want to go back at some point and kill that creature whenever we feel more prepared for it. Despite Cranberry thinking that this was a job well done, Aiden does not. Well, there's a closed metal door in our way. Can we pry it open? We can. Limo shelters have a notorious chance to have thugs in them. Well, this thug has a hatchet. As Aiden cautiously opens the door, he sees inside a man sitting on the couch who immediately jumps to his feet, pulling out a hatchet and begins rushing towards him. Aiden backs up to the stairs and starts backing out, but he stands in the doorway and waits to see if the man's going to come out. We're going to activate premonition. Well, that's weird. These stairs are definitely not lined up with what's down there. I always knew the alignment from underground to above ground is kind of off, but this one is particularly off. We're technically standing like here, right? And it's giving me results from all the way over here. I think this thug is literally standing at the base of the stairs. No, he's not. We do see that one of the thugs has a hatchet and the other one has a knife spear. And the first thug is in fact attacking to kill. He seems to be walking up to the door and taking cover, but is not willing to approach any farther. Oh, it's because he's somehow unaware of me. How is he unaware of me? I'm 10 feet away from him. As Aiden takes one more step in, we immediately see a bigger problem. There's a guy back here with a gun, and there's a guy back here with a Glock duty pistol as well. This is a little bit of a problem. I kind of want to check out this limo shelter and see what's in here, but you know what? Screw it. These are bandits. These are people who have attacked us on sight. They didn't even say anything, really. I mean, I guess they are actually saying things. I just didn't even notice. Watch out. I see a maniac southwest and above, right on top of us. Oh, they think I'm a maniac? Interesting. Maybe they don't recognize me as human anymore. Aiden strikes out. The thug manages to cut us, leading us. Oh my gosh, this thug is way better at fighting than we are, as slices out with his axe, doing 40 freaking damage. Even with that, we had blocked some of the damage with our Jian. He almost cut off our leg in one go. You know what? Screw this. Seeing how badly that went, even in the first few seconds, Aiden backs off to the surface, clutching his once bleeding leg and arm, and it's just like, well, fuck that. These guys are assholes. We need a moment for our stuff to repair, so Aiden's actually just going to sit down next to Cranberry and read a little bit of Wind Running for about an hour here. Let the repair nanites do their work. After reading a little bit about magic, Aiden pulls out his strange black crystal and starts to meditate on it, focusing on trying to let his pain after his flesh knitted back together die down. I imagine Cranberry takes a look over, sees it, and just I mean, she's seen weirder things in the apocalypse here, and she just doesn't say anything. In the middle of meditation, the day and a half that Aiden has been awake finally catches up with him, and he falls asleep, the crystal falling to his lap. Aiden wakes in the middle of the night, likely blinking back confusion, not remembering where he is, seeing the halogen bulbs above him, and the smell reminding him of a hospital, as he sees Cranberry, and she seems to be ignoring him. She let him rest. He remembers now what he's doing and where he is, and remembers the weird experience of the previous day and how, well, frankly, unsuccessful it was. As he steps out, he focuses on the darkness for only a moment and looks around. What I'd like to do, I think, since this initial exploration did not work, is I have two things I want to do. I want to come over here, and I want to take a look at this car, because I was thinking about it while we were sleeping. And we only need controls on that one boat. And we don't know how to take the controls off. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to come down here and look at the controls and see that we need, so we need metal sawing and bolt turning. And if the other thing has a security system, we won't be able to take it off. But if we can get a metal sawing tool and a bolt turning tool, we'll be able to take the controls off of something, right? And apply it to this motorboat that we found all the way up here. Another thing that we can check is that there's actually another closer freshwater research station that might also have some sort of functioning boat as well. I'd also like to take a bunch of this demon chitin, spider fangs, and the plates and everything like that with us. And before we leave, just to be efficient with our time, we will take this by the Edzodi. We'll take this by the Edzodi and we will sell as much of this as we can, because I don't want to forget that it's lying on the ground here. We did leave behind some demon chitin plates, so we'll make a note there as well. I think in the future we should probably label our notes in such a way that we know, hey, this is loot, right? So we can go around and look at all of our loot notes in the future and know that we need to come back and loot these places. I want to avoid this demon bloom as much as possible. So we're going to come all the way down here and we're going to check out this site where we saw it during the day. We saw obvious signs of some sort of shootout over here. What the fuck is that? As Aiden is going through, we see something off in the distance. An amoebic mold, a formless slime mold the size of a cow. Crusty bits of cytoplasm fall away as it oozes across the ground. Aiden has played a lot of D&D. He knows what an ooze is. He knows he does not want to mess with that thing. We are going to step away from that, and we are going to head over to the safety of the Edzodi. We're hearing a kaboom sound a bunch. I assume that that is probably the Edzodi defenses firing at nearby things coming in. Yeah, we hear lots of gunshots as the turrets are cycling up and firing at nearby things. We probably need to get earplugs. We need, I think someone told me before that there's some sort of like firing, like gun earplugs that only turn on whenever you fire a gun. That might be something we do. Apparently we are in fact so deaf we can't talk to Rubik right now. There we go. Yeah, we're just gonna trade a bunch of stuff with Rubik here. They don't have anything new for us here. Not yet. Oh, interesting. As we were selling things, I actually checked the demon chitin, which is actually the thing that people were suggesting I sell to the Edzodi. It's actually one of the only things that we can't sell to him. But just selling the bayonets, fangs, and some of the extra guns that we picked up, like the M4 and the service handgun, will bring us up to a grand total of 232 monies here. I've never been able to get an answer on whether your money will reset whenever the NPC gets a new set of money. So we're actually going to take a moment here before we sell all this, and I'm just going to look that up. I don't normally like looking things up in the middle of an episode, but it would be a travesty to lose this much money whenever we could just save on selling it to him later. Okay, I just actually read an amazing guide I found on Reddit about trading, and it told me so many things I did not know and did not answer my question. So we're going to go with my favorite way of learning about this, which is fuck around and find out. So we are just going to go ahead and say, yeah, you can have all these things. We will trade for a ton of stuff. We'll make sure that his CBM surgery doesn't have anything that we care about. The incinerated dosimeter could be useful one day, but I don't think I'm willing to pay 100 for it right now. And I have been told by some people in the comments that the electromagnetic unit does not damage us, so that's good. The throwing assist might actually be really good if we plan on using grenades more in the future. Yeah, it allows us to put grenades exactly where we want to put them. Interesting. I think one of the things that we'll do in the future as well is we'll go to hub 01 before leaving this area. We'll pick up the rest of the chitin and the fangs and stuff like that, because we did manage to sell some of that stuff. And we are going to check to make sure, before we leave, we're going to check to make sure that they don't want to buy any of this. Oh, this is what they were firing at. Oh, interesting. There was some sort of, what is this? Deranged Axeman. Okay. He had some copper bracelets. Oh, wow. There is a lot of zombies out here. I'm a little afraid to be in the firing line. I don't want to get shot by accident here. Okay, good. It seems like it's over. Worst case scenario, I do know for a fact that all of this demon chitin stuff will sell very well back at the Idzodi, and there's stuff that we still want at the Idzodi as well. So this is definitely not wasted or a loss in any way, shape, or form of the word. But we do want to check this first, because the other thing I was thinking about is that we might check if I do want to see about the protective gear that they have, because I'm curious if we can see it in here by chance. Environmental suit. Here we go. I want to see if it protects against lightning. It just says 20 environmental. I mean, it's really good at acid and fire. Because if we could wear something underneath our suit, completely protects you from electrical discharges. Completely protects you from any gas and radiation. Protects you from harm and withstand a lot of abuse. Ooh, okay. So it's only rigid at the ankles, foot bottoms, heels, and toes. And it's worn over arms, feet, hands, head, legs, and torso. The encumbrance is pretty bad on the hands and feet. But everywhere else, it's not too bad. Based on the materials, though, if this ever gets damaged, it's not really going to be something that we can repair. Yeah, it looks like these guys also will never take the demon chitin, which is very unfortunate, because at 10 barter price a piece, that would be like nearly 1,000 coins there. It looks like the copper bracelets don't sell for as much as I thought they were going to, so we'll go ahead and just give them that. I mean, we do have 8 hub coins, so if we wanted to, we could buy the kinetic helmets and the recon headgear. Problem is that the recon headgear here is a poor fit for us, and we already have several poor fit items right now. I don't really want to add to our burden of poor fitness. Okay, I think we're just going to go ahead and leave and head back to our boat. Since we have all of this chitin on us, there's a part of me that is tempted to head over towards the Forge of Wonders to kind of offload it, but I don't think I'm going to. As usual, we're going to leave all of the things that we plan on trading in our box here. No reason to take it onto the island with us if we're planning on selling it later. We may need to sell this demon chitin sooner than I thought, because with all of the demon chitin in our boat here, we're actually like sitting on several pounds of things that are probably weighing down the boat pretty dramatically, on top of the fact that it's going to not only be slowing down the boat, but it's also going to be reducing our ability to bring more trade goods with us in the future. Aiden steps into his honestly unfamiliar home, because we haven't really spent that much time here, and kind of probably just takes a bit of a load off. We do glance over at the fact that there's a standing lamp in here. In fact, there's actually there's at least 2 standing lamps in here. And we remember that we already had solar panels, and we had a whole setup at our old apartment. We didn't have to sit here in the dark like we do at this place. We definitely need to get that kind of stuff up and running again here soon. Probably sooner than later. But there's no rest for the wicked, and no rest for Aiden either. We are going to head back to our boat after our very short trip dropping off our supplies here. And we did actually start up our smoker as well. Re-smoking the meat, doing a little bit of an experiment with that. And I really want to work on getting a operational boat. Oh, I actually forgot one of the reasons we came here. I wanted to see if we had any of our tools with us here that we can bring with us. So we do have an arc welder. We have a hacksaw. Okay, so that's the metal sawing that we need. Blood Wrench does not give us the turning. And I think in order for us to have any of the other things that we need, we will have to head back to our apartment. But we at least have the hacksaw. We'll bring that with us. And that's for being able to rip controls off of something so that we could go and repair that other boat. It's actually a relatively, considering how much travel we're doing via boat right now, I'm actually considering that I would say a high priority to get the other boat working. But before we get that boat working, I actually do want to come out here and check on this one and make sure there's not just simply a functioning boat out here. Again, this is no hope on Cataclysm, so the chances that that's going to happen is basically next to none. But there's a very, very, very small chance. Very, very small chance that we can actually find a working vehicle. As we arrive, we do see, unfortunately, the message of the motorboat sank, which means that the motorboat that was at the last one was probably here too, and just sank as we arrived. And we do pull up. We don't see anything nearby that is hostile, other than a duck, and yeah, there's no motorboat here. See some thick diving gloves, and a Brontosaurus brute. It's pretty far out, but the idea of a brute Brontosaurus sounds awful. We're gonna close the door behind us, make sure that that thing can't get in. Portable generator here. Pull out our Jean. Last time there were zombies. Make sure that we have night eyes going. In fact, we're gonna activate premonition as well. We don't see anything yet. There's a absolutely insane amount of black tea here. Okay, heading in. It looks like this one might have been unmanned, perhaps. We're not really seeing anything here. I'm gonna take the multivitamins because I'm sure Aiden is not getting a balanced meal. Ah, there's the inevitable zombie, a necro boomer. Unfortunately for it, necro boomer's not that impressive because there's nothing for it to necro boom. So Aiden, with a twist of his wrist, sends it flying backwards, immediately ending it. Ooh, a pneumatics spear gun. We also have a rebreather mask as well. That would allow us to, if it works how I think it works, that would allow us to breathe underwater for a small amount of time. We also have a dry bag. We're going to bring that with us as well. I like the idea of taking a dry bag and actually like swimming at some point, like diving down, and then there's another airlock here. There's some swimming fins here as well. Yeah, there's like a whole swimming kit here. This diving cylinder is actually set up with an on-demand regulator mouthpiece. So that actually is a full diving kit right there. We're going to take that with us as well. So I really want to get a boat, a speedboat, a motorized boat, up and functional. Which means that I think we need to head back towards the Forge of Wonders and this freshwater research place, because it's probably going to be more likely that we find something in this city in order to repair that boat than trying to find something in one of the other cities and bring it all the way over here. Although we are really close to home right now, it might be a good idea to just head back and grab our tools. It's hard to say. I feel like we're at the point where instead of a lot of crazy adventures right now, Aiden just has a lot of small tasks that he needs to get done. And I actually think that this might be, even if it makes for a bit of a shorter episode, this might be a good place to stop. After this episode will be the end of Season 2. Before Season 2 and Season 3, one thing I've been considering doing for a short while now, and this might be one of the best times to do it, is I've been considering streaming Cataclysm, if that's something people would be interested in. I think one of the first streams for Cataclysm would be to get a lot of these side things done. I wouldn't be focusing as much on storyline during the streams. They would be for, you know, getting some of the stuff done that I can't really get done while I'm focusing on telling a story with the episode. If that's something you guys might be interested in, I'd love to hear about it in the comments of this video, and I'll also be making a channel update video you guys should watch out for sometime soon. If you're a fan of Cataclysm, the channel update video will have a lot of information that will be valuable for you, and there'll be timestamps or something like that to let you guys know what parts of it you guys should watch. I think Aiden's journey is going well. We have made friends with the Idzodi and with Hub 01, and we have a relatively clear path towards what our future is going to look like. In the immediate times, oh man, parking here is going to be a nightmare today, huh? In the immediate times, we're going to be doing jobs for the Hub 01 and jobs for the Idzodi. And after that, who knows? I'm sure Aiden thinks about the fact that if there's Idzodi and the Hub 01 out here and the Forge of Wonders, there's probably others, right? There's probably other things out here that we can find. Perhaps there's even other survivors. We are very happy to bring back a full set of diving gear and leave it in our little shack back there. Aiden has been surviving in the Cataclysm for nearly a month now. We have finally come across a few threats that we can't handle ourselves. And if you remember back to day 1, we had almost died to a single soldier zombie wrestling for our life on the 3rd floor of the apartment building and barely managing to push him over the cliff. And yet, yesterday, we wiped out an entire squad. Aiden is becoming powerful, but he knows he can be more powerful than he is even now. I hope you join us again for next season of Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. If you have been enjoying the series, please leave a like, leave a comment below to have any suggestions for things we can do in the future, and subscribe for more Cataclysm and hard video games. Goodbye and good night.